Good morning. My name is Jason Chatfield. I'm the president of the National Cartoonists Society, and I'd like to welcome you to our very first online 2020 NCS Fest. This festival was not our first option. We had a very big weekend planned for Kansas City, Missouri this year, but unfortunately we had to put that on ice on account of the pandemic. But we're trying to make the best of a bad situation. So in lieu of the in-person event, we've put together a virtual schedule of events as well as presentations of all of our divisional awards and our 74th annual Reuben Award. I'd first of all very much like to thank our sponsors and supporters at Go Comics, Andrews McMill Syndication, and a big happy 50th anniversary to you, as well as Comics Kingdom, King Features Syndicate, Creators Syndicate, and our friends at the Lakes International Comic Arts Festival in Kendall, as well as the NCS Foundation. We couldn't do any of this without you, and we're so grateful for your support. Lastly, but not least, I'd like to thank every single contributor to NCS Fest, all of our wonderful panelists who have all done this voluntarily, everyone who had anything to do with putting NCS Fest together, from the technical side to the planning side, promotions, marketing, social media, and sponsorship. I can't thank you enough for everything that you do. Everyone ought to know that this is not a solo project. This is a team effort, and we could not do this without the support of our team. With that said, we have a very busy schedule ahead of us, so let's get going. Thank you again for tuning in, and welcome to NCS Fest 2020. Welcome, everyone, to this fantastic session from panels to publishing, featuring some of our most talented NCS members. We have Mark Tatuli, Rob Harrell, Maria Scrivan, and Terry Liebenson here with us today. We're talking about their success in publishing books, having started a career as syndicated newspaper cartoonists, in particular panel and comic strip cartoonists. To introduce you to our talented guests today, I am going to read some bios because it's important that you know who they are and what they do. Starting with Mark Tatuli. who is an internationally syndicated cartoonist, best known for his popular comic strip, Heart of the City, and Leo, Heart of the City, which he recently stopped doing and handed off to Steens. The comic strips appear in 400 newspapers all over the world. Leo has been nominated for Germany's 2010 Max and Moritz Award and multiple times for the National Cartoonists Society's Best Comic Strip, winning in 2009. Mark has also been nominated numerous times for Cartoonist of the Year by the NCS, including this year. Congratulations, Mark, on your nomination, by the way. A Leo animated television series is currently in the works. Mark has now expanded his cartooning and writing into middle grade kids' books, making the illustrated novel series Desmond Puckett for Andrews McNeil Publishing. He also wrote and illustrated 2 picture books, Daydreaming and They Came, for Roaring Brook Press, a Macmillan company. He's currently working on 2 graphic novels for Little Brown Books for young readers, Short and Skinny, a memoir of Mark's life in the summer of 1977, and A Big Break, a story about the challenges of a middle school boy's friendship. In addition to this cartooning experience, Tatuli is also an accomplished filmmaker and animator, and is the recipient of the 3 Emmy Awards for his prior work in television. Mark lives in Spielbergian development in New Jersey, like, yeah, Steven Spielberg, with his wife, Donna, and a couple of nefarious cats. Nefarious cats, by the way? What's nefarious about the cats, Mark? What are we, why are they nefarious? What are we talking about?
All cats are nefarious. All cats are certainly nefarious.
Okay. Next up, we have Maria Scrivan. Maria is an award-winning syndicated cartoonist and New York Times best-selling author. Her comic Half Full appears daily in newspapers nationwide, including the LA Times and Chicago Tribune, and on GoComics.com. Maria's cartoons have appeared in Mad Magazine, Parade, Highlights, Wired, and many other publications, and she licenses her work for hundreds of greeting cards. Maria's debut middle-grade graphic novel, Nat Enough, was released in April 2020, and her forthcoming follow-up, Forget Me Nat, will be available on September 1st, 2020. Visit Maria online at mariascrivan.com or on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. She's just at Maria Scrivan. Welcome, Maria.
Hi, Jason. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Next up, we have Terry Liebenson. Terry is a New York Times best-selling children's book author and award-winning cartoonist of the syndicated daily comic strip, The Pajama Diaries, which ran from 2006 to this year, 2020. She was also an award-winning humorous card writer for American Greetings. Terry graduated from Washington University in St. Louis with a BFA in illustration and a minor in art history. She developed her first professional comic strip, Got a Life, in 2000, which was distributed by King Features Weekly Service. The Pajama Diaries launched with King Features in 2006 and ran in hundreds of newspapers internationally until its retirement this year. Pajama Diaries has been nominated 4 times for the Reuben Award for Best Newspaper Comic Strip by the National Cartoonists Society and won the 2016 award for Best Comic Strip. Terry is currently a New York Times bestselling author of the middle grade series Emmy and Friends and Belzer and Bray. Born and raised in Kingston, Pennsylvania, Terry lives with her husband and 2 daughters in Cleveland, Ohio. Welcome, Terry.
Hello, and
good to have you here.
Thank you.
And our 4th panelist is the one and only Rob Harrell. Rob wrote and drew the syndicated daily comic strip Big Top through 2007 and currently creates the long-running strip Adam at Home. Harrell wrote and illustrated the graphic novel Monster on the Hill, published by Top Shelf, the story of a town with a down-on-his-luck monster. Monster was the inspiration for the animated movie Rumble in 2021, next year, from Paramount Pictures, which is very exciting. Next, Harrell wrote the Life of Zarf trilogy of hybrid novels, published by Dial Books for young readers. They tell the story of Zarf Belford, a troll attending a middle school in a fairy tale world. Harrell's next book is Wink, the funny but heartfelt story of Ross Malloy, a 7th grader dealing with a horrible diagnosis and cancer treatments, all while trying to blend in and adjust and survive in middle school. As an illustrator, Harrell has worked with clients including Mad, Simon & Schuster, American Greetings, Time, Inc., and Volkswagen. His figurative paintings have been shown in solo shows in San Francisco, Austin, and Indianapolis. Rob lives in, I want to say this correctly, is it Zionsville, Indiana, with his wife Amber and the dogs? Is it Zionsville? Zionsville.
Zionsville. Yeah,
Zionsville.
Yeah.
Welcome, Rob. Thank you for being with us today. I apologize for the long one. I really, really thought it was important that everyone knew all of your bona fides and your history. Some people may only know a couple of you. Some people may know all of you, but we have NCS members watching as well as comic fans around the world. And this is going to be a really interesting chat, not only from the perspective of people who are interested in your work, but other cartoonists who are really interested in how to get, other cartoonists who might be working in similar fields, who might be interested in how to get into the fields that you are in. To that end, we put the call out to all of our wonderful NCS members for some questions for you all. So we will be delving into some questions from the NCS members, as well as some other pre-prepared questions that we've been working on for this panel. The very first question, and arguably the most important question for you all, is, are you even wearing pants right now?
No. I'm wearing a dress, so no.
Okay, all right. And Mark, that's almost certainly a no from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a skirt.
All right, that counts. All right. Well, the first question, which I think is a great way to start, is from Greg Cravens, who says, you'll probably get this question from a lot of people, but he was first, so I'm going to ask it from him. What is your primary advice to anyone else who wants to move from comic strips to publishing books? Is there a single bit of overall advice or a particular critical starting point? And we'll start with you, Mark. Is there anything in particular that you've found that was a critical and very helpful piece of advice to transition from doing a comic strip to moving into the world of book publishing?
I would say that for me, the first step and the most critical step was finding a book that I liked, the format that I liked, and one that really spoke to me, that I could see myself doing something within that kind of format. Like, I guess the leader at the time was the Jeff Kinney books and the Diary of a Wimpy Kid. But then Lincoln Purse is also doing the Big Nate books, and they were starting to make noise at the time. It was 2012. And I really liked how Lincoln was doing his books. And so I kind of read those and picked up on that kind of format where he was actually doing illustrations and text that were kind of infused together. In other words, it wasn't an illustrated, it wasn't illustrations of text. The text and illustrations were all fused together, so one couldn't exist without the other. So I kind of like that format, and that's kind of like what I went with. But I would say, most importantly, first to find something that you really like, and find your own voice within that format.
That's interesting. Yeah. And Maria, did you have anything in particular that you've learned now from transitioning from panels and greeting cards as well, and doing illustration work and cartoon work for Mad and for different magazines, and now you're in book publishing? Is there anything that you've found that's been particularly instructive?
Yeah, for me, it was reading a lot of books about story structure and writing. And one of the ones that was the most helpful for me was Sid Field's book on screenplays. Even though it's screenplays, it distilled story structure so clearly for me. And then also for me, it was, and I went through 3 different agents to land on the agent I have now, but I think finding an agent was extremely helpful in the process itself completely. And I love my agent to death, but it took 3 tries.
It took 3 tries. All right. Well, yeah. I want to explore that aspect of things, finding an agent, in a bit. But first, Terry, is there anything that you've found a really solid piece of advice in transitioning from a strip which you retired this year, and then moving into the book world?
Yeah. Well, first of all, on the pants thing, I'm going to plead the 5th on that one. But yeah, the other question. Honestly, I mean, the way I got into it, I just wanted to see if I could do it. So I just kind of wrote very organically. I had no script, no outline. I just wanted to write and see where it took me and to try and surprise myself. And from there, that's when the format kind of came along. I wrote it more as, I guess, an illustrated novel to begin with. And then my agent actually came up with the idea of doing both a graphic novel and illustrated novel hybrid, because the book ended up being told from the standpoint of 2 different girls. So that just kind of took me into a whole new world and, and experimentation. But honestly, I think the fun part is just trying it, just seeing what you come up with.
That's interesting. Rob, is there anything you've found particularly instructive going from Adam at Home and your previous strips into the now several books that you've published?
Well, going on what Mark said, I think finding your inspiration is really important. I've been reading these collections called the Flight Anthologies. They're a series of, sort of short graphic stories. And I was just in love with what people were doing in there. And so I wanted to try it. So the first thing I did was like a 7-page story. And then that 7-page story ended up turning into Monster on the Hill, my graphic novel. So, and this kind of ties into what Terry said. I think, honestly, the most important thing for me, or my suggestion would be just do it. Just start. Because, it's easy to sit and think about it forever and wonder, could I do this? Can I do this? Can I, do I have the skill to do it? Do I have the time to do it? And probably the most important thing to do is just dive in. And then, what happened with me is I think I kind of surprised myself, and that was pretty exciting. And then I wanted to show it to people, and I did, and it led to good things.
Interestingly, first of all, I'd love for you to let us know where we can find the Flight Anthologies that you're reading. Where can we find those if we wanted to look them up online?
You can look them up on Amazon.
So they're in print as well?
Yeah, they're in print. And I've got one right here. I could show you.
Oh, great. Just in case anyone's interested in finding them for themselves. So they're in print on Amazon and presumably in ebook format as well?
Yeah, they're just these
great.
Gorgeous collections of different,
wow.
Okay, Mark, help me with his name. Kazu Kibuishi. Did I say that right? He does some stuff in there. And I just got so inspired by the different art styles and the different storytelling styles that it made me want to, really made me want to try to tell something like a graphic novel. And
yeah. Do you find that format?
It's Kazu Kabushi.
Kazu, right.
Yeah.
It looks like some beautiful artwork in there. It's just incredible. So that was the 6th volume that you were showing?
Yeah, and I think there were 7 volumes total.
Wow.
And he, Kazu, he put the whole thing together. I think he was the.
Is that Flight? Is that Flight? The book Flight? Yes.
Yeah, and they're gorgeous. Every one of them is just so inspirational. I get almost like a high reading them, just like, oh my God, I want to try some of this stuff. So,
right.
Yeah.
That's really cool. It's interesting that Monster on the Hill just developed from a short story, an idea. A lot of the advice sometimes, it's kind of flies in the face of the Sid Field screenplay philosophy of having like a beat sheet and having, preordained character development and story development and having an idea. The fact that you start from the inside out, it sounded like that's what you kind of did. You just started with a short story and then grew that from one seedling of an idea into this entire forest of what became a brilliant publication. Well,
thanks. I got approached by someone who was doing an anthology. So I was kind of doing what these things are in Flight, where it's a shorter story. And so I just put it together for this anthology, and then it fell through. And then I had this 7-page story, so I started showing it around, and Top Shelf really liked it. But, yeah.
This is a specific question for you because actually both you and Mark can speak to this, but in 2021 is the release. Did I get that right? You've got a release in 2021?
Yeah.
Can you speak to sort of your process of just transitioning from not only from strips to the book, but now the book into a completely different format? I know, Mark, you have a background in film and in television, but what was your process in doing that and jumping from that format?
Okay. It was, well, I'll just be perfectly honest. It was sort of a train wreck. They bought my book, which they loved, and then figuratively they just ran as far from my book as they could, and just kept changing things along the way. And each iteration of the script was further and further away from my book, to where I don't know that it's even recognizable as having come from my book at this point. I'm working on a couple of other projects, and we're really trying to hold the reins. So, but once they had bought and Paramount got involved. Once they got involved, it was you can get sort of tossed aside is what can happen. I still think it's going to be a fun movie, and some of the characters have the names of my characters, but the plot and everything else has changed. So the projects that I'm working on now for the future, I think seem like they're going to be a lot more rewarding, as opposed to a nightmare. So yeah.
Well, that brings me to the next sort of question, very, very perfectly, is creative control. Creative control is obviously very important to every creator, from in every medium, but particularly from conception of the idea through to the final publication. And with books, I don't think a lot of people realize how many steps books go through and how different it is for each author. Some authors, it's very few steps, and for other authors, there are several rounds of revisions and copy edits and edits to illustrations and cover illustration edits and character name changes, character background changes. What I'm fascinated with, particularly with you, Terry, if you wanted to speak to this one, from the very beginning, I mean, when you started out with the idea, how close to the finished product was the original idea that you had with Emmy?
Amazingly, it stayed pretty true to its original content. The only thing that kind of deviated was, as I said, the format, because I really envisioned it more as an illustrated novel, kind of in the vein of Diary of a Wimpy Kid, but maybe with more illustrations. But then it kind of deviated. There you go. Yeah, you could see that's the graphic novel portion. That's from my newest book, Becoming Brianna, which is, if no one knows, it's actually kind of a niche thing. It's about a bat mitzvah. But it keeps it fresh for me. It's great because if I get tired of doing the illustrative part, which is a little more doodly, I can move on to the graphic novel portion, and that's a little tighter, and it takes a little bit longer, and it just keeps it a little more fun and challenging for me, I guess. So, but yeah, that's where it kind of went awry a little bit, but in a great way.
That's good. Maria, did you have a similar experience with your process?
Mine pretty much stayed true to the story. Interestingly, in the beginning, when I was working through the draft, there was one character that wasn't really, not necessarily a bad guy, wouldn't be the right way to say it, but they were kind of thinking she was more of a friend than a foe. And at first I was like, I don't know, but it was interesting because I kind of played with it. And as I did, it actually, what they suggested worked. And most of the time, like, I love my editors, they have incredible feedback, and I usually stick mostly to what my vision is, but that I end up completely loving this character. She took this weird turn and took on a life of her own, and I'm surprised by her all the time. I absolutely I feel like a lot of the time it's like watching a photograph develop in solution. You don't really know what's going to happen, and then all of a sudden it sort of wells up and you're like, oh, cool. And I've been learning, weirdly enough, I learned so much from my characters. So it's a really interesting process.
Well, speaking of that, I wonder if you could share the story behind the image. Yeah, do you mind explaining this?
No, not at all. So Not Enough was based on real experiences and real feelings from childhood. I based Natalie on my childhood self, but as I was saying earlier, she took on a life of her own, and I can't believe what I've learned from this character. She really just kind of started telling me what to say, but I took real events. So this was based on a costume I had from childhood, which I mean, some things you can't make up. And there's a scene where she gets plucked by the kid sitting behind her, and I also got plucked. So it was a funny thing, but I think, like, for me, because it was somewhat I'm calling it autobiofictionography, a word that Linda Berry made up, which I love. It's, based on truths and definitely true feelings, but then there's a lot of fiction around it. And all the supporting characters are sort of an amalgam of personalities. So her best friend isn't one specific person. It's sort of an amalgam of friends and traits from one that created a new character.
So that, in that sense, that it stayed very true to the original vision that you had. So it's something that's very unique to yourself.
Yes.
Well, that also speaks to something that, Mark, I'll come back to you now, that you mentioned initially, was finding your voice, sort of having a distinct voice. You really wanted to find something that, you wanted to have the right format, you wanted to have the right voice, you wanted to have the right sort of creative vision. But then How did you find that? I know that's a really complicated question because it takes time, but.
Well, as far as creative control for in publishing, you generally have a very wide berth. They let you basically hang yourself. And it's a sink or swim thing. It's only when you start dealing with Hollywood that they think they know better and they change everything. That's Hollywood. It's a completely different thing. But doing publishing, they pretty much let you go, and they'll just, they'll try to steer you in the right direction when you have pacing issues or, characters that don't make any sense, or a idea thread that's leading in a wrong direction, and certainly the big one, which is spelling, especially for cartoons, which is why I generally do a wordless strip, because there's no issues with spelling. So that's a good thing. But I mean, I should also say that the hardest thing that I had was visualizing how to make a novel, because I was always looking at comic strips. I'm a very visual person, and comic strips are these little tiny pieces of ideas, and for every day, and it literally, each strip represents a day. So, it's easy to visualize something in 3 or 4 panels. But when you think of a novel, it's, I don't know, how many chapters is it going to be? How many pages? How do I hit 250 pages? Which is, the story is going to be as long or as short as it's going to be. How do I make sure it falls within that? And I started to think of each chapter as a comic strip, because when I tell a story in the comics, each strip is like a different day. So it seemed to me I could visualize it better if I thought of each chapter as a comic strip, because each comic strip has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And usually a cliffhanger that leads you in to the next day. And that's how I started thinking of chapters. And so it was easier for me to just start like everybody said here, I just sat down and just started writing. When I start a book, I really just want to have a really strong first scene, because I think that establishes your main character and it gets the reader involved. So I usually start, if you can get that first scene going that you're really happy with, it will usually lead to other things. And you may have an idea, like in my head, like I sold all my books based on 60 pages, and then I'd have to write the rest out in long form. And when I actually go and write the novel, they end up being completely different from what I originally sold, because you constantly want to surprise yourself, like Rob Harrell said, or it's just not worth doing. If I'm not surprising myself, I can't expect that my readers will be surprised.
Well, that actually brings me to a question from NCS member David Apatow. You all know David. He asks, are books a good way to escape the restrictions of a strip? For example, can they be used for more artistically ambitious work or more adult content, or does that alienate the audience for your strip? I want to start with you, Mark, and then work through Maria, Terry, and Rob. You have 2 strips, Mark. You had, until recently, you had Leo and Art of the City. You have audiences for those, and presumably a lot of those audiences have followed you onto the page in publishing. Have you alienated any of those readers, do you think? Or I
really don't care. I will tell you right now that I write, and I think most writers will tell you this, that they write for themselves. That if they're not enjoying what they're doing, your readers can tell. So you have to be doing something that you enjoy. You have to be entertaining yourself, and then the hope is that you can bring people along. I love the idea of trying something new. When it comes to, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to jump out of a plane because I want to see what it's like to parachute to the ground. That's not the kind of thing I want to challenge myself with. But I do find it really exciting to start a project when I really don't know what I'm doing, a creative project, because I just feel like I never stop learning, and it's always exciting to see, can I do this? And so every book is a challenge, and that's why I've done picture books and graphic novels and illustrated novels, and now what I'm working on is kind of like a hybrid of a picture book / graphic novel. I don't know if you've ever seen the Hugo book. Has anybody seen that?
Hugo?
Yeah. course. Yeah.
Oh, it's an amazing graphic novel / picture book, I would say, and it's a combination of prose and artwork, but it's like 500 pages long.
Is it the
I'm not going to
invention
go
of
down.
Hugo Cabret?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right. The name of the movie is Hugo. The book
right.
is, and I'm kind of doing something like that. It's like an area that I'm not used to at all, but I'm just really finding it exciting. I love to do something I don't know how to do.
I think that's a very interesting central tenet of I've noticed all of your careers is you never really are content to just master one skill. You've all transcended what people initially discovered you for, and then you've found great relish in kind of cultivating the skill of being.
Well, don't get me wrong. If I was hugely successful as a comic strip artist, I wouldn't do any of this.
You're being very modest. That's funny. Now, actually, one thing, and I want to continue that thread about the restrictions of a strip that David was asking you about. I want to move to you, Maria, because you actually, Half Full is a really interesting case because it's a panel. And you're
Right.
effectively, a panel has even more restrictions than a strip. You have less room to move. I wanted to know two very distinct things from you, in fact. One is the point that Mark just made, which is you should really write for yourself, and then the people who like it will find you, and they'll know if you're enjoying yourself or not, and if you're just doing it for them. But also your transition from doing a regular panel and greeting cards as well, and now writing for yourself, but also do you feel more free in this new format?
They're so different that they're completely apples and oranges. And I agree what Mark said completely, that I write for myself and I can't think about the end. And I think that goes for all, even magazine stuff. Like people definitely know when you're not being authentic to yourself. So if it's something that makes me happy and something I enjoy doing, I absolutely agree that you feel that energy in the work. I love the difference between the two because in a panel, obviously everything has to happen all in one shot. It's one whole scene. The entire story is happening in one frame completely. And now I get to also experiment with characters in an ongoing arc, and it's completely different. So I actually love having the two things at the same time because it lets me kind of experiment with two different things. And also what Mark said about sort of jumping in, I love that too. Like, can I do this? Let's give it a shot. What's the worst that's going to happen? It's not going to work out. So I really love taking on new challenges as well.
I think that's a fantastic attitude for any creative is to really sort of step outside of your comfort zone and see what else you can do. And like you said, it's what's the worst that can happen? All right, it doesn't work. Great.
So then you try something new. And also I've learned so much. I'm now on the third book, and each book I've learned so much about everything from process to efficiency to storytelling to characters. It's really interesting. It's like this incredible learning process, and I keep trying to refine that process. So even things that we talk about today, my book process, I know that's going to change by the time I finish this one and move on to the next one.
You all have these very unique voices, as I mentioned, and you all have these very well-rounded characters. Rob, you've explored, especially, your latest, I wonder if you would mind speaking about your latest book about Wink. About character development and bringing those characters to life. I mean, even your comic strip characters. I mean, Adam at Home. Everyone had a very well-rounded character, and that ethos has seemed to sort of jump from your strips to the books. I mean, probably even more resoundingly so.
Yeah, for me, I think that's the starting point. Really, with anything, is figuring out the characters. I think a strong character voice can carry. I know there are a lot of people who start writing. Like I have some friends who've written adult novels, and it seems like they've just researched a ton, and they start from like the place and all that. But I always just start from a voice, and so yeah, Wink. Wink was the biggest challenge I've had as far as like jumping away from doing a comic strip. It's about a serious subject. It's about a kid with cancer, and so that was my jumping off the deep end moment was, can I write this book and still make it entertaining and funny, even though it's about a kid going through cancer. And it's my sort of I can't remember the word, but
autobiography.
Yes, that.
Yeah.
And because it was loosely based on what I went through as an adult, but I said it in middle school, and the way that I found to get through it was just by leaning on that character of Ross. And it was, at one point early on, it had a lot more jokes and cartoons and sort of step aside gags, I guess you'd call them. And it just felt forced. And so, I went through rewrite after rewrite, making sure that everything felt authentic. And I wanted it to feel, all the jokes to feel justified, or all the jokes to feel like they were grounded in reality.
Right.
And I will say this, as far as the difference between that, it's remarkable, the similarities between doing a strip or drawing or doing a book. Like the first draft is kind of your sketch, and then you refine it and refine it and refine it, and then you go to ink, and it's interesting to me that the creative process, whether it's painting a picture or writing a book, actually has so many similar feelings in it. Like, you realize when you're closing in on it, and you realize when you've got it just the way you want it, and you have to step away and stop messing with it, that sort of thing.
That's interesting. I mean, I have to admit, it was a very bold move, and it really paid off. But to be writing about a character with cancer who's also going through middle school, I think it was the New York Times who was saying, it's fun, but it's important. The word "important" really resonated in the feedback on your latest book on Link.
Yeah, that was the most rewarding thing about it. Is
really?
The reaction? Yeah, the reaction I've gotten from people has been, my Zarf books, I wanted them to have a little bit of message in there and that sort of thing, but I didn't want to beat anybody over the head with it. I really wanted it to be fun and funny and all that. And this one, I guess I delved a little bit more into trying to give loosely give some advice. I stay away from the word lessons, because I don't want it to.
Yeah, you don't want to be lecturous.
Yeah, I don't want it to be homework. So yeah, that's been really fun with this book, and so I'm hoping to do more.
It's got songs.
Yeah.
From all the reviews, people really enjoyed the songs.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah.
Well, Terry, you also had a similar. Like, I remember you saying that you just started writing and you wanted to challenge yourself and see where it went. And that seems like you and Rob both have that in common, that you just started writing and it just took its own, like, it started speaking to you. I mean, same with Maria's character, I guess, is it just started speaking to you and writing itself. There's two things that I'm really interested to know about your series. I mean, not only challenging yourself and getting out of your comfort zone in writing young male characters, but I mean, that creative process of those new premises and worlds and characters being of a different audience, I mean, than the Pajama Diaries. Do you think that there is a different audience between the Pajama Diaries and your series, your book series?
Oh yeah, with Pajama Diaries, I was actually writing specifically, well, in my own head anyway, to other parents, because it's a very parental type of strip. It's from the outlook of a mom, and all the juggling she does and her daily challenges and everything. So it was my way, it was my cry for help, and my way of trying to reach out and pull in an audience of parents. With the books, I knew it had to, I mean, I kind of like Rob, I mean, you kind of want to, not specifically be so attuned to your audience, because then that'll kind of stifle the creativity. But I knew that I was writing for kids this time. So what I did was I knew I still needed to kind of be authentic, but still write toward a younger audience. So I just went back to how I felt when I was about that age, about 12, 13 years old. And I don't remember all the details of what happened then. I probably blocked a lot of it out, but intentionally. But I do remember all the feelings I had. I remember specifically how I felt all the time, because I was just some weirdly traumatized kid of my own making. So that's where quiet, artistic, imaginative Emmy came from. The challenge was trying to create all the characters that were in the next books, but I kind of did the same thing. I took aspects of my life. I took aspects of people I knew and kind of like blended them and into new people. And I kind of did that with the script as well. So in that sense, they were pretty similar.
So there was some sort of amalgams of different people in your strip that you kind of discovered that that's a really interesting way to create characters, is to take real world people and kind of take certain aspects of their personality and put them into one character.
Yeah, and then they kind of morph into their own people. They evolve as they go, and they can become different characters. I know with my kid characters in my strip, they became their own people completely. And even the parents, Jill and Rob, Jill's the main character, weirdly, they kind of reversed their roles. The character Jill became like so much more upfront and gregarious, and Rob kind of took a step back. In real life, if anyone knows Mike, my husband, they know that it's completely opposite. So.
Yeah. I remember running into you both at the Billy Island Cartoon Library Museum in Ohio and going, wait a second, this whole thing is out of whack. I expected a totally different thing from your husband, who I thought I knew better than after I met him. I was like, yeah, I feel like I know you already. It's such an interesting thing to see what patchwork of different qualities you pulled from different people into the characters. Maria, you know, we talked earlier about the fact that yours was very autobiographical, but the fact that your characters, like, there's an interesting, I'd love to share just an image that you shared with us, the sort of book character of Nat, if you can see that. It's sort of, I mean, it's so interesting knowing you and then seeing that, and knowing, like, because you're already doing this second book, you're expanding this character now, and you're working on this. Third, yeah, sorry. Third. My God, I'm losing track.
Third and fourth are happening simultaneously, basically. So, yeah.
I don't know how you do this.
I don't either.
You have a clone hiding behind that column behind you. The reason I love this image is that Nat has all these different reactions to these different personas. She seems to love the top left and bottom right, be most comfortable in the top left and bottom right. Did you want to speak to that when you're uniquely, as Alex asks, you know, creating premises and worlds and characters for the panel? How do you decide what audiences you're attracting now with Nat versus your panel or your greeting cards?
Other than I know that it's, you know, the target space, basically ages 8 to 12. Again, I don't really think about it. And it's funny, this particular scene, Natalie had, the premise of Nat Enough is she gets dumped by her best friend on the first day of school and she's trying to win her back. So she's kind of literally trying on a bunch of different hats she decides that if she gets a really cool hat, maybe she'll be cool. And she's kind of going through these all different personas of herself. And in the book, the book resolves with her realizing what she needs to be is more of who she is and focus on her strengths and her talents, just as she is, and not worry about anybody else. And I don't really think at all about the end result. And I think it's funny when people, that whole, like, where do you get your ideas question that everybody loves. And my answer is, I don't know. But I do know, I feel like I'm sort of like a Sherpa. This stuff comes in and I just need to put it down on the page. And I feel like I don't even have a responsibility for it. It's kind of like wrangling all this stuff into one place and making a story out of it. And that's where the editors come in, where they find the holes and the bits and the pieces. But I don't really think at all about that. I kind of get into the world, into the story, and let the characters reveal themselves to me and let them tell me. And the world, I think, for me, came very organically as well. I mean, because it was loosely based on my childhood, I sort of had kind of vague ideas, but then I sort of knew that I basically knew it was set in middle school, but then the other pieces sort of evolved on their own. So yeah, I mean, I didn't really answer the question, I don't think, but the answer is I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. It just shows up and I write it.
I don't know is a very valid answer, by the way. I tell all of you, there's no expectation that you have the answer to everything. Yeah. Some of these things just happen organically and you don't know how they happen, which is the beauty of the creative process. And Maria and Terry and Rob, I find that a lot of yourselves come through in your characters, whether you notice it or not, whether you're trying to or not. I don't think you ever really have complete control over that, but you have these intrinsic parts of your personality that end up coming through in your characters. And the memory is an interesting thing, and it remembers certain things according to feelings. And Terry, you were talking earlier about the fact that you didn't remember specific events, but you remembered feelings. You remembered how you felt, not specifically what it was. And you're creating characters based on emotions. I mean, these are characters at a time when things are really uncertain. You're learning about things. You're learning about the world. You're learning about unpleasant things and pleasant things at the same time, and this whole spectrum of emotions. I want to ask you particularly, because your books address certain different elements, and even to the really esoteric, like as you mentioned with the bat mitzvah. Bar mitzvah and bat mitzvah, I should say.
Bar for boy, bat for girl.
But I have to say that the way that you have different characters that address different things in those times of life. Are you drawing from your own childhood, or are you really doing research on in 2020, or in at least the sort of 21st century, what that experience is versus, say, Mark's experience in 1977? Like Short and Skinny was such an interesting, almost like a snapshot of a life of a childhood that a lot of people could relate to if they grew up in that era. How much I guess research are you doing on characters who are growing up in the era of social media and smartphones and all that sort of stuff?
Well, I'm lucky because I have 2 daughters who have been growing up in the age of social media. So I have a lot to draw on there. With my latest book, they both went through bat mitzvahs. I'm going to quiz you later. And they and as have I, and my husband went through a bar mitzvah, and so we all we all remember the trauma from that, as well as the fun times. So yeah, I think with my characters, it's kind of a mix of me remembering myself back then, because honestly, nothing has really changed much except for social media. That's really the only big thing I could think of, because the feelings are still there, the situations are still there. Things might be more magnified now because of social media. The bullying's a little bit different too in that sense. It's probably twofold now because it's in person and online. And my book, Just Jamie, actually dealt with that quite a bit. My own daughter, my older one, she was the basis of Just Jamie, kind of in a loose way, but she was basically dumped by her friend group over a group text message.
Oh, wow.
In 8th grade. And it was horrible. It was actually right before spring break too. We had to travel 20 hours by car to Florida, and my daughter just got dumped by all her friends. So she was a total trooper, I have to say. But anyway, everything's fine now. She has great friends now. She's in college, so all is well. But everyone in our family remembers what she went through, and it was so universal. So just taking, those feelings from her, from myself, because I was a shy kid. I was frequently excluded, whether intentionally or not. So it's just all there. And by the way, going back to that one piece about, like Mark was talking about things that you really can't use as topics. I actually had thought about that because I think it was just yesterday, I got a message from a preteen girl who's read my books and said, "Can you do one about getting your period?" And I'm like,
Okay.
Want to? But
I think you can do that.
There's a whole book. Flow. Isn't there a book
it's a
with
lived
the flow?
experience.
Yeah. I mean, other authors have, but I'm not sure if it's really been covered in a graphic novel. And now I want to
Go
have
with the
that
flow.
challenge. So
Yeah.
go and take that. This is mine.
No, it's there. Go with the flow. There's a book called Go with the Flow, which is about getting your period.
Yes, right.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, it really is. Yeah.
Go with the flow. Yeah.
Maria, do you mind expounding on? I honestly haven't seen that. It's not in my. I guess the algorithm hasn't served it to me. What is that? What?
I don't know much about it. I just know the title and that it's a graphic novel, and I'm almost positive that's the premise. So I might be wrong, but I'm almost positive it's there. So it does exist. Yeah.
All right.
I should
I'll check it out,
research
so I
more
can see
before
what
I
you
talk. Yeah, might be talking out of school, so I'm looking now to make sure. But
While you're looking at that, I want to jump to Rob.
I'm pretty sure it
because I
does.
do Rob, I mean, did you draw from your, did you diarize as a kid? What was your, do you remember, do you have specific and very vivid memories of your childhood? You've written these characters that are so well-rounded, but I wonder how many of those derive from real-world kind of memories of yours.
I definitely have really vivid memories from middle school. I don't know why. It just seems like a vivid time. Mark touched on it a little bit, but I think so much happens during that time period. And he said bridging that fantasy and real life. I also think you're kind of finding out who you are during that time period. It's like you're letting go of your parents', what is it, apron strings? What's the term? But you're also like slowly becoming your own person, or starting to become your own person. I remember I had my first friend in middle school that my parents weren't sure about. And it was awesome. It was like magical. Like, oh my God, they don't like this guy. He must be fun. I made movies, and I tried to write a book when I was in middle school with a friend, and we did all this stuff. So I had an amazing time in middle school, but it also had its really rough points. So I didn't write a diary. I wasn't one of those guys, Mark. But
I had no idea
so
why
I
I
just
did
kind
that.
of.
I really don't know why I did that. I really don't. I mean, it's so
Mark,
mundane.
you're very bored.
Yeah, no, it's so mundane. It's just like, today my uncle came and visited and he threw up, there's literally stuff like that in there.
That's a story.
Yeah. My
I
internet is
have
failing
one
me.
too.
Oh, really? Hang on. Maria, do you have a diary? Did you keep a diary?
Not Garfield. I pulled a lot of stories from that enough from here, but I was a massive Garfield fan as a kid, and here's the proof. But yeah, I wish I had written more of it. I mean, here, like, it's all like friendly sky that, yeah.
Well, let's cross promote the next session, which is with Jim Davis on Garfield.
Oh, all right. I've sent this to him. He knows about this.
Yeah, Jim out in Muncie, Indiana. What's funny about every creative person I know, particularly cartoonists, is if they didn't keep a physical diary, they did manage to somehow keep in their mind, they kept some kind of record of their childhood, whether it was traumatic or fun. Like Rob, whether you had fun or whether you were bullied, you remember it, you have a distinct memory of it. And I think if you're writing younger characters, you're drawing on those experiences, right? And some of the most interesting stuff I find, is when you have these characters that are almost an avatar for yourself, which are almost like, boy, I wish I had this bravery when I was 10. Mark, you've written these characters, like Leo is this incredible character that no one can place. It's like, well, you can't even compare him to anyone, really. But then, how did you go from Leo to creating the characters that you have in your? I mean, I'm specifically asking about Desmond. I mean, that's a very specific and very it seems as a reader very purposeful construction of a character. And this is I promise this is the last we're going into character, because I honestly feel like character is the central tenet of all of these stories. Because without these well-rounded characters, the stories fall apart. But how are you arriving at these characters? Is there any like how much editorial influence? Are there syndicates involved? You mentioned, because Andrew McMill Publishing are involved with some of your stuff. I know that you've all dealt with various publishers and syndicates, and you have people reading your stuff and giving feedback, and you all have this distinct voice as well. So, how are you going about drawing on these characters? So going from Leo to Desmond, I mean, how are you getting there?
Well, Leo is my childhood. Everything that Leo embraces, I was afraid of. And Leo, I mean, I literally would try to build a robot, and I don't know how it thought it would come to life, but you know, I mean, I really imagined that it would. You know, if I just put these parts together, you know, that maybe it'll just come to life. Maybe it'll, you know, it'll be one of those. I lived in such a fantasy world when I was a child that I really believed that if I stuck, you know, paper towel into a box and a paper towel, empty paper towel tubes and toilet paper tubes into a box, that it would become a robot that I could then command and do my bidding. And in Leo's world, that really happened. So that was, I guess, my way of addressing that. He's not afraid of nuclear war. He embraces it. Monsters of any kind. The darkness is his friend. And he actually finds his whole thing is weird things need love too, and that was kind of like the basis of that strip. The outcasts and the unattractive are the things that he loves.
I feel like that's why you love that Hugo Cabret graphic novel as well.
Yes, I do. I'm not going to say that book doesn't have problems, but I love the illustrations in it so much.
It's its own world.
Yeah, and Desmond Puckett is really more of a reality based, even though it's kind of reality based in the way that the Little Rascals were reality based. Like the Little Rascals could always get away with stuff, you know, like they would build a car and put the fireworks on the wheels and it would really spin really fast and they could, you know, win the soapbox derby race. In reality, they couldn't do that, but it's kind of stuck in reality, right? So I saw Desmond Puckett as more of that character. Kind of character, and he's interested in the same thing I was interested in, like haunted houses. I was terribly afraid of haunted houses, but I was fascinated by the effects and how they did them, and movie effects and monster makeup. I did all that stuff when I was a kid, you know, and my heroes were, you know, Tom Savini and Rick Baker. You know, these master, you know, Dick Smith, who did the makeup in The Exorcist, you know, so I put all those things into the character of Desmond Puckett. You know, all those characters live in me somewhere, and even the girl characters, you know, I always wanted strong female characters that didn't rely on the male characters, that they actually took the lead, and because those were always.
Well, look at your family. You have these incredibly strong females surrounding you at all times of day. You have a lot to draw.
That's because I raised them that way.
Yes.
You don't take any shit from those damn boys. Are you kidding me? You don't need a boyfriend. Be strong. I tell them, don't you understand the whole purpose of the Titanic movie? Jack died so Rose could live her life that she was supposed to live, a strong-willed woman. She became a pilot. She was riding horses. You know, by the end, we discovered she had this whole great life. She didn't need a man to define who she was.
Right.
So, I mean,
it's a great ethos to carry through to the kids.
One of the books that I really loved, I know it's not popular these days to say so, but I loved Gone with the Wind so much because the two central characters in that, Melanie Wilkes and Scarlett O'Hara, were extremely strong women, and how the men around them basically were looking for direction from them. You know, that's what, and so I always was attracted to strong female characters in that sense. I would really love to write a female character, but my agent says, no, you can't do that.
Why? Oh, because it isn't your lived experience.
No, it's not a good idea. Not a good idea.
Rob, I want to jump to you for a second because I understand we discussed that the creative control kind of slips through your fingers in different iterations of your creative works, but when you're writing characters, are there any that you are writing that, you know, obviously you can't possibly write every character per your lived experience. I mean, you have to create a diverse set of characters. I'm going to jump to you, Terry, in a second on this. But Rob, I wonder, you know, how much consideration is there on this? And I also, just as a secondary question that I want you to jump onto, and I can reiterate this in a sec, but as Mark mentioned, he had some really distinct influences and inspirations. Was there anyone who inspired you particularly, or is there any model that you're kind of replicating as far as their philosophy creatively?
Okay, so let me start with characters. And
Yeah,
my
yeah.
internet's doing weird things, so I think I caught most of that.
No, you're clear. You're good.
Okay. You know, as far as the characters, I didn't really base them that much on real people. I know maybe that's not a popular answer, but I just sort of I came up with them. I have sort of a bully in Wink, who ends up having a little bit more to him. And there was a guy in middle school who he was loosely based on, but I sort of took the shell of what he looks like and what I thought of him at that age, and then started working from there. And there are elements of my friends that pop up here and there. You know, Mark was talking about how he had the character who was smoking, and he ended up
Right.
with it. I had this character in real life. He dipped like chewing tobacco, and I tried to get that in the book, and they just would not touch that. So in the book, he has a chewing gum problem where he spits into a jar because he chews his head. It was just ridiculous. But I actually kind of like it because it turned out to be this creepy, weird, like, who is this kid that chews these huge wads of gum and spits into a jar all the time? So in that way, you know, work and being pushed into a corner, like, no, you can't have him doing this awful thing that this kid did in real life, makes you be a little bit more creative and think, okay, he's got a gum problem. Then what was the second part of the question?
Sorry, I know it was a double-barrel question. The second part was, there anyone who inspired you? Is there any model that you're kind of replicating, or anyone who, in particular, who really, you know, you turn to when you're thinking, wow, boy, I really love to, you know, emulate that kind of creativity? Is there a Maurice Sendak or a Ronald Searle or any storytelling or art-wise?
It's sort of changed over the years. I mean, when I was younger, you know, apparently I told my parents in like 5th grade that I wanted to be Gary Trudell, which is weird for a 5th grader to say, but they stand by that story that I said that. And then, you know, I got really into like Bloom County and Burke Breathitt, you know, was a huge influence. But then I also loved the John Bellairs books. He wrote House with the Clock in Its Walls and had a whole series of books that were just creepy enough for me, and didn't, you know, I didn't lose sleep over them, but they were spooky and creepy and fun. And so I go back and all the time to those books because they just, there was something about the world that they captured that just really inspired me, I think, creatively and made me want to write as well. So, and then, you know, as far as artwork, like I have tons of Pogo books around here. Walt Kelly has just been one of my, you know, I always just kind of drool over his drawings. And, you know, I think I've eventually found my own style. And do I think I look anything like Walt Kelly stuff? No. But, you know, just the love that went into those drawings and stuff was really
you can tell from your illustrative style how much you sort of drew from Walt and then kind of turned it into your own. You went off on your own sort of tangent, looking at like old pogo strips. It's very distinct, particularly in Monster on the Hill.
And that's been, you know, somebody asked about can you branch out in doing books? I mean, absolutely. You know, I'm used to writing stories that are 4 panels and a punchline. And you know, if you want to tell a week-long story, you've got 6 installments, or you know, Sunday as well if you include it. But you know, that was part of what was so much fun about branching out with that first graphic novel. And then each time I write a book, I think I find that I like the writing as much or more than the art. Which so I've gone through sort of a weird transition of realizing that I always thought I was an artist who kind of liked to write. And I think I kind of think of myself the other way now. I'm starting to slowly realize that I really like the writing part.
You're a writer who likes to draw now.
I guess so. Was that
Terry, I want to pick up the thread. Yeah, no, that's actually how I see all of you. I see you as writers who have the ability to draw. Honestly, you have this adept. You've cultivated this skill of being able to write these incredibly well-rounded characters, but then also draw them. Most people have just one or two, like just the one. You either are a great writer or you're a great artist. But the reason that you're all here, all 4 of you, is that you all happen to have both of those skills at various levels. I mean, some of you have done half a dozen books, some of you are on your third, but you all have that skill, and it's incredible to watch the development, because people who have watched your strips develop, I don't want to lose the thread that Rob just started. So I'm going to ask you, Terry, specifically, there was within the series of your books, and again, you have addressed so many different topics in your books. I mean, between Invisible Emmy, Positively Izzy, Just Jamie, and Becoming Brianna, and now Uniquely You, with the gang. What I find interesting is they're characters of different backgrounds. They're characters of different cultural backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, racial backgrounds. I said cultural, I should mean ethnic backgrounds. Are you getting any feedback from your editors or from your publishers on what you can and cannot do as an author in 2020? You managed to create these incredible characters from different backgrounds. What kind of editorial feedback were you getting in from conception through to finished product on these?
Sure. Nothing was quite, was really, everything was pretty much in my wheelhouse until Jamie. She is an African-American girl, and she was a background character in the first 2 books. And I thought it'd be fun to bring her into the spotlight in the 3rd book, as well as her best friend Maya. They were called the Gossip Girls, and I wanted to sort of bring out their personalities, round them out a bit, just to show that they weren't just 2-dimensional gossip girls. So with Jamie, I didn't really bring up a lot of cultural references or anything. I just made her the victim of the situation where she's excluded from her friend group. But just in case, we had, I think they're called sensitivity readers, who will come and check to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong. And there were definitely some instances that I wasn't even aware of that they wanted to change. Nothing major, but that was kind of it. As far as Becoming Brianna, which is the one that just came out, luckily I'm Jewish, so I have that going for me. So I was my own, sensitivity reader there. And I also had, my rabbi help a lot with this.
That's great.
Well. So, I think you do kind of have to be aware, and, oftentimes we'll do things that we're just, that we're not even aware of unless we've lived it. So yeah, but otherwise, it hasn't really come up. I do think it's important to represent in books.
Of course. Yeah.
Diversity is a great thing.
I mean, Maria, your books also delve into, I mean, it's such an interesting thing to watch all of you sort of deal with these, I don't want to call them guide rails. I didn't know that there was such a thing as a sensitivity editor until I got into this process.
Yeah.
Was there any pushback with you on any of your character development or any of your stories?
Not really character development, just minor stuff. Pretty much what Terry was saying, like little stuff, and it was stuff that could have been not directly offensive, but could have been misconstrued. Kind of what you're describing in a way that. If under the right situation, it could be misconstrued. And if that's the case, don't even go there. So if there's a chance that something's going to be potentially offensive and it's not an integral part of the story, which none of the minor things were, I don't, it's fine. Yeah, okay. I don't, I'm fine to let things go. There was some naming conventions that people thought, oh, you know what, that might potentially. So then, and it turned out about 100% of the time when I have to come up with something else, I end up liking the alternative better anyway. So, it's been, so far. It hasn't been anything major that I thought was going to change the story or the character or anything. So I haven't had to worry about too much.
Mark, have you had any experiences with that over the course of doing all of the different kinds of books that you've had in different publishers? I know you've worked with a lot of different publishers.
Yes. And the funny thing is now is Kirkus, who does reviews for books, will actually, go in and break apart your book and say how many black characters, how many white characters, which to me is just fucking insulting. I mean, like that has any bearing on anything. It really shouldn't. You know, how diverse your characters are, or whether they feel like placeholders for just so you can have a diverse cast. They shouldn't be even pulling that out, in my opinion. And they only do it on middle grade books. Only on middle grade books. I have no idea.
They don't do it on any other kind of books?
No.
Not necessarily.
No. It's so weird. And the 2 books that I'm writing now have zero human characters. I'm
asking, this is the
next 10 years is going to hold for what middle-aged white guys can do. But and I'm not complaining. I'm just saying this is what the market is. This is the reality of the market. I'm not complaining. I think there's so many great female stories out there. I think there's so many great people of color stories out there that just haven't been told. Yeah. You know, like you said, Maria, they're just getting around now to talking honestly about menstrual cycles. Why did it take so long?
Yeah, and that book is, I looked it up. It is. It go with the flow. And I knew it got on my radar because I have a character named Flo, and I wanted to do a book go with the FLO flow. And I was looking around to see if that title exists, and that's how it got on my radar. But you're right. I mean, that's been a stigma for so long. Like, finally, 2020, we can say that word openly and people don't freak out.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I find that so interesting, and Mark, it's such a shame because, you know, as you mentioned, you know, you can have the inspiration and you can have all these people around you that you can draw from. Obviously, you don't have their lived experience because it's impossible to live 44 lifetimes in one. I think there's a sweet spot between, and I may be playing devil's advocate here, so I don't want to get too far into it because we are running tight on time, but there must be a sweet spot between only writing about your lived experience and having the sensitivity to write about someone else's lived experience with the right research, character references, sensitivity editors, and the ability to kind of make sure that the writing, there's nothing less interesting about the character than the color of their skin.
Everything you're saying makes complete sense. There are so many things that I would like to say that I know you can't, just because it's just a different time right now, and I get it. I'm totally aware that it's an accurate way of feeling, you know, but I have to work within that. And so what I'm doing is, like I said, I'm doing all like fantastical characters right now. I mean, one book is a complete fantasy. I'm world building from scratch. The other one is, you know, it's our world, but it's strictly from the point of view of animals. And I know I'm not going to get in any trouble there. Nobody's going to tell me, you don't know what it's like to be a cat. You know,
Maria, do you mind introducing our 6th panel member for the final question?
Oh yeah, so this is Toby. He has some things he wants to say.
Toby is a miniature Dachshund?
Yes, he is. And he's in the book. He's in my book. Yeah. He's the character Treat in my book because he won't come when I call him Toby. He comes when I call him. So when I yell Treat, so my neighbors think I'm nuts because I'm outside yelling Treat, and then he comes running back in. So.
Okay, so the very, very last question, and I promise you, it's not where do you get your ideas. The final question is one probably more technical, and I feel like people who have been watching this whole thing have kind of probably been waiting for this part the whole time, just purely from a technical level, and that's why I asked if you were wearing pants first. Is the process, the actual physical guts, nuts and bolts process of creating a book, whether you do the roughs or the writing, you know, sitting around in the garden, or if you write it with a friend, if you bounce it, if you record it into a phone, if you sketch it into a sketchbook, if you doodle it, if you sit at a drawing board and bang your head against the screen, hoping like hell that characters fall out. The very last question, which I promise is the very last question, I could talk to you all forever on this, is the actual process of creating your book, because all of the artwork, and I say this honestly, all of the artwork in all of your books, Mark, Maria, Terry, and Rob, are brilliant, and they're all so unique and so different and so you. They look like your voice sounds, which I have to admit is a huge luxury for any artist, for their art to look like their voice sounds. It takes so long to figure that out. And I think all of you have nailed it. And I know that it's an ongoing developmental process, but it's a joy to watch. It's a joy to read. And before you get to the end of one of your books and you go, oh my God, I need more. I want it. What's the next one? When's the next one coming? It's a very Moorish aspect to creating. So what I'd like to ask all of you, and I'm going to start with Mark, go to Maria, Terry, and then Rob. And this is our last question. And thank you to all the NCS members who submitted questions. These have been fantastic. Hopefully we've covered pretty much all of them, actually. How does your process look? And I really want you to go nuts and bolts on this. If you've got stuff hanging around in the studio, if you've got something to show, by all means, show it. But Mark, I'd like to know, what's your actual process of writing and drawing and creating these books?
Generally, I will start with a loose idea and start to illustrate the characters out, and and then the characters start to take shape. And when I do a graphic novel, there are so many steps to a graphic novel, but when I actually write it out long form, it starts out like, I'll just show you some pages. This is one I'm working on now.
Great.
And it starts out looking something like this.
Wow.
With the loose idea of what the characters are, and and I actually want to know how the text is going to fall out. And this is where the writing and the layout starts to happen. And I'll have multiple ideas on the same page. So this is the text, and here's the layout for how the way I see the page going. But this is all subject to change as I go. So this will then, once I finish this, and this is the first time I'm actually going to write the books completely out, then I'm going to go back and redo the whole thing in a more a tighter version, and that's what I'll actually use to pitch the concept to a publisher.
Can I ask why you changed the process?
Usually it starts out with just like a thumbnail, just like that, just like that's it. And hopefully, if I'm not inspired and if it doesn't lead anywhere, then I'll you have to be willing to just throw something away and start over.
Yeah. I remember reading that Richard Thompson's recycle bin was overflowing with images that otherwise would be deemed as ready to frame.
Right. Yeah.
And then you have to be willing to throw stuff out if it just doesn't fit what you're doing.
Well, you'll never know what we're unsatisfied with. Once my books are published, I never open them again.
Oh, good! Wow.
I don't ever want, because I will not find nothing but mistakes, and it will just ruin my entire day. So I just don't. Once it's done, I'm on to the next thing.
I think every artist
that's a failure. Now I look on to the next thing. It's always moving forward. Always moving forward.
I think every artist would empathize with that very philosophy. You never want to look at your finished work because all you will see is mistakes. From Jack Davis to Mort Drucker, right. Everyone just sees their mistakes.
Yeah, I think everybody here will agree with that.
Maria, I remember having a conversation with you about your process, because you and I talk technical stuff from nibs to inks to wash to drying to color consistency scans.
One of my favorite topics.
It is my one and only favorite topic. I'm a one-note musician.
Yeah.
I only ever talk about process because I'm intensely fascinated with it. You in particular, because you're one of my heroes of process. Would you mind taking us through your process a little bit?
Yeah, I have. So from beginning to end, and it's funny because like I said earlier, it's been evolving. So I don't know. I was saying, I don't know if you're able to see my bulletin board. Can you see that?
Oh my gosh.
So I'm in the middle of a rewrite on book 3, and I haven't done this before, but I wanted to see it big. And there's a lot of subplots and things going on that I was sort of weaving together. So for the first time I did, and these are just sticky notes, and you wouldn't believe how many I have garbage bags.
I believe it.
So anyway, that was but typically I start with an outline, and my outline is really just a roadmap, and by the end, it ends up looking nothing like the outline. It's almost like I kind of plug in the key points, like here's the beginning, middle, end, turning point, and citing it, and even that stuff ends up getting lost. But one thing I don't know where this idea even came from, but I like to take notebooks, and I want to see it as a book. So I fill it up, and I remember I got one of these, and it was at my first book. I got it, and I was like, okay, I filled it up with the pages. Like, I just have to fill this up. So my roughs, as you can see, are super, super rough. I mean, and
I love seeing the roughs.
Draft, I bet like half of this isn't even in the final. So I go through, but even after the next iteration, so I ended up writing the whole book basically by hand in pencil and then typing it in. This current book, I've been writing stuff loosely and then typing in Photoshop, and I keep a whole document in InDesign because I want to see the flow of the book. So at every stage, I'll print it out and put it in a notebook because I want to be able to flip. And then I have a hard time reading stuff on the screen to make edits. So even when they send me edits, I print them all out. And then I go through this book with sticky notes and say, I need to edit this here and edit that there, whatever. So I did my book. The first two were in watercolor. So then I had these notebooks that I kind of kept every page of pages from the book in here. So here, this is from book 2. And then I do all the text. I'm not a good letterer, so I do all the text. I have a font from my
I have to ask you about the font. Did you make a font, or like how did you do that? I have to ask.
Well, it's the same one I've used for my comic. I've had it for years. But because I wanted to sort of keep that same voice and feel, I thought about hand lettering for a little while there and realized I'm not good. And the edits, the edits are extensive, so it just works. And I know people do beautiful hand lettering and they're incredible, but it's not. I kind of like for me, it works better to have it. So it works in layers. Obviously the watercolor's on one layer, the frames are digital on another layer, and the text is on another layer. And this next book, I think I might go digital watercolor for this one.
Right.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sort of, if I can get the look the way I want it, the sort of loose softness to it, because that's one thing I really loved about working in watercolor. Kind of like the paint took on a life of its own in places, and I loved how it kind of helped change mood and the way the paint kind of, that was a lot of fun. And I did all the cleanup digitally, so I would go in, and that was hours of manipulating the watercolor, using the clone tool to fix things. And so,
do you get color consistency by inking all the reds at the same time and all the blues at the same time? You have very, very distinct color theory in your work.
No, you know what I did have, and I was looking for a photograph. I had 15 of those, Masonite boards running at a time, because it was more about my deadlines are really crazy tight, as everybody's are. So it was more about efficiency. It wasn't about color control, but I would do a section, and I also got really good with the hairdryer. And I learned something else about a hairdryer. I nominated myself for a Darwin Award. So the back of the hairdryer, if you have long hair, will get sucked into the back of the hairdryer. I found out. So don't do that. Anyway, so I would line up the Masonite board. So I would let one section dry and then go to another section and then kind of like move through. But it wasn't, I had sort of color charts for the characters, so I knew what paints to use. But it wasn't about consistent. I stayed with a consistent palette as far as like certain reds and certain browns and that kind of thing.
That really jumped out at me when I saw your work, was that it was very consistent and there was a very deliberate color choice. I feel like you have a palette that is very, and in fact, it kind of matches your panels as well. I feel like over time, you have a certain palette that fits the Maria kind of voice, as it were.
You should see the walls of my house.
I know. It's obvious. I mean, you have very.
My car's orange. I know. I can't help myself. I don't know. I love color, though. I love color. And that's why, I know a lot of people work with colorists, both for both for comics. I don't know if I could ever get to the point where I could let go of that, because I love that part. I love all parts of the process, so I don't know.
Of course.
We'll see.
I think, as a general rule, as a cartoonist, illustrator, writer, whatever you're doing creatively, I think fall in love with the process, right? Because you get the finished product, and then you get this nice little, you get this little dopamine drip, or you get this little buzz. You're like, oh, wow, great, I'm on a book tour, or I'm on a, I finished it. I turned in the book. And then you have your glass of champagne, and then you're like, all right, the next book. Here we go. For me, though, enjoy the process, right?
The process, because you're sitting down. It's a long thing. It's a marathon. It's an Ironman. You're really there. But the thing for me that gets me now is letters for kids. My heart goes into a puddle. Like when people are like, how's your book doing? I'm like, here's my sales report. Some little girl wrote me and told me that, she was feeling that way too, and it made her feel better or something. Or It's amazing. That's everything. That's everything.
That's amazing. Mark, do you get any feedback? Do you get any letters or comments or feedback or emails from your work?
Oh, every day.
You
every
do?
Day. Yes.
What kind of
every day.
stuff?
Oh, yeah, just the full gamut, it depends. I mean, I've done so many different things that I get like letters about Heart of the City. I get letters from Leo. I get letters about Short and Skinny and not Desmond Puckett so much anymore, but some of the things that you're moving on from. But I mean, it's just either compliments and complaints. I get both.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
In an era where it's so easily accessible to the author, you can email, you can text, you can social media, you can DM.
Yeah. I put my website on everything, so people will go there, and then they all want to tell me what I'm doing wrong or what I'm doing right, and
people have a lot of opinions these days.
Yeah, it's like letters to the newspaper. Rob, do you get feedback on your stuff? Like Adam at Home, like initially, did you find that you were getting feedback on Adam at Home, and then you finally got feedback on what? Honestly, and I have to keep coming back to this topic of people dealing with cancer and chemotherapy. Do you get letters from people saying, boy, this really helped me through the horrible chemical horribleness of chemo?
Yeah, I've run the gamut. When I took over Adam, it was around the time that the comments section went in on and I got destroyed. I mean, my God, I got some of the worst. I was accused of drawing with my feet. And I would say it was not a smooth transition. It was like, but I finally feel, that I've gotten somewhere to where I feel like Adam is kind of in my own. I've made it my own. So now I get comments, and actually most of them are pretty good. I mean, the comments section can be a brutal place.
I think the comment section generally is.
Oh yeah, no.
But yes, with the books, I will say, especially with Wink, the response I've gotten has been incredible, really, and it feels so. I wanted the book to be something that would help someone going through it, see that there's a way through it, and also see that humor can be a way through it, and it's just a different way to look at things while you're going through it. So, and the fact that it's done that, it's been amazing. Yeah. It's been incredible.
That's awesome. I mean, I think the word "important" again comes back in. It's more than one of the reviews. Important kind of came up as a key word, as what the book was doing. So I think that's amazing.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Terry, I want to ask you both if you had feedback from the books or the strip, and how that shaped your, the process, but also what your actual physical process is. I know that you, like me, are a comic history nerd. You did art history. You love poring over originals and seeing how other people work. But I am very, very curious, as I'm sure many people watching are, as to what your process is on these books, digital, traditional, as well as what kind of feedback you're getting in the age of comment sections.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah. I know it's a loaded question.
I'll start with the easy question, which is the process. Oh, and by the way, I'm taking requests for room colors because I'd like to change mine out. So anyone who has any feedback.
I know someone who might be able to help you.
It's going to end up being hot pink or orange, so watch out.
Yeah, I've been living with
worse
for
colors.
about 15 years, so I need a change. But anyway, so my process, it's funny because the first book I mentioned, I did it. It was a very freewheeling process that luckily came together. But with my second book, I kind of ran away from that. I decided I'm going to do this with a lot of structure. So I ended up creating. I ended up doing everything in rough art form, which was a complete mistake because I had to rewrite that book about 3 times or 4 times,
really?
Like that. So I vowed I would never do that again. So now I kind of combine both processes, and so what I do is I now I used to write on a legal pad, but now I just type everything out in Word, and and it's almost like it's just a regular manuscript, and I just kind of hint at what the artwork's going to be. I just kind of put that in parentheses because I'm afraid of turning in any artwork before I know the manuscript is strong enough. And a lot of it is written, like I said, like an illustrated novel, like is shown. And but then with the graphic novel, I write it kind of in a script format. And so then when I'm done, here I can show you what the manuscript kind of looks
by all
like.
means, please.
You can sort of just see here in parentheses. I mean, you can't really read it, but you can see that I indicate where the art goes.
Huh.
And then eventually, when everything is approved, I pencil out roughs. This is just the rough art. Wow. And then I scan it all in and I insert it right into the manuscript.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, it's really anal.
No, it's good. It's a process. It's great.
And then I
very
plug
orderly.
it in, and then it goes through more editing processes, and then I just go on to my Cintiq. It's all digital. I love working that way. I kind of found me when I discovered the digital drawing tablet. It's totally me. It feels so natural to me. Unlike
really?
I actually cannot do watercolors. I used to work with the Dr. Martin inks, and I loved it, but I don't know, maybe it's just my type A personality. Everything's got to be like really. So,
yeah, there's no guesswork. There's no guesswork with the Cintiq. It's like your points are always going to be sharp. Your colors are always going to look good. You're never going to run out of paper at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And all the above has happened to me. I mean, I used to fall in love with a pen, and then all of a sudden it would go south, and I couldn't find another one just like it. And then I was using brushes too. I was using Winsor & Newton Series 7s, number 2s, which were like $15 a pop. And when they started to, now it's like, now I know I'm always going to have the same consistency. And I know the end of the world is coming, so that's going to be all out the window. So I'm going to be back doing traditionally anyway. So I'm enjoying my digital time.
Yeah. Me too.
Rob, do you work digitally or traditionally or a hybrid?
I work digitally. I mean, my process is when I write like Wayne or the Zarf books, my process is pretty much just like Terry's. I type in Word and leave myself exactly little parentheses telling myself what little joke I'm going to draw or what illustration I'm going to draw. But when I'm working on the strips or the I go super loose. This is a graphic novel I'm doing right now. That's I just split it into 2 pages, and so it's just got to be enough that I know what I'm doing, and then I go in and do a tighter sketch and the lettering. I'll ink the lettering and do the tighter sketch, and that's what I send to my editor. And then let's see if I can do this.
Wow, look at that! Is that a Cintiq? That looks like a 4K 22 HD.
You're on it.
Wow.
So and then I do my. Like that's a Zarf illustration.
Oh, wow.
And then this is the new book I'm working on. It's about Bat Pig. He's a character out of the Wink book. So I'm doing a couple of graphic novels on that. So that's what these are. They're the beginnings of the pages there. And
wow.
So I'd say it's pretty similar to the rest of you guys.
Whether you're working digitally or in practical, as I would call it. You still make mistakes.
Of course
and
you do.
I sometimes I like the mistakes that I make digitally, and I keep them in there too. They're just a different kind of mistake, but you do make mistakes for sure.
Do you have the same thing, Rob? Do you just leave the happy accidents in?
Yeah, absolutely. And with this new book that I'm doing, it's a little more like it's a character that my character in Wink drew, so I'm drawing it looser, and I'm not cleaning up. I'm just kind of doing it really fast, and I'm amazed how much I'm liking doing that. I actually think the artwork kind of looks better because I'm not over it. I'm liking the looseness of it.
You're just kind of going with fate on this. You're just kind of going, you know what? That's how it looks, and that's how. Terry, it's so funny because you, to me, strike me as someone who's so controlled and orderly, and everything is like very clean. With Cintiq, you're working digitally. Are you finding that you're like leaning more towards like control and like structure? And do you have like a real rigid routine with this stuff?
I'll have you know that in this head, total chaos.
Yeah.
This is just me.
Neuroses.
Yeah. Everything else. Yeah, I don't know. I guess. I don't know what it is. I really appreciate and love and admire everyone who can do that, who can let go.
Yes.
I find that when I do that, I just make a complete mess. So, and I don't know, I think I have like this very like graphic design kind of quality in me where I just like put things in boxes and I need structure and I need everything.
You like do you use guidelines in Photoshop?
Actually, I yes and no. Sometimes I kind of loose it up. Sometimes I do use guidelines.
Well, but, Maria, when you scan stuff in, are you using guidelines to make sure everything kind of looks consistent when the scans come through and like the black point is the same on everything?
Yeah, well, I have the frame of the comic is digital, so the literal outlines there. So I kind of drop it in and then do a layer mask and cut out the parts that aren't there. And I have I learned a really cool process of scanning. And it's this whole like 5-step formula of curves, levels, all these things that I would run through to get the colors consistent and really pop.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I've been doing my comic digitally for years, so I may work toward that with this next one. Just cleanup was harder, of course, because there's so much more to do with watercolor and cleaning, and I wanted things to be loose but also neatened up at times, so then there was a ton of cleanup that went in. So I like both. I mean, I really love both for different projects. I think call for different media, and I love all of my art supplies too, so I really like experimenting with both. And I love my Cintiq and I love my iPad. Like I kind of want all of it. So there's your big.
Well, it's kind of whatever the project calls for, right?
Yeah.
Mark, I love looking at your little sketchpad. It looks like a small spiral bound notebook.
Yes, I bought this because it's the size of this is the size that a book would actually end up being.
Yeah.
So
good idea.
When the illustrations are relative to how they would look in the actual published version.
Exactly.
So and that's exactly what I want to see, because I have a real problem when I work bigger. Then I think, well, I can put more stuff in here because it's bigger. It ends up looking like, it doesn't work. So, and I guess there's something about me that I just have to draw two size. Well, there are a lot of guys like Kazu Kazuki. We talked about Kazu Kabuki.
The flight anthologies,
He could draw 4 pages of layout on one 8.5 by 11 sheet and know exactly how it was going to do. And then he would write his script on his iPhone.
Okay.
And I mean, I tried doing that. I mean, literally all I do on my phone is just notes to myself. Like I have tons and tons and tons of ideas. That's native on my phone and in the cloud, which will ultimately be gone too. I mentioned the end of the world.
Do you do that as well, Rob? I feel like that's like
all of the crutches will be gone. Just prepare yourself. All the crutches will be gone. It's going to go back to world made by hand, and we're all going to have to learn how to use pencils again.
Yes.
But that's the one thing I do. I mean, I will actually write my story out longhand with pencils in a pad and then never look at it again. It's just so I know what it is. It's once I write it out, it lives in my head. Yeah. But if I go back and start looking at what I wrote, I don't feel like the story's as organic as I start to actually write it.
That's so interesting.
When it actually starts to
happen. Rob, do you write it out by hand as well?
I do.
No, I type.
You use Word, right?
No, when I do a graphic novel, I do it like this.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you do it by hand, right?
Oh yeah, it's all by hand. It's just scribbled in there, and then
something about seeing it in the real world, right?
Yeah, right. But and the one thing I will do that's like what Maria was doing there. I love note cards, and so I will write all the scenes on note cards and then lay them out on a big table and I've done that when I get really stuck in a story on how to visualize the whole thing. I'll start moving things around and realize, this is going to work better as a flashback here, or that kind of thing. So,
no kidding.
Yeah, I do a lot of that.
Yeah, it's nice to see it big, but also, like, as Mark mentions, you know, when you work to scale, you're less tempted to put an extraneous detail when you know that it's going to be either reduced or worked to scale. Like a trick that I embarrassingly only discovered this year, or in the last year, was using index cards to figure out panels and gag cartoons, because they get reduced so much now that if you put extraneous detail in, it's going to get lost anyway in the reduction. So you better just put the essentials in. It forces you to put just what you need in and nothing else, which
that's a good
sounds
idea.
simple. It's a lifetime skill that you develop.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's why I love the fact that, Mark, you use a smaller spiral bound notebook.
That's why, because I want to get as close as to what I'm actually going to end up seeing, and it also keeps me from putting too many panels and too many words. I tend to get verbose, and so it keeps me, you know, from doing that. So,
well, this is at high risk of devolving into the kind of conversation that cartoonists have at every hotel bar at the Reuben Awards, as you all know. So I'm going to have to tie this off regretfully. We've gone over 30 minutes more than we thought we would, purely selfishly, because I just wanted to hear all of you talk about your process. And I'm so, so grateful for your time, as I'm sure everyone watching is. If there's anything additional that we haven't covered, or anything additional that you want to say before we go, now would be the time. And I'd really, really appreciate you all to I'm going to start with you, Mark, go to Maria, Terry, then Rob. Mark, is there any final thing that you want to say before we go?
I got nothing. I'm spent.
That's your epitaph? That's what you're going to put on your headstone?
Yeah.
No, my epitaph is going to be, thank God, no more deadlines. That's it.
Maria, what would you like to say goodbye?
I think that one of the most fascinating parts of the process for me has been really what I've learned about myself by writing the books. And there's this incredible healing process that happens in the process of creating, I guess, any art, but in these books in particular, and I think because it had a lot to do with my own life growing up, it's just amazing what you sort of reveal about your own personality and insight. So I guess that's the last thing I could say.
I love that. Thank you for that insight. And Terry, what any final words you'd like to share?
I would say read all our books, because they're all awesome. And I'm just waiting for the final moment where we could flash everybody goodbye, because we're not wearing pants.
Believe me, I built that into the time, but I feel like we've gone over. And honestly, I was waiting for Rob to crack out a nice solo on his Fender Stratocaster in the background there.
Absolutely.
But, we're out of time. I'm so sorry you can't crack out some Hendrix. But Rob, is there anything that you or the lovely Amber I don't know if she's in the background.
Well, thanks for having us here. And then I also just want to say, you know, if there is anybody watching who wants to do this, again, I said it earlier, I think the most important thing is just start doing it. I mean, just sit down and start writing, and you'll surprise yourself. It's amazing. You know, like next thing you know, you get wrapped up in the story, and you want to go sit down for 4 hours and write. So just get after it. Would be my advice.
No, this is good. Nominees for editorial political cartoons are Pat
Bagley. Sean Delonis. And Michael Ramirez. And the winner is Pat Bagley.
Hi, I'm Pat Bagley of the Salt Lake Tribune, and I'm coming to you from my office, which during this time of COVID is my home, and I'm sure that a lot of you are in the same situation. I want to thank you for giving me this award. I am deeply, deeply flattered to be honored in this way by my peers. Once again, thank you very much.
The nominees for magazine/newspaper illustration are Peter Cooper, Tom Richmond, Jason Chatfield. What? Oh, Dave Wyman. Boy, it's a tie? The third? Oh boy. And the winner is Tom Richmond.
Hey everybody. Like all of us, I'm sorry that we're not together tonight to celebrate cartooning and all the things the NCS does at the Reuben Awards, but I'm really, really pleased that you honored me with a silver Reuben for magazine illustration. Nothing like being recognized by your peers and the people that you respect and admire. So thank you very much for that. And carry on. We'll see you next year, hopefully, at the Reubens.
Nominees for newspaper panels are Dave Blazek, Loose Parts, Mark Parisi, Off the Mark, and Wayno, Full Bizarro. And the winner is Dave Blazek, The Loose Parts.
Wow. Thank you so much. Can't believe this has happened again. So many people to thank. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody at the National Cartoonists Society, all the members who, for some inexplicable reason, have suffered mass hallucination during the voting process for the second year in a row. Thank you so much. Big shout out to the folks at the Washington Post Syndicate, especially Amy Lago and Ann and Sophie and everybody who has taken care of me through the year. Can't say enough about my wife, Eileen, who believes in me when I don't believe in myself. And finally, a big nod to my fellow nominees, Zach Parisi and Steve-O. Mark Parisi and Wayno. Mark Parisi and Wayno, two guys I know so well and whose work I really respect. You guys and all you single panel cartoonists keep me on my toes, and I really appreciate it. Thank you all. I'm really touched. It's quite the honor. Stay safe, stay sane. Luckily, we only have to do one of those to do our jobs. See you all. Thank you.
The nominees for Gag Cartoons: Tyson Cole, Amy Wang, and Tom Toro. And the winner is Amy Wang!
I would like to thank everyone at the National Cartoonists Society for this award. It is an honor to have been nominated along with cartoonist Tom Toro and Tyson Cole. I also could not have done this without the ongoing support of my past and current cartoon editors at The New Yorker, Bob Mankoff and Emma Allen. And lastly, I would like to give a nod to Hilary Price, who has always encouraged many of us, especially the female cartoonists, to nominate ourselves for this award. Thank you.
Hi, I've come to answer your questions about the National Cartoonists Society. So, who has a question?
I do. What exactly is the National Cartoonists Society?
Good question. The National Cartoonists Society, or NCS, is a group of career cartoonists formed in the 1940s. Ever since then, cartoonists of all kinds have gathered in the NCS.
That's for me. All I need to do is how to apply.
Just email membership@nationalcartoonist.com and ask for the forms. Easy as that.
How much does it cost?
There are several tiers of membership, which are spelled out on the application. Regular members pay $185 a year. Some tiers are more, some less. Our Young 27 Club members only pay $27 for the year.
What should I include in my application?
You'll email the membership committee your completed application form, along with URLs of published work as well as a short biography. Easy as that.
What happens after I join?
You'll receive your PIN and card and your access to the members-only areas of the website, including updating newsletter articles. You will also be eligible to attend the Reuben Awards weekend with all the seminars and parties and hobnobbing with the cartooning greats. You will have primary access to all other NCS-related events, such as the NCS Fest, chapter events and meetings, visits to children's hospitals with cartooning for kids, and voting rights in the annual Reuben Awards. In addition, you can gain entrance into some affiliated cartoonist organizations in other countries and get discounts from various sponsor companies.
I'm not ready to apply yet. What should I do?
You can contact the NCS chapter closest to you and attend their events open to the public. They can help you become an NCS caliber cartoonist.
My fourth grader draws real good. Can she draw in the NCS?
Someday. Maybe not today.
Hi, I'm Jim Davis, and I work for this guy. And today I'll be visiting with you about the art of funny. Now, just exactly what is funny? To be honest, I have no earthly idea. No, seriously, because my fear would be if you ever tried to dissect funny or humor and take it apart and try to understand it, I think you would destroy the beauty, the delicate nature of the whole art. So I thought today I would just share with you what I do and what I think is funny and the things I do to create humor in the strip. And hopefully there'll be something that you might want to employ or might influence you as well. And so by virtue of visiting about it too, I'll probably learn something too. So the thought is that with humor, it is such a powerful thing. Humor can heal. It can get us through some very tough times. I think one of the strongest periods for cartooning and comic strips was during the Great Depression. Everybody went to the newspaper and read the comics for a little bit of relief or a bright spot during a very depressing time. And obviously, we're in the middle of a pandemic now, and people need humor. And with everything going on right now in the world, people need humor even more so. So while I don't do any social or political comment with Garfield, I couldn't help but look at the pandemic and see if there were some elements to it or some situations that people could relate to. And while I always like to treat subject matter with a great deal of respect, that I couldn't help but do a little bit, give a nod to the situation. So here's something that I did. This actually was today's strip. It ran this morning, and there it is. And the little nod to social distancing at any rate. So I had great fun with that. But also humor, believe it or not, I think can be disarming in that it can take a very serious situation and make everyone relax. At one point, I honestly believe that humor determined the outcome of a presidential election. That was like a million years ago. I was sitting on the couch. And I want to share this with you. It's something I saw, and I honestly believe it influenced the election.
You already are the oldest president in history, and some of your staff say you were tired after your most recent encounter with Mr. Mondale. I recall yet that President Kennedy had to go for days on end with very little sleep during the Cuba Missile Crisis. Is there any doubt in your mind that you would be able to function in such circumstances?
Not at all, Mr. Truitt, and I want you to know that also I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Mic drop. And you're right, at that moment, Reagan was going to be reelected president. But as far as my personal experience with humor, I was a stutterer as a kid through most of elementary school. So I spent most of my time listening rather than talking. And so it was during those period of time I could watch people laugh and see what, people enjoyed reading and talking about and things like that. And I really wanted to do something to express myself but without talking. And one thing that I'll show you another image here. The one thing I could always do, I could make my mom laugh. And here she is.
You already
Oops. There we go. And So growing up on the farm, she was an easy mark. I could do goofy things, and I could draw funny pictures, and she would always laugh. In fact, throughout her entire life, I could always make her laugh. And so, and when we'd get together and visit at night and stuff after doing chores, I would make up stories together. And so we didn't have a lot of children's books or anything, so we just made things up and drew and told stories and things like that. And that honestly got me started. So I started drawing cartoons and everything through school, and filled a lot of my books and stuff, class books and things, with drawings, and then went to Ball State University. And at that time, I honestly considered, for a short period of time, I was an art major, but I'd done a lot of theater. And I thought maybe I could be a stand-up comic. I could do something with comedy, and I'd work up routines in the fraternity house and stuff like that, and do stand-up comedy at fraternity parties and things like that. But there was this guy, he was 2 doors over at the Sigma Chi house. He did stand-up comedy as well, and he'd come over, he'd watch my routines, I'd go over to watch his. He'd borrow some of my material, but he was always funnier. Every time, he'd take my stuff and make it really funny. And so I thought, well, maybe I'll just stick with the art, but if I couldn't be funnier than some guy 2 doors over, by the way, his name was David Letterman. And one time, it was during homecoming, and he had a band. It was, he was the lead bass player, and he invited me over to the party to see some of his stand-up. And I went in, and bear in mind, this was 1965, so every stand-up comic back then was named Shecky, with the exception of Rodney Dangerfield. And so I was standing in the back of the room. He got up on stage and raised his hand. He goes, "Be honest now. How many of you are having the time of your lives?" And they started laughing. And I'm standing in the back going, I didn't hear a joke there, but they're laughing. This was during Vietnam as well. And he said, "Oh boy, I know I am." Now they're really laughing. He said, "This is more fun than an adult ought to have." Now they're screaming. And then it hit me. It wasn't exactly what he was saying or how he was saying it. He was saying something we all related to. He was saying what we were feeling, and he was doing it with attitude. And he was relating and really communicating with the audience. And that really it was like an epiphany as far as understanding that kind of humor and that kind of relating to the audience. And so it really did have an effect on what I was doing with writing years later, when I became an assistant to Tom Ryan on the Tumbleweeds comic strip. I was trying to get Garfield started at that point in time, and I remember visiting with the editor of the King Syndicate at the time, Sylvan Bike, great editor who helped Mort Walker get started with Beetle Bailey and such. And I remember him, everybody had an opinion on what makes humor and what makes popular strips. And I remember him saying, "You know what makes a popular strip, young man?" I said, "No, what?" He says, "Have your main character get hit over the head at least once a week." And so I wish it was that simple. I'd have him get hit over the head every day. But at any rate, when I sat down to create Garfield, based on what I'd seen for working 9 years for Tom Ryan on Tumbleweeds, and being a great fan of Beetle Bailey and Peanuts and Blondie, a lot of the great strips, I wanted to work with characters that had great relationships. Because if they each had their own personality, with time, writing for them would become easier, because we could rely on the particular quirks of each character's personality. You didn't have to do the big broad gag every single day. Plus, humor comes from conflict anyway. If everybody agreed and everybody looked alike and everybody got along great, there would be no humor whatsoever. Humor comes from contrasts: tall, short, fat, skinny, smart, stupid, dog, cat. And so I purposely set about creating a character that was very strong and had certain personality traits. And then I created all the other characters away from that character, making sure that they were very different or different enough that we would have that kind of conflict that would create the humorous situations. And so that took some time writing for them over and over again and seeing who performed and who didn't perform. And even after I started the strip, I watched the fan mail, listened to comments from editors and things like that. Some characters didn't perform very well. Lyman, John's roommate, didn't perform that well, so I let him slide away. And with time, I felt like I ended up with a good cast of characters who played off each other very well and really related, because it's those relationships, I think, that also resonate with the readers in that they create a certain warmth, a certain affection with the reader, and you can rely on them day in and day out. So at any rate, I wanted to do the kind of humor too that leaves the reader feeling better after they've laughed than before. Well, it's relatively easy to do a kind of a shock gag or a bodily function gag or things like that. Sometimes it creates a nervous kind of laugh and you don't necessarily feel better. So I wanted to create the kind of humor, the kind of gags that people could relate to, because essentially I wanted to hold a mirror to the reader and show their lives back. And so if you can get that kind of familiarity going with the reader, again, that breeds that kind of affection that brings them back time and again. So I worked very hard on that. And because I felt like that it's really the humor and the characters and everything we do as cartoonists is not about us so much as it's about the reader. Everything's about the reader. What would they enjoy? What keeps them interested? What keeps them engaged? I didn't want to do the same kind of gag every day either. I changed the humor up and the nature of the gags each day so that nobody can predict exactly what Garfield's going to be doing. He's not going to be eating lasagna every day. He only eats one day a week, only Monday. And so on Monday, I usually do a kind of a down gag, a relaxed gag, things like that. By Friday, it's a pretty up gag. He's really happy. And on Saturday, I run what I consider the weakest gag, because I think nobody reads the comics on Saturday. They're not at work, they're not at school, and they're off doing other things on a Saturday usually. So I try to mix up the broader gags with the physical gags, with the kind of sweet gags, and then the thoughtful kind of gags, and stir them into each week for a little bit of variety, and introduce other characters as well. Again, because it's not about us, it's about the reader. And so what I'd like to do is show you the kinds of different kinds of gags that I use. The first kind of gags I like to do are the reveal gags. These are the kind of gags that make the reader ask, what's going on here? And in the last frame, then you explain exactly why they see what's going on. Here's Odie. Boom, the punchline. They're great fun. Obviously, a lot of cartoonists use this kind of a gag with great success. And here's one of my favorite zits that ran just recently. There's great animation as well in that strip. And also BC, very recently. And another Garfield. It's always funny, I think, when you dress an animal up anyway. So that's a guaranteed laugh. I don't even have to do a punchline on that. Another kind of gag, and these are the really strong ones, I think. These are shared gags. People go, oh yeah, and they see some familiarity with it, and they identify with it. Who hasn't felt like that in the morning? And of course, Garfield's classic situation. So, Garfield has the ability to laugh at himself. So I think that kind of warms him up too. One of the things I like to do is, for the humor, is funny drawings. I think it's is important when creating a feature too, to create what they call in writing a reality level. How much can you squash and stretch your characters? Garfield doesn't talk, but he does think, and but he does dress up occasionally. So I've established this reality level, and I try to stick to it. But now and then, when we try to get funny with the funny drawings, we really stretch the reality level. So here we go. I work with some assistants, Gary Barker, Brett Koth, Dan Davis, and we all like to get together and draw to determine, what would happen if Garfield hit a tree at 100 miles an hour, or what would happen if we do drawings to kind of stretch the characters and have fun with them. So occasionally we do things with Garfield and play with some of the characters to just see what they would be like. What would Arlene be like as a superhero, for instance? And playing around, sending Liz to the beach. What would she wear? And then situations of what happens to John, he gets yelled at and things like that. And just goofy stuff with the characters to see if there's any gags there, any new direction, any new characters. And then we take the funny drawings and we put them together in strip form. Here's a Sunday strip. This situation I was sent for no other reason than to get to do some funny drawings. So we did it. It's a photo album going to the beach. Poor John. It was half the fun. It's fun working with a jellyfish. There's a whole strip in itself right there with the shark. That's one of my favorites. And the punchline. Here's another one that's funny drawing. Dress the cat up and burping. And then Garfield uses funny expressions to communicate with John. And another one. And then we get crazy with the coffee. We really stretch the characters there. Another kind of gag too is what I call, it's what you don't see. And that's, I have to admit, simply because sometimes I don't feel like I can draw something funny enough. So I take it out of the frame, and what's out of the frame is actually funnier, I think, in the reader's imagination than what we could ever draw. So let the reader participate in the strip in this place. Obviously, it's Garfield. And that can be used, I think, to a great effect in a lot of situations. It also gets you more space in which you work, because some of the action, some of the characters are actually out of the frame. So you bought more real estate as a result. Now, another kind of gag I call the action reaction, is simply, classic physical kind of humor. The fun with this gag was trying to figure what John was doing at the time Garfield sneezed, and just exactly what would happen to all the food and everything on the table if it were the great force. So this one was great fun to design and draw to get the right effect. And the beauty about cartooning too, nobody ever gets hurt. They all bounce back in the next frame. So it's not really so much violence as a sight gag. Years ago, mid 80s, worked on a comic strip called US Acres. Here's a great weed gag. Just simple, straightforward. I like simplicity. I usually work with a tabletop and 25 words or less. That helps the eye move through the gag more efficiently with that kind of cartoon timing of reading and looking at an image rather than having to look at different angles or dramatic angles and a lot of words. In fact, to that point, occasionally I'll do something in pantomime. I actually published a book called Garfield Speechless that featured all of the strips that didn't use any dialogue at all. And here's an example. The beauty of Odie is he doesn't speak. He's probably the hardest character to work with because he doesn't. But it's a great challenge to do this kind of physical humor with him. One of the tough things about doing a comic strip is creating that kind of timing, because it's not anything you can say, and the eye moves through a strip with a different timing than people actually read or speak. So at any rate, doing the images and the words together is a very tough thing to do to get the right kind of timing. And here's one. Here's a rough that we did a while back. That was one. Here's another one. I think this is exemplifies one of the tougher things that we do with comic strips, and that is we have on average about 7 inches of real estate in which to set a gag up, twist it, and resolve it to tell an entire story in 3 or 4 frames, however many we work in. And here's one where Garfield sets up a warm day, John comes through to twist it, and Garfield pays it off with his classic sarcasm. This is also a funny drawing gag and also a relationship gag. So who hasn't felt that way? Here's one I couldn't resist. Usually I stay away from proper names and things like that because comic strips do run in international markets, but couldn't help that one when the idea came. Here's another one. the relationship between John and Garfield is so important that over time, people grow used to those relationships, and we can really take advantage of them, and that's a fun thing. When I got the strip started and we got my feet under me, the other opportunities started coming up, and we had an opportunity to do television. And so television, of course, was a whole different animal, and we wanted to do the same kind of humor, of course, protect Garfield's kind of humor and the relationships that he enjoyed in the comic strip over those years. And I found, surprisingly, that animation was a little bit easier than doing the comic strip, in that in order to do a gag, we had other things to use. We had other tools. We had music, we had sound effects, we actually had voice. And so the trick was getting the right kind of voice that reflected the Garfield voice that was in the comic strip. And fortunately, Lorenzo Music came along. He had the ability to take a line and throw it away as if he could care less, with great laziness, but yet do it with great comedic timing. And that helped a lot. But in defense of humor, we actually, Mark Evanier and I did a very interesting agreement with CBS. This was in the mid-'80s. So interesting, in fact, that we worked with CBS for 5 years without a contract. And it was basically that we were going to be allowed to do cartoon shows simply for the sake of humor, with no educational or socially redeeming value whatsoever. And we agreed not to offend anyone or to do any strong material. And we worked like that for 7 years and had great fun doing it. It was just for the humor alone. And and that series actually is still in rerun today. And so we had great fun doing that. And again, it supported everything we were doing in the comic strip. And so never underestimate the value of a great gag with a great feel. And I learned too that even though I talked about studying these kinds of gags and things like that, I learned from looking at the other cartoonists that it occurred to me, you know what, they're having great fun doing this. And that's the secret. If you have fun doing the strip, the fun's going to translate right through to the reader. You can't fool the reader. By virtue of being able to look at a two-dimensional drawing and some words and relate it to real life, takes the ability to draw abstract relationships. And the ability to draw abstract relationships requires a little higher than average intelligence. And so the average comics reader has a little above average education and work and everything. And so you never need to write down to them or explain anything. Cartoon readers are right there. And so it's there's a lot of things, a lot of places you could take them, a lot of things you could do with them once you've introduced your characters in the situation. So if you're having fun doing it, they're going to have fun reading it. They just sense that. So everybody hang loose, have fun, and it's all about the reader. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the virtual NCS Fest. I'm T. Fugner. I am the editorial director for comics at King Features Syndicate and Comics Kingdom. And I am here today with the cartooning stars of Instagram. So we've got Luke McGarry, Linears, Nick Selleck, and Maritza Petrinos. And I'm just so excited to be here with all of you. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for sharing your time. We're really excited to hear, we're really excited to hear about folks who are using Instagram and using it successfully, and what your experiences with it have been. So just let's get started. If everybody can just introduce themselves, and we're gonna keep, if we can keep that order. I've got Luke, Linears, Nick, and Maritza here. Just introduce yourselves, let people know a little bit about your work, and tell people what your Instagram handle is so that they can find you.
Shall I go first?
Yeah.
I'm Luke McGarry at Lukey McGarry on Instagram. I do comics and silly little puns, and lately a lot of political cartoons, which have been getting popular online, but also getting me in a lot of trouble. So that's me.
I'm just enjoying Luke's drawings. I'm Linears at PORLINIERS, which would be by Linears, because somebody had the Linears before me for some reason in Buenos Aires, so I just went with Por Linears. And I do a daily strip called Macanudo. I'm from Argentina, so but now I'm living in Vermont. There you can see a photograph of Messi taking a photograph of me, that's how big I'm in Argentina. I got Messi taking photographs of me, that guy. So it's and I just put some of my comics and some of the stuff that happens to me. I'm all over the place on my Instagram account.
Hi, I'm Nick Selleck, and I do the Awkward Yeti, probably better known for Heart and Brain, and my handle is at the Awkward Yeti. And yeah, my comics are mostly about a heart and a brain and how they interact, and that coffee cup.
And Maritza.
Hi, I'm Maritza. My handle is very simple. It's just my name, Maritza Petrinos. There's only one of me. And most of my comics are slice of life stuff. I do a one panel comic for a strip called Six Chix that T knows all about, because I was on that Six Chix panel the other night.
Great.
I should update my intro to add that I'm the least popular person on this panel. And it's like, oh, damn.
All those are just a number.
That's right, it's just a number.
I feel like that's like a claim to fame in itself.
Exactly, that's what I'm going for. It's like
Luke, yours is one of my favorite comics on Instagram, actually. One that I look forward to the most.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, so I would love to hear a little bit about, how you use Instagram. So for example, what sorts of things you post on Instagram, how your feed reflects your work. Is it similar to the stuff that you do elsewhere? Is it completely different?
So are we maintaining this order?
Yeah, unless somebody wants to chime in, and then certainly feel free to if you feel like it follows on something someone's saying.
Well, I use my Instagram mainly. So I set mine up initially to just do a drawing a day. Like I kind of challenged myself to post a drawing every day. And then it sort of quickly became people don't care about like my actual paid work that I'm doing. I never post any of my concert posters or any commissions I've done or anything like that. I just have to do this. I'm stuck doing this free strip now on Instagram forever, this free daily strip, because as soon as I post something, that I've been paid to do, people get annoyed. So that's how I use Instagram, is just this daily comic, sort of whatever's happened that day or what's going on in the news or just some stupid thing I thought of. And yeah, that's how I've been using it for 4 years now or something, is just a drawing every single day.
Pretty cool. I kind of do it differently because I publish a daily strip in the newspapers. So that's where my strip, and that's where it goes to. So generally what I put in the Instagram account is just other stuff that happens to me, or if that's me and my father, for example, and my Commodore 64. I don't know, like, if I find an old photograph, or maybe I'm working on something and drawing and just enjoying, the sketchy part, I will put a sketch or how I'm getting to the drawing. Maybe I'll recommend a comic book. If you guys haven't read Adrian to Mine, I really recommend it. You guys are going to be very identified with it, I think. And so it's kind of like a little bit of everything. Sometimes I'll do a video, sometimes I'll do, just something that happened. But I do videos for kids with a weird hat. So whatever, it's kind of like an alternate version of my daily strip. So on the daily strip, it's very clear I'm doing this little world, and this is kind of the behind the scenes and adjacent stuff, I guess.
Cool. I guess I'm next. Instagram and Facebook for me are kind of my main source of building my audience. My only paid work really is my children's books with Scholastic. But other than that, I have to share all my work for free on Instagram, Facebook, and then I find ways to monetize it with the store. Like if you go a few posts, you'll see like the Bowels mug saying soon. And so, yeah, I have a whole merchandise store, and I have a warehouse, and I stock it with merchandise and sell the merchandise, and that's how I monetize Instagram.
Cool. Maritza.
Yeah, this is a super interesting conversation. I like hearing like how you guys did this too. I guess my work and the work I put on Instagram sometimes have been the same, but are usually, I've bounced around a lot in my career, so not a lot of it that I do outside of this really fits on my Instagram. And I kind of have the same problem where if I make something that doesn't really fit with the aesthetic, that the Instagram doesn't perform as well, people don't really care about it. But I also make a lot of stuff that is like under NDA and I can't really share it anyway. So that's not a huge problem. Yeah, I guess some of it's made specifically for Instagram. Yeah. Am I missing any part of that question?
Whatever, I don't think it's a question of missing. It's a question of what you want to talk about. So
yeah, well, I will say that like, I find there is a split between people who are Instagram personalities, like IRL, versus like an artist. So my feed doesn't really have any selfies or like personal information about myself, and I don't really know why it's like that. I think it comes from some amount of insecurity about being a woman on Instagram, because if you show your face, people always have things to say about how you look or who you are or whatever. And I wanted the feed to be exclusively comics work. But then you start thinking like, maybe my comics work would do better if they knew who I was as a person, or maybe it would hurt it. I don't know. It's a very strange split. Also, hi Gemma.
Hi Gemma. So we are welcoming Gemma Carell to the call. So Gemma, can you introduce yourself to everyone? Tell them where they can find you on Instagram. And we were literally just on the first question. So if you want to talk a little bit about the type of work that you put on Instagram and how it reflects your other work, that would be great. If that's too much, I can repeat some of it.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gemma Carell. I am on Instagram. I'm just at Gemma Carell, or one word. I'm a cartoonist and illustrator. There's my Instagram. the stuff that I share in there is partially personal work and partially work that I've done for clients or for websites like the NIP, which is this, which is what is on the screen right now. And then some just kind of silly old personal work that I did 6 years ago.
Canada Moist.
Those are really good. Yeah. So, so I want to know a little bit about, you know, Gemma, you just brought up that you've got some old personal work on here. I'd love to know a little bit about when each of you got started on Instagram. You know, I know that like there have been people who've been on there for years and years and people who just got started. So, you know, how long have you been using it? And, you know, and tell us a little bit about like your journey to finding an audience on Instagram. Did it, you know, is it something that built slowly? Is it something where you had like one thing go crazy viral and then you were like, oh, I have people watching me? You know, I think there's probably a lot of folks watching who are interested in learning about how they can build an audience. So, you know, hearing about the different experiences folks have with that would be great.
Well, I started a few years ago. I want to say like it was like either 2014 or 2015, and it was on the back of a load of work that people were looking for me, and I didn't really have, other than a website, I didn't really have an online presence. So I started doing this Instagram thing just to build it up, and I did it again like every day for about 2 years, and I built up a following. I built up like 10,000 followers or something, but then I'd started doing this sad Chewie thing initially for Super Deluxe, but it was sort of the story of Chewbacca dealing with his life after Han Solo died. And the same joke every week. I did one a week, and it was literally, the point was to drive this joke into the ground, where it went from like funny to not funny, tedious, and then it was funny again because it was so tedious. And that was my first thing that blew up online. So I mean, my following.
Aw, look at him.
Following grew from there. That was the main thing. Luckily, I had kind of Super Deluxe, who I was initially doing it for. I had their built-in audience. So yeah, it grew from there. And then since then, it's kind of become political stuff and stuff like that. But yeah, initially it was a personal project, and then work kind of came through that. And then yeah, this is really what blew up for me.
Cool.
Copyright theft is the big thing. There you go.
Yeah, my Instagram, I have no idea when I started. I guess 2013 or 14 too. And like everything, it was, I don't know you guys how you started, but these things pop up in our life, and then everybody's doing it, and then they tell you have to do it. Yeah, and you have, okay. So I just, you know, started the account and put some photographs, and then I had no idea why I was doing this. You know, what was the reason? There was like 2 followers, then there's 5 followers, and it's 12 followers, and again, since my daily strip already ran in the newspapers and in so it had a way out, you know. I just decided, well, I'm gonna just put up, you know, whatever kind of happens to me, or it's, you know, it's a good place to also, you know, publicize if I'm doing something that doesn't have to do with comics. For a long time, I did a show with a musician called Kevin Johansen, who's a very good musician. Spotify, please. And we used to do this show where, well, while Kevin would play, I would draw. So we would put that stuff up. Then I've been doing some stand-up with another friend called Alberto Montt from Chile. So that can go. So that made me travel a lot. So, you know, if you're in Medellin or in Mexico or in Venezuela, it's nice to put a little there. It's my pal Kevin. Some of the covers for his records, as you can see, I did, and I don't think he paid me that much. You know, but anyway, we used to do a lot of traveling, so there's some of that stuff over there. And then again, also, if I meet a cartoonist, my way to recommend cartoonist people is to do a selfie with It's called Fotos con Dibujantes, like photographs with artists. So if I meet you guys, we'll have to do that. And I put it up there, and then you have like, for some reason, 22 followers from Argentina. You go like, why do I have like some followers from Argentina? There, it's me and Walt Dorn, who made this very funny Trolls movie. And so yeah, it was, I thought of it kind of as a, yeah, you know, behind the scenes thing. So the strip is what I show, it's my professional thing. And then this thing is just whatever else is going on. Not my family though, because you know, every now and then there'll be a photograph of one of my kids from afar. But yeah, it's kind of unnerving to put your actual life there. So I my dog, he shows up, he pops up. he's snoring down here right now. He says, there he is, Elliot.
You.
Oh, hello, Elliot.
Yeah,
You'll be on the panel next year, Elliot.
He's a good-looking guy.
So, Nick, tell us a little bit about how you got started.
Sure. I started on Facebook, and I built a fairly large audience there. And I don't know exactly when I went to Instagram, but it was the same kind of thing where I was hearing that I should be on there, and so I just tried it out, and I don't know exactly how the audience was building. I think people were just kind of looking for it. And a few years ago when I started it, it seemed like it was building naturally, pretty rapidly. I don't know if it was from hashtags or just the discovery or what, but I think posting consistently is pretty important with any medium. And I don't do that so well now, but I used to do it very well. And I think if you can do 3 or even 5 a week, it really helps to get more engagement there. So this built up over time. I don't really know how it got to be the size that it is. Like Facebook, I can kind of understand because I had a bigger page share my work here and there, and it really helped to build my audience. But Instagram, I have to assume it's mostly discovery, or people that just already knew the work.
Ooh. Maritza, how long have you been on Instagram? How did you wind up in this weirdo place?
That's a good question. I want to say it's probably like 2011 or 2012 I joined Instagram. But when I did, I don't think it was like a decision that was based around my art. I had a webcomic at the time that I had some mild success with. A couple of things had gone viral, and it didn't really click that like that could happen on Instagram too, until I started working at BuzzFeed. And that was like a big game changer for me, because when I was writing and illustrating for BuzzFeed, I could tag my handle in it. And so my job eventually over time became growing the BuzzFeed accounts, specifically the BuzzFeed comics accounts. And I was able to employ some of the things that I learned doing that. And we started tagging the artist specifically. So, and I think it was a slow build after that. I mean, having something go viral obviously helps a lot, but I don't think I can pinpoint it to one comic in particular. I think just over when it starts to happen exponentially, if you post, like Nick said, consistently enough, and frequently enough, it becomes something that if you think about it too much, it can take over your whole life, and you start living your life by an Instagram schedule. You can get to become a huge nerd about it if you want to.
So Gemma, tell us a little bit about when you got on Instagram and how you built your audience.
I'm not exactly sure when it was, but it was probably kind of the same time as everyone else. And I just got on there because everyone else was doing it. My audience, I think, kind of just grew organically. I didn't do anything in particular to build it, although my work got shared by some pages. Sorry if you can hear my pug, he's on my lap, like making a little noise. There he is, it's Mr. Pickles. So I, when I first started on Instagram, I was sharing nearly entirely personal work. But it was more just kind of like puns and not super personal comics. And then over time, I started sharing stuff that was more about me and particularly about mental health, and kind of not really expecting anything from it. I wasn't sure if people would be into it. This was kind of before mental health became a big like a big subject on the internet. And so I was kind of surprised that a lot of people came to me from that. And now more recently, I've started sharing a lot more work that I've done for other clients. And I share a lot of stuff that, my new thing is that I share like 50% personal work and 50% stuff that I have already been paid for to do. We'll probably get to this later, but people tend to expect free stuff from you if you're an artist on Instagram.
Well, that's a perfect segue actually into the next question I wanted to ask. I think, now Gemma's mentioned it. I think Luke and Nick both mentioned it. This idea that people, that once you start doing free stuff on Instagram, people expect a continual supply of free stuff on Instagram. But I'd love to know if for any of you it's worked the other way. Have you gotten any cool opportunities because of your work on Instagram? Have you caught anybody's attention? Have you gotten cool jobs? Has somebody like picked up something that you did there and wanted to make it into something bigger?
For me, certainly, like almost everything I've done has come through Instagram. There's been like a load of cool opportunities. The biggest one, like the one that comes to mind for me was because I was doing all this political stuff, I got hit up by the Hollywood Reporter to do an illustration of Trump. And they were like, okay, we need this next week, whatever, blah, 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 blah. I was like, okay, cool. So I drew it, and because I was really excited about it. It was like a really cool project. And then they were like, oh, actually, the deadline has moved. We need it by midnight tonight. And like, oh, well, I mean, and I'd already finished it, but I didn't tell them that. And I was like, oh, well, I'm good. I mean, that's a crazy deadline. I'm going to have to like double the fee. And like, yeah, that's fine, but we need it by midnight tonight. So like I sent it 5 minutes after midnight to make it look like I'd really struggled to do it. And then the next day, it was all over the news because it was for when they leaked Richard Wolff's Fire and Fury. I think it was Richard Wolff, right? Whatever the big book that fire. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's exactly it. So I tuned into the news the next day, and it was this illustration was all over the news because like the Hollywood Reporter had surprise published like the first chapter of this huge book. And so that's the biggest one to me that came through Instagram. It was pretty nuts.
Wow.
And then, I mean, other than that, I've done stuff for like Airbnb and Lyft and like loads of concert posters for musicians and stuff that I really like, and like clothing companies and stuff. It's been nuts. I mean, Instagram's been great for me. And yeah, I mean, like all the art directors and stuff that follow me on there. So yeah, I mean, basically all of my work has come through just messing around on Instagram. So yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, my theory, I haven't been in the dating world for a while. I've been married for like 20 years. So, this happened before, the whole Instagram thing. But I'm pretty sure when you start dating someone, the first thing they do is they go on your Instagram account and they figure out, oh, this guy has so many followers. And I think the same thing goes for when you're looking for a job. I guess the second you're out of the office, they go to your Instagram or your Twitter or your Facebook and they check out, okay. And I'm pretty sure this happened because in 2007, pre all these things, I tried to syndicate my strip here in the States. I got a call from Other Syndicate, not King Features, which was the one I really wanted. And I remember going in that meeting, and they couldn't care less about like my little penguins and my weird nonsensical humor. And cut to 8 or 9 years later, I go to King Features and I have a very nice meeting. And I'm probably sure that right after I left, they went to the Instagram and they were like, oh, for some reason, this guy has all these followers. Maybe we don't really understand the strips, but And yeah, probably. I don't know. It's a theory, T. I'm not 100% sure. But so I don't know exactly what I got directly from Instagram or from the other, social networks. But probably they are looking. They are going like, should we hire this guy? Oh, look at all those followers. So yeah.
Nick, do you have any stories about jobs you've gotten through Instagram?
Well, I don't really get a lot of work because I'm not like a good artist like a lot of these people. So I think people aren't exactly looking for commissioned work or anything, but there's interest in the work as a brand, I think because of its popularity. So I think pretty much anything that I've gotten has been because of the popularity, including my published works. And I do get messages, and it's cool to occasionally talk to like a celebrity that is on Instagram and just be able to have a conversation, because maybe they like your work, or you talk to them and they look up your work, and that who knows what that can turn into. But yeah, I think in general, just having a larger audience has been very helpful, as somebody who is not a talented artist, to like pursue opportunity.
Can we bring back up Gemma's cartoon about imposter syndrome right about now? Because I feel like that's appropriate to the. So Maritza, tell us about if you've gotten any opportunities because of your Instagram work.
Well, first, Nick, you're a good artist. Don't worry. I think I agree that like when you go in for job interviews, people will Instagram stalk you afterwards. And I've had a number of jobs where it's actually kind of a factor. So I work for an app called TikTok now, which is partially a social media app. And I think it was a factor in me getting hired there because they wanted someone who at least was like savvy-ish in that kind of way, in terms of knowing a little bit about trends online and that kind of stuff. I've also had like very random people reach out to me to see if I would partner with them to like sell a toothbrush or something like that. I probably get emails like that a couple times a month. I've never done it before because that's weird, but that's about it.
And Gemma, do you have any experiences that fall into this category?
Yeah, well, I think I would not have much of a career without Instagram and social media. So I think they came out about the same time that I graduated from college, from art school. And our professors were encouraging us to go and meet clients in real life, which I am not good at. I am really bad in meetings and at kind of bigging up my work in front of people. So social media was a great promotional tool for me from the start. And I have had quite a lot of work from social media, a lot of stuff which is just basically to use my style to advertise or promote something. I get a lot of requests, but I only take the ones that are from brands or companies that I like, or people who are environmentally friendly and so on. So I'm pretty lucky that I'm able to choose and to basically just make cartoons that I might be making anyway, but get paid to make them.
That's great. It's really nice to hear that, that for all the free stuff that so many of you are giving away that it does actually reap some benefits. That's, that's one of those things where I think you constantly hear, well, okay, what's social media good for? Why am I doing this? Why am I adding this work to my day every day? And hearing that, that it can bring people different types of opportunities, different types of work is really nice to know. So if we're talking about, let's say, the folks who are watching this right now, and they're people who are maybe like, oh, okay, maybe I should get an Instagram account, or maybe I haven't been using my Instagram account in a way that's been as beneficial to my career as it could have been. Do any of you have advice that you would share with somebody who's like, okay, I'm gonna like go home and or they're probably already at home. Let's not kid ourselves, but I'm gonna get on my computer and I'm gonna look at my Instagram account, and then I'm gonna get on my phone and I'm gonna figure out how to do this in a way that's going to, that's gonna help my career, and that I'm gonna think about how I can build this. What would you do? What would you suggest someone do if they were starting out today?
It's a good question. From a practical point of view, I believe we were all quite lucky to start when we did, because it seems like Instagram's really changing their algorithm now to, I want to say punish is the wrong word, but to hide smaller creators that don't already have a big following, kind of in a way to try and encourage you, I guess, to pay for promotions and stuff. So it is quite tricky now. I don't know if starting an Instagram right now would be as easy for new people as it was for us. But I saw an art director the other day saying, I see all these kids like starting Instagrams and, they post every day and stuff, and their work develops and stuff. And I don't like to see that. I want to see you like release everything once your work's fully formed. But that really didn't make any sense to me, because you could be practicing drawing at home. I mean, that's the thing. All of us, we're posting so often on Instagram, whether it's paid work or what, but it's stuff you'd be drawing anyway. Like you'd be we all like to draw. We'd just be sitting down and drawing. So why not share it and build a following, as you're sort of learning? It doesn't make sense to me. So to sum it up, my advice would be just start an Instagram and start posting and use hashtags. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, my feeling, I am realizing, I think I'm the older here, the older one. So I will talk as a guy with gray hairs in the beard. Because I remember, this is from way back before the millennial stuff. I remember like in the 80s, like a big table in MTV or something, and there was all these musicians and they were giving like a conference or something. And it was the beginning of MTV, so they asked the musicians, what do you think about the video clip format or something like that, because it was the new thing. And I remember Hall or Oates, I don't know I never knew which one was which, but Hall or Oates said like, oh, we are musicians, we don't really care about these videos, it's about the music, man, or whatever. And then next to them was Madonna. And Madonna was like, yeah, I'm doing videos, I'm doing music, I'm doing whatever comes my way. So, and we never really heard that much from Hall and Oates since. But Madonna kind of, kept around. She's still around. And that's the thing. When something technical, like a new technological thing shows up and it's good to show your stuff, whatever, just there she is. The great Jason Chatfield, working the computers and finding everything. So, and who else is there? Blowing my mind. There he is, Hall or Oates, going like, no, man, it's all about the music for me, man. And Madonna is like, no, dude, we'll never hear from you ever again, or your mustache. But so what I'm saying is, yeah, something shows up, try to figure it out. Maybe it works for you, maybe it will go away in a couple of years. I remember I was very good at doing vines for some reason. There are those things. Where did they go? Either TikTok, I feel a little bit old for it, but yeah, I don't know. But generally, yeah, if there's a way for you to show your stuff, if you can figure it out, it's just a tool, and like we've all seen here, some people will use it one way, other people will use it other way. There's no wrong way to use it. Just try to have fun with it. It's, you make drawings and you work, and if you're a dancer, dance and put it online, and you just have fun. And think, remember Hall or Oates.
Cool. I guess I'm next. Well, first of all, my Hall & Oates cover band name is going to be Hall or Oates. But I think, going to any social media platform that's still popular, like Instagram, and just being consistent is pretty important. And I think, like Luke was saying, it helps you hone your craft a little bit and figure out your style, which is good. And while you're doing that, you share and you can potentially build an audience. And once you have a good stockpile of work, I always say, like, once you have, say, 100 comics, then you're kind of in a good position to go after more things, whether that's getting an agent or a publisher, or you want to get on to an online publisher. Having that body of work on Instagram would be very helpful for that. That's something they can scan through. So even if you aren't building a really big audience, there's a great benefit to it.
Maritza,
I think that's a really good point. I think one of the keys is to make as much work as you can and post it consistently, and just kind of commit to your vision for it. When I was working managing the freelancers that would make comics for us at BuzzFeed, and I got a lot of emails from people who had just started an Instagram account and they had like 3 comics on the account and they wanted to be featured and wanted to get hired. But that's not really enough work to tell, what your vision for your comic is, or, actually your level of skill, or whether you can follow through on a project or not. And sometimes it can be discouraging if, you make 50 comics and you haven't gone viral yet. That happens all the time. Even if you're the greatest artist in the world, it might not happen for a long time. But this is like a compilation, don't worry about it. This is a compilation actually of like a bunch of artists, a bunch of us that worked together when we were at BuzzFeed. What was I saying? So I think you have to kind of really love what you're doing, and you can't lose sight of the fact that you're making comics because you enjoy it and not necessarily because you want to go viral. Because if you are not doing it because you enjoy it, you're going to hate it very quickly, because you're putting a lot of work out there and takes a lot out of you to do it, and you're not getting anything for it. You really just have to be fulfilled by doing it. I would say also, like, pay attention to the algorithm and the trends and stuff, but don't let it rule your life. Again, it's just a tool and you should be using it, in a way that's comfortable for you, not trying to like force yourself to fit a square peg in a round hole or anything like that.
I'd second that and say I think people can tell when you're being when it's your voice and when you're being genuine, because I think that's what people want, is your perspective on stuff. And I think when you're clearly just trying to go viral,
people can tell. They can always tell.
Sometimes it works, but 9 times out of 10 it doesn't. And then you start doing stuff that's in your voice, and people go, "Why am I following this idiot?" So there you go.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really good point. Like when I was in school, I used to make comics for my friends, and I would share them with maybe 2 or 3 friends, and that was it. I was just doing it because, I'm sitting there like, is it funny? And waiting for the reactions. But I was just doing it because I loved doing it. And so you can kind of tell if somebody actually likes it. And I think it's important that you're not just going in it to be viral. And I get a lot of people asking for advice on it who haven't even begun to draw anything. And I think, well, what's your goal here? Just because you think that it's really easy to get popular or famous doing this, because it's just not. If your heart isn't in it, it's not going to work.
I think that's a good idea to make comics like you're only showing it to your two best friends. Like, that's probably a good method.
Yeah.
Gemma, do you have any advice you want to share?
I don't really have much to add. Everybody said kind of what I was thinking, just about making comics for yourself and not trying to fit into what you think is going to be popular. There are definite trends on Instagram and all social media, and you can tell when you scroll through somebody's feed if they're just kind of trying to hop onto a trend and then they've got 10 different styles and 10 different kind of ideas. Not one particular thing. Like, I feel like my Instagram is all over the place because I've got like dog comics and mental health comics and comics about periods. And maybe it doesn't look that way to others, but I see somebody doing like just dog comics. I'm like, maybe I should kind of narrow it down and just do one subject and instead of trying to do everything. But on the other hand, I just make comics that I enjoy making and things that pop into my head. So I have no answers.
Yeah. I think it's different for everybody is what we're, is really what we're hearing. These are great. I actually have a different set of the self-care reward stickers, but I'm excited to get new ones soon. Yeah, so we're just about out of time. So what I would love for everybody to do is if we can just once again get everybody's names and where people can find you on Instagram. And if you have something else that you're selling right now, if you've got a book out or, a store where folks can, buy something or Patreon, give people the name of that too. So we can, we can send some folks your way.
Okay, well, I'm Luke McGarry at Lukey, Lukey, McGarry. Yeah, I'm on Instagram. I'm not very popular on Twitter. I have a shop, lukemcgarry.com/shop, and I've just released my debut solo single as a musician called Black Leather. And you can buy that on vinyl. You can buy it as a 7-inch.
Cool.
There you go. It's the first thing on the page there. I did an animated music video for it and everything. And on the vinyl, when you play it, it's got a little animated zoetrope label.
Cool.
So there you go. So I do a little dance as it spins.
I'm way less cool than Luke, definitely. Especially with the 2 guitars behind you, man. That's an excellent parenthesis you're working there. I'm Por Liniers, P-O-R Liniers, which is a very it's a very stupid name. It's in Argentina it makes sense, Liniers, but I thought I was doing comics just for Argentina. The sad thing is my last name, my actual surname is Siri, S-I-R-I, like the thing in the phone. So I could be making way more money with the Apple people. But I took this decision way back, and I just enjoy publishing my Macanudo daily strip in Comics Kingdom, and wherever they want it. And that's about it. There's a few books of mine, and there's thank you, Mr. Jason. There's a Patreon page I just set up where you can get, some extra features, a little bit more stuff, and there's a little bit of a Macanudo community, which is a fun thing. So that's about it. Sorry about that.
I The Awkward Yeti. The handle on Instagram is at The Awkward Yeti, and I sell merchandise on my store, but I'm kind of pushing Patreon right now because I'm trying to fund a video game, a heart and brain video game that I'm working on. and some animated shorts, and I pay for all that stuff myself. So I'm trying to get some funding to help me pay for it, just so I can do new fun things.
My handle is just my name, Maritza Patrinos, Maritsa Patrinos. I don't think there is another one of me in the world, so it should be easy. I have a book that came out about a year ago called Common Blessings, Common Curses, which is like a small illustrated humor book that is reversible. You can turn it upside down and read it either way, by Chronicle, if you're interested in that. I don't know what else. I have a Patreon too, but it's very informal, so feel free to check it out if you want to give me a small tip.
So I am Gemma Correll everywhere, which is GEMMACORRELL. I also work on it bi-monthly, and I've also started publishing comics on a new app which is called TinyView.
Great. Yes. Yeah, and thank you all so much for spending some time with us today. It's been great hearing from all of you. Again, I'm T. Fugner. I'm the editorial director for King Features and Comics Kingdom, and you can find Comics Kingdom on Instagram at Comics Kingdom. So thanks, everybody. Happy virtual NCS Fest, and I'll talk to all of you soon.
The nominees for Online Comics Short Form are Jim Benton, Christopher Grady, and Emma Hunzinger. And the winner is Jim Benton.
Thank you very much to the National Cartoonists Society for this tremendous honor, and congratulations to all the other nominees and winners.
The nominees for Online Comics Long Form are Steve Conley, The Middle Age, Maria Lorinian, Phantomland. And Alec Longstrom, Isle of Elsie. And the winner is Alec Longstrom, Isle of Elsie.
Wow, thank you, National Cartoonists Society, for this award. It is such an honor to win it from such a venerable organization. I have 3 other people I want to thank. Nate Beatty, who built the amazing Isle of Elsie website, which allowed me to win this online comics award. My Patreon patrons who subsidize the creation of these comics, and all my readers, young and old. I'm about 230 pages into Isle of Elsie, and I'm just getting started, so I hope to draw it for many years to come. Thanks, one and all.
The nominees for online animation are Joe Bloom, storyboard design director for Pinocchio, a modern retelling. Nathan Mazur, animator, Pancake Rocket. And Bill Plimpton, co-director, animator, Trump Bites, Russian Roulette. And the winner is Joe Bloom for Pinocchio, a modern retelling.
Thank you so much for choosing our little Pinocchio metaphor for recognition with the NCS. This would be my first Reubens, had we had it. Strange times, so I didn't want to hide anything. This is where I work. This is where we all work. We're all kind of trying to figure this out. And our little project with Tonic DNA, myself, Cosette, Grayson, Glad Day Books was such a good message, and I'm glad that everyone liked it. I've been asked to join the NCS from close friends because they know it's near and dear to my heart for the last 20 years. And this would have been my first Reubens in attendance. My wife was very excited. We have so many friends. Mike, Bob, Keelan, Tom, Ed. Oh my God, Kenny. There's just so many people I know in this group that I wanted to be there with you. And this is just so cool, so cool. I think that this is such an odd time, and it's so great that we at least have this with each other. It's quiet, it's satisfying, and I hope everyone's doing well.
The nominees for advertising and product illustration are Kyle Lambert, Luke McGarry, and Johnny Sampson. And the winner is Luke McGarry.
Hi NCS, thank you so much for this. It's such an honor to be nominated alongside Kyle Lambert and Johnny Sampson, who are both geniuses, and it's so rewarding and so validating to be recognized by the National Cartoonists Society, the premier organization of cartooning and illustrating professionals. It's just such a big deal for me. Blah, 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 blah. It's enough. I'm probably not even going to win anyway. We will be able to make this look like something you post, right?
Sure, if we've got time.
Hello and welcome to a very special presentation for NCS Fest Online. My name is Jason Chatfield. I'm the president of the National Cartoonists Society. And with me today is the very talented Tom Fishburne. Tom is a cartoonist based in California. I am going to read you his bio because I can't remember. He has so many achievements that I could not memorize them. So here we go. Tom started drawing cartoons, like many of us, on the backs of his business cases as a student at Harvard Business School. Tom's cartoons have grown by word of mouth to reach hundreds of thousands of marketers every single week and have been featured by the Wall Street Journal, the Fast Company, and the New York Times. Tom is the founder of Cartoonist, a marketing agency focused on the unique medium of cartoons. Since 2010, Cartoonist has developed visual content marketing with a sense of humor for businesses such as Google, IBM, Kronos, and LinkedIn. Tom draws literally and figuratively from 20 years in the marketing trenches in the US and Europe. He was marketing VP at Method Products, interim CMO at Hotel Tonight, and worked in brand management for Nestle and General Mills. Tom developed websites and digital campaigns for interactive agency IXL in the late 90s and worked on the first English language magazine in Prague. Tom is a frequent keynote speaker on marketing, innovation, and creativity using cartoons, case studies, and his marketing career to tell the story visually. He lives and draws near San Francisco with his wife and 2 daughters. Tom, welcome to NCS Fest Online.
Thank you so much. It's such a treat to be here.
Of course. Wow, what an intro. Now, the one thing that I didn't mention in your intro that I want to ask you about, because it's only just come to my attention, is that you were a cartoonist in residence at the Stanford Graduate School of Business. You got to tell me about that. That sounds incredible.
That was a wonderful experience. Well, I came across these 2 professors who were developing the first course at Stanford Business School that's all about humor in business, and they were developing a lot of research into how humor is this underleveraged skill in business. And I reached out to them, and they knew my work, and they said, "Well, the next course we'd love to have you sit in. We'd love to have you be our cartoonist in residence." So I got to sit there for the whole semester and draw cartoons throughout the course, and I even got to guest lecture a class, which was great fun.
That is really, really cool. Wow. Cartoonists lecturing at business schools is something really just, you know.
Where is the world headed?
Yeah, exactly. If there were any other signs that we were heading towards the apocalypse. Now, of course, this is an online session. We're both in quarantine. You more so than me at this point in California. So we would have loved to have had you in person at the Reubens, but this is the digital equivalent. And the conversation today, we're really hoping to cover a lot of different topics. So I do want to dive right in. But before I do, I do want to ask you, as far as this current circumstance that we are in, you have built a business within Cartoonists that is very adaptive. It's very malleable, I suppose, to change into this kind of circumstances that we're in with the coronavirus pandemic. Can you speak a little bit to how you built your business, going all the way back to when you were drawing cartoons in your cubicle at General Mills, and to the point that today it is where it is and what it is, and how you built it from the ground up?
Yeah, happy to. It's a lot of trial and error. I'd like to think I had a bigger plan getting started, but it was a lot of serendipity kind of along the way, and ended up what it is today. Ultimately, is a lot of different pieces that sort of come together. But I started, drawing cartoons really on the side. I was a student at first, and then I had day jobs, and I was just drawing cartoons nights and weekends. Which I had a full-time day job drawing cartoons for about 8 years before I ever started making any money from it. So it was really a hobby and a labor of love. And I would occasionally do paid things during that 8-year period, but it was never with the idea that it would be what I did full time. I dreamed of that. I just didn't think it was possible. And in some ways that 8 years let me be patient with it and not try to force anything. I knew right away that some of the traditional business models of cartooning were getting increasingly challenged. And so I wasn't sure if there would be a way to make kind of a living at it or money at all, really. But I started to get these requests asking me to create custom things, and I'd experiment with those, and I'd play with pricing and that kind of thing. And I eventually got to a point where I was able to build up a small stable of clients on the side who were paying me to create commissioned cartoons. And that's about 2/3 of what I do, creating commissioned cartoons, mostly for business. The most of that is for these companies' own marketing campaigns. But I've started to do a lot of work with companies internally when they're trying to do some sort of culture change. They basically hire me to come in and research their company and then make fun of them and some of the behaviors they're trying to move away from, and using cartoons as kind of a teaching aid. And then I've started to do a lot of work with companies for thought leadership type stuff. If they have a lot of research they've been doing and it's kind of dry, cartoons can kind of help bring that to life a little bit. So kind of 2/3 has evolved into this custom cartoon work. And because my background's in marketing, I really pitch it less as a series of cartoons and more as, you know, here's a campaign, here's a communication challenge you have, and here's how, you know, I can help. And it happens to use cartoons. It's a bit of a head fake that lets me kind of sell what I do, but then ultimately what I do is a lot of time at the drafting table, which is great. And then about 1/3 over time, I didn't expect this when I finally left my day job to do this full time. About 1/3 of what I do and get paid for involves paid speaking at events, which obviously is changing a lot right now. Yeah. But that's turned into a big part of it. And then the other part over time, because I've been drawing a cartoon every week about marketing for almost 20 years now, it's quite a big repository of cartoons about marketing. And so I've built up a licensing engine on the website that just makes it really easy for people to license cartoons for presentations or websites or books or whatever, and that's kind of added a little bit. So it's I've kind of cobbled together a couple of ways to get paid drawing cartoons, and I'm always open to new ways as well. And and as things evolve, I think so much is changing. Like things are kind of coming up all the time. And so that's been part of the fun of it.
That's what's really interesting to me about your business and your entire ethos, really. And that's why I wanted to speak with you today, was the ability to kind of identify trends, but then also not be too much of a generalist. So despite the fact that you do have all of these separate income streams from taking commissions and licensing cartoons and doing speaking, which are really important things for a freelancer to have, you know, various income streams, you really have found a niche. And that sort of old idiom of, you know, write what you know, find the thing that you're most interested in and try and make a living doing that thing. I feel like you've married your MBA at Harvard and your cartooning into this amazing amalgam of what has become. I mean, I don't know that anyone could challenge you on the niche of marketing cartoons. I mean, that is the specialty that you've chosen. And by doing so, in finding that niche, you've really carved out a unique voice for yourself, and one of authority. So you actually know what you're parodying because you're so intimately familiar with it that you know how to tear it to shreds. Is that something, as far as giving advice to upcoming cartoonists, as well as established cartoonists who are looking to maybe specialize or find a niche and explore these sort of newer ways of making an income on cartooning with things like licensing and commissions, specialized commissions, where would you think they would best begin to find that kind of niche, to kind of explore that voice?
It's a great question. I wasn't quite so strategic about it. It was a little bit accidental at first because that's what my day job was. And I was kind of, I was just surrounded by these inside jokes and things that were happening in the companies where I worked. And there was just so much material to make fun at in that. And so it started with just me drawing what I like to draw and about my day job. And the serendipitous part turned out to be creating a cartoon for marketers ended up being a nice link because marketers have marketing budgets and they have communication challenges. So that kind of link sort of made sense. But it started over time. I've started to think that really any type of creative work, it's important to think about what you uniquely do. Yeah. And because that uniqueness and focusing on a niche is what can allow you to establish a name for yourself. And then when people want to hire you or your work gets out into the world, you're kind of unto a subset of yourself. A friend of mine described it as the power of combinatory skills, that you have other skills in your background,
Right.
and you add cartooning to it, and that hybrid is really interesting.
Yeah.
For you, like a stand-up speaker and a cartoonist, like that's a really cool hybrid, for example.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's a few different things you can bolt on that makes makes anyone, a cartoonist, uniquely them. And when you play to that, then it's more satisfying for yourself, because you're not just trying to mimic another cartoonist who happens to be successful, but you're
Right.
finding what your own voice is. But then also, I find whenever a client wants to work with me, they're typically not thinking we're talking to you and we're talking to 5 other cartoonists. They're talking, because of their specific niche, they're kind of just like, oh, we want to work with that person that. And so I feel like I think there's room for any cartoonist to think about what it is that they uniquely do. And the other thing is, and then where that gets you too is that too often when everyone sort of sounds alike, which is the risk. When I started thinking about this, I got the Graphic Artists Guild's book on how do you value a cartoon, and it was super helpful. But by putting a standardized price list of sorts, it kind of marks everything to price. And then, if everyone sounds kind of too similar, then you're just competing on price, and it's a race to the bottom. And so I try to think part of the value of finding what you uniquely do is you can add more, you can convey more value for your work, and then people value it more. That's kind of, over time, I've realized that's been helpful for me to remember that, and just really hold fast to this little niche. In marketing.
And you've done it very well, and your website. I would encourage anyone to go and visit Marketoonist. You're the first thing that comes up, obviously, when you Google Marketoonist. But the way that you have structured it as well, to make it easy for people who are actually looking for cartoons on specific topics. You've used tags really well. We at NCS Fest last year in California, we had the cartoon collections, cartoonists and I guess the team behind that, and that is I guess that's a team. That's a business. Whereas you are a company of one. You are, to quote, you are actually in the first chapter of the New York Times best-selling book, Company of One, by Paul Jarvis. And it is an interesting thing to see someone do that as just a single cartoonist, as a single person, and as a freelance business, because you don't have the support necessarily of a team within you. And when you are outsourcing things to other contractors and other freelancers and perhaps other cartoonists, you're sort of closing the loop. You're not sort of having to worry about salaries and leave and all that sort of stuff and healthcare. You're very deliberately farming things out and delegating to people to whom you can trust and who won't damage you. Both in both sections, it's very easy to find as someone who's looking for a cartoon, to find exactly what you're looking for. And I will plug your book as well. This is a fantastic book. Your Ad Ignored Here, which is a great title for a marketing book. I know that everyone is dying to see some of your work, so I know that you've prepared some cartoons for today, and many of them are apropos of the situation we're in here. A lot of them are quite recent, and part of your weekly cartoon. Do you want to talk us through this first one?
Yeah, happy to. So I just have a small selection of cartoons. A few of these are recent ones, just in the time of COVID. So this one is some people at a skyscraper, having a meeting. Digital transformation is years away. I don't see our company having to change anytime soon. And then this big COVID wrecking ball.
My stomach sank when I saw this one.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like sometimes usually when I think about humor, it starts with some sort of pain point. It's a painful. A recognition of some pain point that I'm feeling. And this one, I definitely have heard from people resonate. I think we all kind of experience that pain point at the same time.
Who was it who said, tragedy is when I cut my finger, comedy is when I fall into a sewer and die? Was that Mel Brooks, maybe?
I love that. I think it might be Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I love that. A lot of the cartoonists in the Burnt Toast gang have that sort of similar, they're constantly using humor to overcome, any sort of bad sort of event that happens in life, And you and I
Yeah.
have spoken about this, that the ability to try and sensitively sort of, I guess it's something of a tightrope, towing that line between being inappropriate and being tastefully funny in a time like this, where you are actually able to use humor to without dismissing the importance of things, or being insensitive. You are actually able to use humor, and I know that you've done talks on this that can be found on your website, but it is a very specific skill, and it takes a lot of practice to know where that line is. Did you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, it is a tightrope. Well, it's funny because I don't know. I found, in this wrecking ball time, and here's another cartoon about the new normal, which is one of those expressions
That's so great.
We're all going through this thing together, and particularly because I do a lot of work with brands, they're so sensitive to the right tone, how they sound, and so there was this kind of vibe that suddenly went out that it's better to be too serious than sorry, and so suddenly all the brands kind of sound alike, and so I actually think that's a bit of a miss, because I feel like that's the easy path. But people are looking for humor because they want to make sense of what's going on right now. And if every brand sounds alike, what a dull world that is.
Yeah.
And so I've tried to find ways to explain, a Zoom. Should we schedule the next Zoom meeting or just hit ourselves repeatedly in the head with a hammer?
This is very real. This is.
And I found it's when we're all going through something collectively, humor is an ideal way to talk about this kind of stuff, because there's so much absurdity in the situation.
Especially when there's a solidarity to it, I think, as well. When we're all, I guess I don't remember a time, certainly in my lifetime, but just historically, when everyone was going through the same thing at the same time at such a scale. It's like a world war. And there are things that we can all appreciate and kind of, poke fun at without undermining the gravity of the situation. This is a perfect example. It's great. And it really, the feeling of, the constant Zoom meetings. Also, you mentioned everyone pulling from the same hymn book, really, and quite literally copying and pasting the, we all appreciate you at this time, the importance of this situation,
Yeah, I think I did. So I did a cartoon. So some brand we apparently gave an email address to 3 or 4 years ago wants us to know they're here for us in this difficult time. And I found there's some YouTuber out there who spliced together all these ads from brands talking about "We're here for you, we're here for you," and they all look identical. The same piano music, the somber tones.
It's like a template.
It is. There's a woman who tweeted this funny poem. The first lines of emails I've received while quarantining, and it's every line, in these uncertain times as we navigate the new normal, et cetera, and it's all that stuff. And so I like, that's definitely something I noticed when all this happened. Is like, God, we need more humor now more than ever, and it's just getting lost and it's missing. But there's room for for brands or for anyone to find that humor. And cartoonists, like you said about the line, we're uniquely positioned to really know what that line is. How do you find humor in situations that can be really difficult? And one of the academic theories I came across, there's a scientist, I'm blanking on his name right now, but he basically identified a bunch of different types of humor. And the one that he talks about in times like this is what he calls affiliative humor, which is we're laughing with ourselves. It's this collective laugh response, which is different than laughing, at somebody or even self-deprecating humor. Like there's that balancing act that I think cartoonists know how to tap into a collective response. And that's what makes me, I don't know, it makes it feel like there's this shared experience. And I sometimes heard, in some of these cartoons that I sent out, I would get a response from people saying, "Oh my God, I like that we're kind of all going through this. At least we can laugh at ourselves."
Yeah. I have the same thing with sort of readers of my cartoons who will either say, "Oh, that's too real," or "Oh my God, that's me." You get a lot of sort of. It's nice when you get the recognition from people, and I'm sure you get so many. I do want to ask you about your mailing list, because you must get so many interesting connections through that, where people really feel like that's something that they look forward to each week, to getting your cartoon. And can you speak to the importance of having an audience like that, and also sort of the voice that you've developed, the voice of your brand, as it were, but also the voice that is sort of authentic. You're not playing to some kind of playbook that a marketing brand developer has, you know, marketing managers put together, and you're very authentic in the way that you present your work. You're not hiding anything. You're not trying to use any tricks or sales, you know, jargon. It's very direct and it's very authentic. Can you speak a bit about that? Because your mailing list has been going for some time.
It has, and it is the single biggest, most important thing I've ever done.
Yeah,
and it happened kind of accidentally. I was drawing cartoons in business school, and there was a student newspaper, and I graduated and there was no student newspaper anymore. And I was working at General Mills, and, you know, it's before social media. So I just set up a simple email newsletter, and I sent it to 35 of my coworkers, kind of in my immediate group, and just said, hey, I've been doing this cartoon in business school. I want to do one explicitly about marketing. If you're interested, sign up. And then that's the only bit of like push I ever did for that. And It's now been 18 years.
18 years.
Of sending this cartoon weekly. And it's amazing. And it helped, of course, that when I started, I wasn't trying to make anything out of it. It was just sort of like, this is how I can communicate. I like drawing cartoons. And I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm not trying to pitch stuff. So I was able, over the first 8 years, to just like send out a cartoon a week. And it was just like my own diary of sorts.
Yeah.
So my voice really came out of that. It was just how I felt as a marketer. And then after, I'd say maybe, I guess it was probably 6 or 7 years, it was just the cartoon. And then as social media emerged, I started adding those channels. And then when blogging started becoming popular, that's when I started writing a few hundred words to go along with every cartoon, because I could unpack it. I could have the cartoon be just pure funny and silliness, and hopefully some message. But then I had a little time in the writing part to like say, oh, here's an example of a cool brand that's approaching this thing differently, or here's, just unpack it and go a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
And the interplay between the cartoon and that I started to play with. And that's really, I guess, if there's any voice of sorts, it really comes out of that. And then when I started doing this my job, I had to restrain myself from wanting to like pitch all the time.
Yeah.
Because, particularly with my audience being marketing people, they have high BS detectors.
Of course.
And so if I try to do that, I lose it. And so I've really tried to prioritize, like, it's kind of this sacred relationship I have with this audience, reaching them every week, that they've taken the time to sign up for it. And so I really prioritize that. And I don't let anything get in the way of that. I find that by doing it every week, I try to set it at the same time every week.
Yes.
People do kind of look forward to it. And if I ever miss a week because I'm sick or on vacation, like I do get messages like, hey, where's your email? I remember it might've been I think it was a quote from Gary Trudeau about his sabbatical and how he described cartooning as like a public utility, and people complain when it's not there.
Yeah.
And that's a unique
so
thing.
Interesting.
You think about most forms of communication, all the clutter we're surrounded by, most of us would not complain if we didn't get an email from a brand. but the fact that people want the next installment, like, there's power in that. And so I've tried to really make that the core of everything. And then, and then I allow myself to show, after I do the cartoon and people read that, beneath it, I can say, hey, here's some cool thing I'm doing, or I'm speaking at this event or whatever. And then people feel like it feels like an appropriate balance. That's how I've thought about it.
Yeah. It feels very, just as a subscriber, it does feel very respectful, both of the reader's time, but also of their privacy. You're not trying to use, any underhanded marketing tactics or metrics to sort of be creepy about things. But you're also very consistent. And I think with Cartoonists, I'm not sure how much of a priority is put on those kinds of relationships, especially, some people say you sort of learn to celebrate the unsubscribes, because it means you've really honed down your tribe, as it were, your readers, your real interested 1,000 true fans, as it were. And
that's right.
You, over the course of, what was it, 18 years?
Yeah, it's been 18 years now.
You must have cultivated a very loyal following.
I feel really fortunate. I love the audience that chooses to tune into the cartoons. I feel really fortunate about that.
Yeah.
And over time, now that I do this as my business, like a lot of those different aspects of how I get paid, they come serendipitously through somebody sending me a note saying, I've been reading your work for 10 years, and at some point I want to find a way to work with you, and I have this interesting project. I'm not sure if it's what you do.
Mm.
You know, can we talk about it? And I love that. That makes me so happy.
Well, that brings me to my next question, because this is something that I know a lot of freelancers, particularly right now, are struggling with. And that is what I call the ability to say no. The freelance panic of not knowing where your next paycheck might be coming from, and then sort of accepting every single project that someone throws at you, and then whether you quote it appropriately or not. You always hate getting that email when you quote something and they come back and they go, "Oh, is that all?"
Yeah.
Sort of, I'd really love to get your thoughts on how to cultivate the ability to determine what is your enough. You know, what you seem to have really nailed down what your upper limit is. So you don't have this exponential growth and constant trying to double the profits every quarter. You've figured out what you need, and you have this fantastic philosophy on, well, I mean, there's diminishing returns if my lifestyle if I'm constantly pulling all-nighters to get work done. How did you figure out what to say yes to and what to say no to with that torrent of, offers and projects coming in?
Yeah, it's tricky. It helped at first because I was getting these requests while I still had a day job. So I could sort of I wasn't wedded to everything that came in. So that gave me a little bit of a head start, so to speak, because I got used to saying no to things. And and not at first. I mean, God, my imposter syndrome is so loud. I mean, it's like, oh, here, I'll just do it for free for you. I'll pay you to work with me. That's how loud my imposter syndrome is. So and of course with something, and I think every creative person struggles with this. That's one of the things I love about the NCS is because we can get together and we all share that same freelancer anxiety and the imposter syndrome. And it's and it's really valuable because we can build each other up. And I think the most important thing is we live in such a cluttered world. If there's ever a time for the power of people who know how to communicate well, it's now. And cartoonists have such a skill there. That's talent that's worth something. And it's important to stand up for that worth and not do things just for exposure and not to take things to, not to discount yourself. I found that just with me, because whenever I did discount myself to get a project, I always felt bad about it.
Of course. It's drudgery.
Exactly. And so I kind of went in with this MO that I would rather do something else on the side to make money and be valued for my cartooning work than to devalue my cartooning work just because I want to make money doing that. Because it's such a rare gift that we get to do cartooning as a job. It's such a dream. I didn't want to tarnish it. I feel really lucky that I get to do this. I didn't want to, to your other point, try to build up this company that's scale and all that focus. I'd worked in businesses like that before, and there's a lot of misery in that. And I didn't want my job to be like, oh, great, I finally got a job drawing cartoons, and now my actual job is being a project manager of other people. I knew that would suck the fun out of it. So I tried to find that balance, like you said, of what's the amount that I need to make as I have a dad with 2 daughters and a wife and a mortgage and all that stuff. What's that threshold that I need to make? And then there's diminishing returns. If you oh my God, I'm going to grow this company, then it becomes a company. So I've really tried to find that balance. We're lucky that we're in a time where a lot of the tools have been democratized. To your point about building up your own licensing engine, a lot of these tools are there, and you can figure it out and then choose what you insource. In my case, I want to insource a lot of the creative work and the pure cartooning, and what you outsource, which is things I don't like to do, like accounting, or things I'm not good at necessarily, like animation. Like those things, I don't have to learn how to do everything myself, and I can be selective about who, the talented people I bring to work with. And I do feel really lucky to work with teams. I love working with other cartoonists.
That's interesting.
But I want to make sure I do it in a way that doesn't tarnish the experience.
Of course.
Ultimately, I want to be a cartoonist, and I want to have time at the drafting table every day.
Yeah. Well, something very unique to our industry, and people who are already within the NCS and within the industry would know this, that cartoonists are unique in that we're not really at each other's throats all the time in a very competitive way. We're very collaborative and we're very collegiate. We don't really consider each other like direct competition. Even though if you really boiled it down, I guess we are in some senses. There's 16. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, like some of the traditional markets, when the New Yorker gets however many, submissions every week, like that is competition. It's down to the 16 spots in the New Yorker. Or when the syndicates choose like what few things they bring in every year, there's competition there. But as far as, I think if we widen the lens to all the different places cartooning can go, and again, going back to the point we talked about earlier about finding what you uniquely do, suddenly you're not competing, you're like taking it in a really cool new direction.
Well, you collaborate with other cartoonists. Can you speak a little bit to that? You have sort of some great teams that you work with and great cartoonists, some who are in the NCS.
Yes, I feel very fortunate. So I've experimented over time on ways to do this that work and make sense. And so I've kind of compartmentalized a bit of it. This is all for client stuff, by the way, and not for my own kind of marketing cartoon. But there's sort of the idea stage, the gag writing stage, and then there's the illustration stage. And I found it useful. There are a few cartoonists on the gag writing stage. Rob Coddington, who's in Vancouver, and Susan Camilleri Konar, who's an NCS member in Vancouver. I've worked with them quite a bit. And then I've done a lot of work with Michael Jancy, more on the illustration side, creating campaigns or series that are use a different look and feel. Most of the clients I work with, they like my own drawing style, but a lot of times with particularly bigger brands, they're really specific about how the cartoons look, and they like doing different styles. And I have a couple examples of it.
Yeah, I'd love to see some.
I'll skip past a couple of.
I do want to come back to the other cartoons that you have here, but until then, this is So
this is an example. This is one in my own style, but it's a company called Braze. They make software, and it's an example of how a cartoon can illustrate some sort of a pain point. In this case, a literal pain point of a guy on the wheel, and then connecting to a brand message. And this is another software company. Kind of simple gags. So these are in my style, and I worked with other cartoonists as part of the gag writing stage. So we would collectively write a whole bunch of gags and pitch those to the client and decide which ones to take forward. And this one was fun because they also built up a dedicated website for the series. And
great.
Then they even had this way to get a collectible of your favorite cartoon from the series. You get coffee mugs
as a mug.
Yeah,
That's
or
awesome.
a mouse pad or whatever.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of fun. And then this is something for an executive recruiter, made a whole leadership series. And,
boy, that really that one really hits home right now.
yeah. And they ended up making that the feature of their homepage when you went to their company website. Like they had this to like delve into humor and leadership issues. So it was kind of a fun way to play with cartoons. But then I have this example. I've done a couple of projects with Dell. Actually, before I go to Dell, actually, this is one for Kronos. We did something fun where we made at a trade show, they set up a green screen environment. So I had a couple cartoons I drew without the characters in it, and people could kind of like stand in a green screen and pose and have themselves in a cartoon. And then all these little cartoons were created with all actual people at the trade show. And then they got an image of themselves in a cartoon that they could then send to people or like distribute.
That's
so it's kind of fun way to think about cartoons within sort of a live event. But yeah, here's the Dell example. One of the Dell examples we've done. We created the incredibly serious sales guide. So this is something they give to all of their sales reps around the world. And we had, this is the cover of it. And then we had a bunch of gags in there. Are you sure this is what we mean by workforce transformation? And these were all illustrated by Michael Jancy.
Yeah,
and,
they look very Jancy-esque, I was going to say.
Yeah,
great
and worked on
economy.
Team for gags. So I got to, I love Michael's work, and so and all the cartoons I got to work with on the idea conception stage was really fun. And then it became part of this big marketing collateral that got sent out to all the marketing team folks. And so a way that cartoons can make something that's kind of dry, like you're talking about, features and benefits of tech gadgets, and then using cartoons to kind of bring people in. So those are a few examples of what we've done.
That's fantastic.
And here's one example I'll share just quickly. I mentioned earlier doing a lot of internal culture change work. So this is a consulting company that brought me in to look at their own internal culture, and this just went internally as culture change within the company, which is kind of cool.
That is cool. It's interesting so that was PricewaterhouseCoopers, was it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting that companies like that use cartoons and humor within the internal, not just external sort of client facing, but actual internal HR side of things, because I think it must be so much more engaging and enjoyable, and a departure from the dry sort of usual HR training videos and modules, and God, it can be so boring.
And it also shows, I think, it's a good thing for a company because it shows that they don't take themselves too seriously. I feel like if HR is setting the tone, that it's okay to laugh at ourselves. Like it kind of deflates the stress in the room of other people feeling comfortable doing it. I had a funny experience with a bank in Singapore where I was working on a series about their culture. And we started creating these cartoons. And there's one of my favorite stories with this is because it's a bank in Singapore, and so I had to like understand the bank, and I had to understand a little bit like what's funny in Singapore. And I started playing around with this idea. I got to interview all these different people in the company, and I noticed that a bunch of people kept using the word "scolded" when they were worried about what their manager would do to them if they made a mistake, like they would be scolded. And so I was like, God, that's such a weird word. And so I played around with a gag involving like the American dunce cap sort of thing. And no one in this bank in Singapore knew what that was.
Of course,
like,
it's an American
Why
thing.
is he wearing that on his head? What is a dunce? What is that? And so I was like, how like when you're a child in a classroom and you've done something naughty, like what is the stereotypical thing that teachers like force you to do? And it was so funny because I was on this conference call and they started describing like, if you get in trouble and you're naughty, they make you go in front of the class and you have to cross your arms and hold under your earlobes, and then you have to squat. Really? And you have to hold that position in front of the class. And they started describing that, and they all started laughing because they all knew that reference, which I didn't. And they sent me a picture of this executive posing for me doing that position, and they all thought it was the funniest thing ever. And then so I created a cartoon based on that.
That's funny.
And,
look at that.
And so that's kind of an example of like within corporate culture environments, like they're all kind of different. And I think that's one thing that have loved starting to do is sort of dropping into a corporate climate, figuring out where some of the humor lies. Some of the things like the word "scolded" that they say so often, they don't even notice it's a weird word for a company environment. And I can kind of find a way to bring humor into that situation, which lets them then talk about it with others.
It's so interesting because, as I mentioned earlier, your knowledge of working within the corporate world before you went full time in cartooning, it's sort of you developed this vernacular, you developed this sort of shorthand and understanding of all the buzzwords and all of the different, just the way that people speak in acronyms and things like that. You just sort of showed an example there of how sometimes the humor doesn't necessarily translate across borders, despite the fact that you do have very much an international business with your cartoon licensing, and that does sort of travel all over the place. But do you ever find that you do hit a few, sort of roadblocks with humor? How often does that really happen to you?
It comes up. I mean, I think about it a lot, particularly for a global campaign. I don't deliberately create things for a global campaign that have too American a reference. I try to find generalizable reference points. And it's nice, I guess, there is a sense that within business environments, there's more uniformity sometimes than other aspects of the culture in those environments. So that's helped a little bit, but I really have to lean on the company that I'm working with, that it is a collective process. I try to watch that because you don't want to have too many cooks in the kitchen. But I do like to, as we share roughs and we're talking about what's resonating, I do try to take it to the next step. Like the dunce cap one, when they didn't get it, it could have been easy for me to just say, "Oh, American reference, I'll take it away."
Right.
But then in having that follow-on conversation, and knowing like the right way to do that, that's really where the humor came from. Actually, my favorite moment is not even the cartoon. It's just having these executives, imagining these executives in a bank, and one guy is like doing this in the corner of the room. Like, I love that happened.
Someone took that photo.
Yeah. And so I try to think about like I'm learning, and I'm really honest. Like, I'm an American, like I happen to have worked in Europe. So I have seen some different environments. But it has been really cool to see things pop up and the similarities. I actually have one example that's kind of fun. Let me see. I had a chance, because I travel a lot for speaking, I had a chance to go to India last year, and the event where I spoke in India, they ended up making a billboard campaign leading up to the event, and they used my cartoons. So it's like I got to go to Mumbai for the first time, and like my cartoons are on billboards there, which is really cool to see that there's some universal types of things that everyone can find some humor in, and then there are cultural nuances I try to be mindful of, and then occasionally we'll actually translate cartoons. Like in some ways, cartooning is easier to make global than like a photograph, because a photograph is so photorealistic. You're like, oh, that's clearly in this place. But with a cartoon, if it's drawn simply enough, you can. I think the viewer of the cartoon puts themselves a little bit into it, and they can, and it can go further, I think, than other types of like visual media, for instance, which is kind of cool.
I remember during the Arab Spring, in Tahrir Square, they had spray painted cartoons because there were so many of the population who were illiterate, who wouldn't be able to read, slogans and taglines and protests, and it was all cartoons, and it was in Tunisia and all over the place. It was cartoonists who were making it's not propaganda. It's not the right word. I guess the visuals for the uprising were very much all cartoons because they were just immediately understandable without a single word written.
That's right. It's so powerful. Actually, in India, funny enough, the longest running ad campaign in India is a cartoon. It's for a dairy brand called Amul Dairy, and every week for literally the last 60 years, they've put out a new cartoon starring this character in a cartoon situation relating to a dairy brand once a week.
Every week?
Every week. God. And it was there when I was, and they touch on a lot of topical things. Like I've researched a little bit their cartoon studio process, and it is like, a rip from the headlines, like what's happening in the world right now. How do we create a cartoon based on that? And then suddenly put it on billboard ads across India. But I love that example.
So interesting. Well, I mean, they've accrued however many years worth of cartoons now. I mean, that could become it's such an incredible.
I bought they've published book collections of them.
Oh,
I bought
great.
their book collection. Wow. And whenever I meet somebody from India, I mention that example, and it's the awareness level is so high.
The ubiquity of it. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Which I think is, again, the power of cartoons. And I feel like that's I get excited about the potential where cartoons can go, because have you ever come across the story of Johnston and Cushing by any chance?
It rings a bell. Did you want to kind of elaborate?
Yeah, and I don't want to take too much on it, but so for like a 20-year period, it was an ad agency in New York that was explicitly focused on cartoons in marketing communication.
Right. And
Milton Caniff, who's one of the founders of the NCS, was one of their cartoonists. Dick Brown was another one. And like the idea of like having literally that much funneling cartooning talent like into all these interesting places, I just get excited about that example.
It is interesting that I'm not sure if you saw, every now and then there'll be an advertisement in the New Yorker, and it'll be drawn by a New Yorker cartoonist, because that brand has seen their cartoon and go, boy, wouldn't it be great to get them to do our next, ad. And it's so fascinating to see who they choose with their different styles and their different tone of voice. And some cartoonists, they get approached and they're hooked up through, I think through Condé Nast, but some of them are like, you know what, I really don't resonate with that brand, and I'm not entirely comfortable with being associated with that. And so they say no, and that's fine. And there's no hard feelings. It's a really interesting way to use what is clearly the target audience in that publication. They love cartoons. They're subscribing to the New Yorker. Why not use that? What a fantastic medium to be able to connect to your audience.
I found an example. I'm surrounded by cartoon books, obviously, but one of the things I found that I love is this. I found on eBay is a book that Volkswagen commissioned of New Yorker cartoonists in the 60s, all drawing cartoons related to Volkswagen. When you buy a Volkswagen, like they would give you this at the dealership, which I think is cool. But they got Charles Adams in here, like amazing, like cartoonists drawing cartoons, and so I don't know. I think that's cool. There's a lot we can learn from how cartoons have, worked in the past, back in, when I think it was a different place than it is right now, but I feel like there are a lot of similarities too. Everybody, in a world needing to communicate. There's
I
a lot
wonder
of
if they all got
cartoonists to do that.
paid in Volkswagen Beetles for that. In doing your weekly cartoon for something in the order of what you said, 18, 19 years, something like that.
Yeah.
You would have done close to 1,000 cartoons by now. And
That's right.
in looking through your book, your ad ignored here, it's cartoons from 15 years of marketing, business, and doodling in meetings. It is an interesting journey through for you as a cartoonist, because I noticed that your style changes, your approach to humor changes, your word economy changes, your ability to distill, even in composition. What are the kind of things? Are there any other cartoonists that you took a great deal of inspiration from? I know I can sort of see, I'm kind of peeking at the books on your shelf. I can see some Christoph Niemann and some Patrick McDonnell, and I think is that Diffie's book back there.
I got Diffie's book there. Yeah.
It's interesting to me how influential other cartoonists are on one's style, not just physically drawing, but thinking. Are there any sort of heroes that you have that really influenced you?
Yeah, I do. I've heard it described once, it's like this Frankenstein thing where you sort of, gravitate to certain cartoonists, and then it's kind of, it starts out being this Frankenstein thing where but over time, like the seams sort of disappear and it becomes your own style. Matt Groening was a huge inspiration for me. Like when I found his Life in Hell books in high school, like it just changed, a lot for me. Totally. So that was sort of like one plank. And particularly when I got started, he would often do he did these funny cartoons of different types of school students. And I remember one of my early cartoons was like that, but for brand managers. So there was a bit of that. I came across this French cartoonist, Sampé,
of course.
At one point early on. Wow. And that really made a big impression on me, partly because so many of his cartoons are funny without any words at all.
Yeah.
And so he just has an image and it's just hysterically funny visually. Yeah. And he has really simple line economy. So I started really, playing around with that. But I find I just love cartoons. I love coming across, historical cartoons, all the New Yorker cartoons going way back. I love finding historical books and gravitating onto that, all the way through to the current kind of New Yorker cartoonist. That's definitely a key plank in what I look for. And then it was so great when I went to my first NCS Reubens. I got to meet so many cartoonists who have influenced me, Sergio Aragones, just all the way through. It's just amazing amazing to get together in one room and just be inspired by it. Yeah. So I don't deliberately, I'm not at a stage where I try not to deliberately copy, but I certainly, now I've kind of fallen into my own style, but I love picking up new books and thinking, oh, I love the way this cartoonist did that.
Yeah.
And how do I think about it in my own way, kind of in that direction?
Absolutely.
And that's something I think about over time. But it was part of the fun of doing a book. I think a lot of us have experienced that when you take cartoons that we've drawn, 20 years before, it's kind of cool to see how, we don't always notice from one cartoon to the next how our style evolves, but over time, it does. Yeah. And I have a book here of Gary Trudeau's Yale cartoons, for instance, and you can see the prototype of characters and situations, and then it's cool to see how that turned into what it is today. And so I like, I don't know, it's one of the things I love. I love whenever there's a cartoon exhibit, at the Cartoon Art Museum in San Francisco or other places, whenever you can see the history, but also the blue line roughs of what led to the cartoons. I love the structure of it. Berkeley Breathitt is another cartoonist, by the way, who was a big influence on me growing up. And I got to meet him right after I quit my job to draw cartooning full time, because he had an exhibit at the Cartoon Art Museum. And that was really cool experience, meeting him and seeing all of his work and how he evolved over time. And I love that, he and, Gary Larson and Berkeley and Bill Waterston were obviously big influences on me as growing up. And it's really cool that Berkeley Breathitt's doing stuff now, and now Gary Larson just published 3 new cartoons last week, so he's back. Pretty amazing.
And he's working digitally, which is a new aspect to his work. He didn't realize how far the technology had evolved since he last tried it, and now he's fallen in love with drawing again, which is such a great thing to hear when a cartoonist who has retired has come out of retirement to work again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do want to. I know we're coming up towards the end, but there was something a story that you told me about when you were at General Mills and you were sending that first, in the infancy of your mailing list, that first email, and your coworkers, you used the term, I think, prairie dog.
Yeah, prairie. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well known that term is.
Yeah, it's the first time I'd ever heard it, but it was the perfect description of what it was. Do you mind explaining what that was?
I ended up drawing an illustration of this at one point because it was like we were in this cubicle farm, basically. Like, we were all cooped up. Everything looked sort of identical, in the fourth floor of this big skyscraper, and every floor looks exactly the same. And I used to send out my cartoons like during the workday, because it was, it's this hobby thing, and it wasn't officially sanctioned by any means, but people were starting to sign up for it, and I would hit send, and then I described it as prairie dog, and people would like pop their heads up.
It's perfect.
and talk about the cartoon, and often they would talk about like how quick before I was either told not to do it or I was actually fired. So that was the big topic of debate, because particularly my early cartoons, I would often take something out of a meeting I had just heard a few days before, and sometimes I wasn't too subtle about drawing a particular executive who may or may not have been in that meeting. So anyway,
you're very, very brave as a cartoonist doing that within a cubicle farm where people can find you very easily. It's much easier to do it from home.
I know, but oddly though, I then I got a call from the assistant to the chief marketing officer at the company saying the chief marketing officer wanted to have a conversation with me, and I was like, I'm going to get fired. And and all my friends were like, it's done, like you could just back up your files. And but I go to meet him, and actually he ended up I didn't know him well, and I was nervous, and he ended up taking me out to lunch and saying, I really love the cartoons, I love what you're doing, I'd love to support you. And then he ended up introducing me to somebody he went to college with, T. Lewis, who drew Over the Hedge. I was like, wow, that's really cool. And it made me, I feel like sometimes it made me realize sometimes I had my own risk aversion filter, but actually drawing, I feel like it made me realize I never wanted to work in a company again where my cartooning would be a problem. Like I needed to really be who I was.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a good moment too.
That's really interesting to sort of make that discovery. I know there's a few more cartoons that we haven't got to yet.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd love to go through them just to share them with people, because they're fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
The next one this one is very, I identified with this one very much for two reasons. Did you want to speak the caption there?
Yeah. So a bunch of dogs around a conference table. We need to stay focused on our marketing priorities and not get distracted by every shiny new, look, squirrel.
So there's three parts to this. One is that my favorite, one of my favorite characters in movies of all time is the dog in Up. The second is that my dog I take him for a walk every morning in the park, and he nearly pulls my arm off when he sees a squirrel. And it's the one thing that will distract him. He could be eating the most delicious meal of his life, and a squirrel goes by and he just is after it. And third of all, I find that I myself am constantly discovering new technologies and things like Twitch and iStream and Zoom and I don't know if you've heard of I'm trying to think of the thing now. It's this online Ethereum marketplace to sell artwork and cartoons. Super Real, I think it's called, Super Real.
Interesting.
There's things popping up all the time, and it's so difficult to stay focused on your existing goals and your existing work when there's all these other potential opportunities, and all anyone is ever saying is, you got to get it on the ground floor, you've got to be first, you've got to be big on Twitter, to be big on Facebook, Instagram, I guess TikTok.
And marketers have making TikTok videos, exactly.
Yeah, and it's so challenging to just remain focused and be able to determine, I really don't think I'm going to get, to use an acronym, just any ROI on all of the time that I'm going to spend on Instagram or building a Facebook following or building a Twitter following. And how is it that you have learned to prioritize this? Because I know that you do sort of expand out to Facebook and Twitter and such. how did you prioritize what you did and most importantly didn't focus on in terms of that?
It's great question, and some of it comes from laziness. Like I become a technology laggard. Like I think about stuff and I'm like, I kind of need to get involved in that. And some of it, I had this. I read a lot of Seth Godin's work, and I remember when social media was bubbling up. And for those who don't know, Seth Godin, he's kind of a marketing luminary, but it's kind of an interesting guy. But he was deliberately not on Twitter for the longest time, and everyone was like, "Why aren't you on Twitter?" And he described it as a distraction. He said what he does, and he's like, again, going back to what do you uniquely do? He would write a small blog post every single day, and he's been doing it now forever.
Yeah.
And it's that he's like, that's the most valuable thing I can do. Mm-hmm. Eventually, he used Twitter to send a link to that. Yeah. But he's like, that's where I want to focus. And so much on my blog and on my newsletter, and then I want to be where social media is. And but I to do it deeply, I knew would be a distraction from the stuff that I could be doing.
Yeah.
So I struggle with that. I thought about, should I start a podcast? Should I do, what else can I do? And all of those things are right answers for some people, and they could be right for me. But for right now, I find that if I say no to more and I put most of my effort into fewer things, I can be more effective at those fewer things.
So it's sort of an 80, a Pareto principle kind of thing, an 80-20 sort of thing. But I'm going to, you're being modest, but Seth Godin actually called you the David Ogilvy of cartooning. And so that's huge. I mean, Seth is he's a marketing, for lack of a better word, guru, but he also kind of preaches the gospel of find your people, play to them. Don't try, if your customer is everyone, then your customer is no one. Right. And I interestingly enough, Guy Kawasaki also said, that if with regard to your cartoons, he said, laugh and learn at the same time. By the way, if you don't laugh, you're clueless, and the cartoon is about you. That's such a great line. He's Guy Kawasaki's the chief evangelist of Canva, Mercedes-Benz brand ambassador. That's such an interesting process that every cartoonist now, as a freelancer, really, and in charge of their own, I hate to use the term, but they are their own brand. How to stay authentic and stay focused and productive while still trying to maintain some semblance of, trying to keep relevant and go where the audiences are, go where their readers are. And as you say, I guess you eventually ascertain, well, this is the thing that's going to yield the most, for the best bang for my buck as far as time goes. And also, as we spoke about at the very beginning, you're enough. If you're going to spend all your time on social media trying to engage people and all this sort of stuff, then, and it's time away from your family and it's time away from your kids, and it's the things that you actually want to do, which was the reason you even started the business. You sort of think, well, what's the point?
It's hard. It's hard, and I feel like that's actually a hard thing. I think cartoonists in general struggle with. Like none of us were kids playing with silly putty with the Sunday paper and making, which I used to do. I used to take like Calvin and Hobbes cartoons and put them onto a fresh sheet of paper and like draw in the caption. I never did that, imagining like someday I'm going to build a marketing platform with, for my cartoons and have to deal with clients and how we're going to get paid. Like we get into this because we love the power of cartoons. Like I never want other stuff to get in the way of that, or I should be doing something else and have cartooning back as a hobby. Because ultimately, so that's the balance. I think the struggle is like how to do cartooning in a way that we can be valued and paid for our work, but in a way that doesn't take away from why we got into cartooning to begin with. And I certainly don't have the answers, but I do feel like we are now more. I think every cartoonist does have to have some aspect of what they do that's entrepreneurial, that experiments in different business models, because everybody's, what a business model that might work for, Matthew Inman won't necessarily work for somebody else. And you have to continually experiment, but then find what's right for you and feel confident in when you do say, actually, I don't need to be, on Twitch, for example, or make TikTok videos or whatever. Or if you decide that's actually where I can find my medium and my outlet, that's where I do want to go. going back to Matt Groening, one example I love from his story was with Life in Hell is that he started like putting his cartoon in alternative newspapers, and then thought he then started self-syndicating to other alternative papers, and he ended up building a separate company that was a syndicate of alternative cartoons for alternative papers with other cartoonists that he carried in that syndicate.
Yeah.
And I love that example because he was thinking entrepreneurially about where his cartoons would go, and then that led to other thinking about other business opportunity for other cartoonists.
Yeah.
That's that example I hold to heart, because I'm like, I want to do that. I want to be entrepreneurial in a way that can ultimately get my cartoons out into the world more. So how I think about it.
Yeah. And what you've done is you've created opportunities for other cartoonists, which is fantastic.
Yes.
One key question, and I promise this is my last big question,
No,
because I do
please.
want to see the rest of your cartoons before we go. With the transition from print to digital, from going from the page to the screen, there is a difficult mental hurdle that many people are, I guess, paying clients are grappling with, including newspaper editors and, online blog editors. And it's that why should they pay the same amount that they paid in print for something that's going to appear online? There seems to be this misrepresentation that we are constantly battling with, that just because it's appearing online, that it should be paid any less than if it appeared in print. Can you speak to that a bit as far as your experience with it and getting paid what you are worth and asking what you are worth?
Yeah, it's hard.
That's why I left it till the end.
Yeah, there's not an easy answer for that,
Yeah.
except going back to what you uniquely do. That I feel like if the cartoons are interchangeable, like I feel like I look at the Wall Street Journal, for instance, and they have the little back panel where there's a spot for a cartoon and it's small, and there's nothing wrong with that spot. It's just that at that resolution, it is a little bit more commoditized a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you're in that environment, then take that to print or take that to online, like retailers that treat it like a commodity, then you don't have a lot of power to say that you're worth more, because the power is with that.
Yeah.
But if it's something that you can create something that's wholly your own, then I think you have the ability to say, well, you're reaching this many people, and the cartoons I'm creating have value for that many people.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of Wendy McNaughton. Do you know her work at all?
Yep.
I love what she does, and she really thinks about illustration and cartooning in the world of like newspaper reporting or journalism, graphic journalism, effectively. The New York Times sent her to Guantanamo Bay to do a graphic journalism piece on Guantanamo Bay. And she's created like her whole, thing. Like she had a full page in the New York Times that was a whole journalist story told through the graphic medium. And I know now the New York Times is taking it other places, but that's an example where you're doing something new.
Yes.
And when you do something new, you don't have the price thresholds where they're saying, well, I paid the last time I had a cartoon to plug into my little spot is worth this. Suddenly it's something new that's wholly your own.
That's very
And
interesting.
you can say, what is it worth to you, rather than trying to go, how much is it going to cost me?
Yeah.
So the value is like, how do you have the conversation differently? And so, I've had my cartoons in this marketing trade magazine in the UK called Marketing Week now for 12, 13, 14 years. They had no idea what cartoons would be because they had never done that before. So I structured it more about like, what's the value that I can bring?
Yeah.
And then I continually try to think beyond that. So they have been carrying my cartoons weekly for that many years, but then also like they called me up and said, we have this event, how do we do something cool for this event? And we ended up doing this really cool thing where I drew a cartoon without words. I turned it into a paint by numbers thing, and everybody at the event could come in and like color in a piece of the cartoon. And then they were like, we have so many pieces. Do you know that there's a Guinness World Record for the most color by numbers done over a period of time? I was like, no. So they ended up, the Guinness World Record showed up at the event and like gave them a Guinness World Record for the most contributions to a color by numbers.
That's
amazing.
amazing.
It was a really cool event, but it was actually like a cartoon I'd drawn and blew up, and like, so that was like an example of how if that's something, there's no price comparison in the Graphic Artists Guild.
Right.
And so I feel like the key to getting paid more for what we do is to try to create a new definition of what we do that's different than how it's treated like a commodity, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's just my view.
That's the best answer to that question I've ever had, because it's a question I ask of every cartoonist I speak with, and that's the value proposition. That's a fantastic way to approach it, and especially considering the new mediums and the way that cartoons are being used in sort of graphic memoir and journalism, graphic journalism, the things that the Nib are doing, and there's so many different ways to use cartoons that we can sort of retool and think, well, that's a new thing, and how to appreciate the value of it rather than just looking at the cost of it based on a 20th century model. That's so interesting.
Yeah, but the downside of where we are in cartooning is that the syndicates and there's not a magazine market like there used to be. All these things that used to be the established business models aren't working the way they used to work. Right. That's the downside. The upside is that there's all this new opportunity in that if you can find an angle that, again, applying what you uniquely do to that opportunity, you can create something new that hasn't been done before. And that's the exciting sort of flip side of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to go through the final cartoons that we have here, and then we will sadly have to say goodbye. I could talk to you forever on this stuff, but we have a time limit. So what, did you want to talk us through this one?
Yeah, so there's a couple in the living room, and there's sort of a peeping Tom head through the window, and the woman saying, don't worry, it's only marketers collecting our personal data so they can create more relevant advertising for us.
That's great. It's the final frontier in algorithms.
It is, and since I've drawn this cartoon, I feel like that's even before Alexa. Like now he's literally in the room listening.
Yeah, it's the thing on the coffee table there that's listening now.
That's right. Oh, yeah, exactly. And then careful, the last content was full of marketing.
I love this cartoon. This is on the back of your book as well. This one, I always love a Trojan horse cartoon. Anytime there's a Trojan horse cartoon, there's always so many new ways to do it. This is the perfect, and everyone can relate to this one.
Thank you.
So I wanted to thank you for your time, but also for all of the resources. I will direct everyone and insist that everyone goes to markatoonist.com to see your fabulous work, but also to grab the book because your ad Ignored Here, which is available through your website and through Amazon, is one of the great sort of niche cartoon collections, and also it's kind of captured the zeitgeist of each of the time that it's been done in, and the language that's been used. You can recognize some of the marketing sort of techniques that have since become dated or ineffective, and the ones that still the most striking thing about reading it over it's a 15 years worth of cartoons is the things that are still intensely relevant and identifiable now, which is great for a cartoon to have that kind of immediate recognition now is fantastic. It's a testament to the writing of the cartoon.
Thank you.
So Tom, thank you so much for your time. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. And as I mentioned, if you want to see more of Tom's work or get in touch with him, it's markatoonist.com. Thank you very much, Tom, and please stay safe there in California.
Thank you so much. So great to talk with you.
All right. See ya.
hello to virtual panel attendees. This is the Breaking Cat News with Georgia Dunn panel, taking place partially in Kansas City, at least, because that is where I am based.
Yep.
So Georgia, I hear that you do a comic. What is it about?
I do. Thank you, Sheena. Thank you for asking. I do a comic called Breaking Cat News, and it is about a cat news station. And then I always add, but funnier than that sounds, I hope. It's about a cat news station. The cats who run the news station take it very seriously, and they report on the news that happens in and around an apartment in Rhode Island, in New England.
So how did it start? Like, let's go to the beginning of Breaking Cat News. Like, how did it begin? Tell us everything.
It began one night when this dude, I don't know if I can show Reuben is right here. There he is. It's bath time. That guy, he accidentally brought an entire shelf down in a room, and everything came crashing. Everything that could, fly and bounce everywhere took off. And our other two cats, Elvis and Puck, came running in to investigate like cats do. And I started sort of doing like an old-timey reporter voice for each of them while I was begrudgingly cleaning up the shelf with my husband. And we were both laughing about it. And then I tweeted it, and I think the first headline I had was something like, everything's broken and we don't know who did it. And so I did that, and it got a whole bunch of retweets, like from friends and then people I didn't know, which back then was very strange and very different and new. And then I started doing a few strips of it, just 2 or 3, and thought it might be kind of fun to actually see it and see how it looked. And I did them super slapdash real fast on spare printer paper or something, whatever was on my bedside. And people seemed to really like it. And so I started paying a little bit more attention to what I was doing and the jokes I was making, and started sending it out a little bit more regularly.
Now, one of the things that I remember from our conversations at the beginning when we first started talking was that the original strip was such a throwaway gag, and it was so just like sketched out, and that people didn't understand that you are actually a trained artist.
Yeah, so I drew it real fast, like super fast. It was more like a sketch of a strip, like a rough draft. And you'll remember when I was in newspaper development, I had to sort of like scale, like gradually over the time of the webcomic, sort of scale the art up in a way, because new people were coming to the comic all the time. It was being retweeted and it was being shared, and the initial strips looked completely different from where it was heading. And so I sort of had to gradually, over a few months to a year, make the art better, but in a way that wasn't like jarring to all the first readers. And a lot of times when I would share illustrations of mine or watercolor paintings of mine over and over again, I would get the comment, "Oh, wow, you can draw." So that was kind of a bummer.
It's actually really, like, I feel like it's worth mentioning, and this is not a shameless plug for your books, but you can see this progression, and especially the first Breaking Cat News collection, because that starts from the web strips that are super, just very rough, and then by the end it almost gets to where it feels like where it ended up. And didn't you say something about like your son looking at the second book and being like, "This one is better"?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Big time. Kids are so honest and they have no filter. And when we got the second book, he turned to me, and I think I want to say he was 5 at the time of the second book, but he turned to me and he was like, "Oh, Mom, this one looks so much better. You drew this one better. This one's better." And so,
all of that said, I have worked a number of conventions where we have had the Breaking Cat News books for sale, and children gravitate to that book, the first one, and they pick it up and they take it to their parents and they say, this is about cats telling the news that matters to cats. Like they would basically just read out the thing and then insist that their parents get it for them, which is pretty cool.
That is awesome. I think that some of the funniest jokes are in those first like 50 strips.
They are really funny.
They're really funny.
Okay, so I think what I want to do is I want to talk to you a little bit about the fact that you are a newspaper cartoonist, and then I also want to talk a little bit about your artistic process and how you tell stories and how you think about that.
Okay.
And then we'll also, I think, cover cats in general, because I think that these are all like, maybe also like current events, things that have been happening in the world lately. So how did you always want to be a newspaper cartoonist? Like, is that exciting for you? Let's talk about that.
It's incredibly exciting for me. I always, from an early age growing up, I either wanted to be a newspaper cartoonist or a children's book illustrator. I hope at some point I'm both. Right now, I'm just a newspaper cartoonist, and that's awesome. If that's all it ever goes, that's terrific. I don't mind at all. As time went on, webcomics began exploding. And I love webcomics. I adore them. I am not so great at the digital end of art. It's not that I could get there. I just don't enjoy it as much. There's like a disconnect for me with a screen. A screen sort of tune me out. I really love watercolors more than anything. I love pen and ink. I love sketching, but I really love watercolors. It's my favorite thing to do. That's the thing I do at night, whatever's happening. If I'm not working on Breaking Cat News, I'm working on another watercolor. So as webcomics got bigger and bigger and bigger, things felt like they were moving more towards digital. And I never gave up the dream of being a newspaper cartoonist, but it kind of felt less and less realistic. And so I went where I could. I began doing some webcomics, and I did them very, I don't want to say old school, but you know, I drew them on paper and I scanned them. And that's how I would upload them and would submit them. And then Breaking Cat News itself was the same. It was pen and ink, and then I watercolored it, and I was scanning it and uploading it just on a piece of paper. And I don't know why I kind of felt like all comics in general, web comics or newspaper comics, just had to be digital. But I always felt like that was going to be a huge hurdle for me. I felt like it kind of kept me out of it in a way that I had accepted. Just was like, well, oh darn, you know.
I will say that when we were working on development, that was one of the things, like we had tried to, I think for context, like you had a lot going on when we started the strip.
Yeah.
You, I think, had a couple of cross-country moves with an assorted number of small children and cats.
So many small. I was pregnant. When you reached out to me, I had found out I was pregnant like 3 weeks before that. And it was very, like, our family didn't know yet. It was that new. Like, I was pregnant with my second child.
So emotional on the phone, but.
I remember you asking me, like, we talked about the deal. You called me, you talked about the deal. And you talked to me about the newspaper deal. And I was stunned. Like a couple minutes later, and you were like, just to be clear, are you excited about this? Are you okay? And I was like, yes. And I remember I was like trying to stay calm, and I was like, yes, I am very excited about this. But if I freak out too much, I won't be able to write the comic.
So I think that I don't know if I ever explained to you why I had that callback, but like part of that is just there are not a lot of people who are approached for development deals.
Yeah.
And even a smaller number of those people actually go on to have a syndicated strip. So you seemed a little bit in shock, and I was
stunned.
I was so phone call. Like, it was very cool.
Yeah. I was so excited, and we didn't know each other as well as we know each other now too. So I was trying to be like, I was guessing at a lot of things, and I was like, okay, I need to be professional. I need to be serious. Because, you know, when you read like Breaking Cat News, you immediately think this is a very serious person.
This is the most serious person I've ever met in my life. Like nothing.
So like you're on the phone with me, and like cut to me, I'm like wearing Groucho Marx glasses and a suit and tie. I'm just being very like.
That's very professional. A student's
Very
eye.
professional.
Business.
That's what a business person looks like to me.
Yeah, like we all filter our like it's just the Muppets, but in
Yes. Yes, just Guy Smiley and being very calm. And so yeah, I was really stunned when you first reached out to me and you emailed me. I've told you this, I think. I thought friends of mine were playing a prank on me. And so I was like, it was like 1 a.m. My son had just been up with something. He was like 15 months old. So he was up every 10 minutes. And I was just kind of Googling like Sheena Wolf, Go Comics. Like I knew Go Comics because that's how I read Calvin and Hobbes as an adult. I had all the collections and whatnot, but that's how I was reading it daily. And so I was really surprised that you had reached out to me for just web syndication. And then when you contacted me again and, you know, we're asking would I want it to be in newspapers, it was surreal. It was amazing, but very surreal, where I was just like, oh my gosh, like how is this even real life? And it was
credit
great.
where credit is due. John Glenn is actually the person who had been like, he'd been reading the webcomics, and he's not a cat person, and he'll tell you this immediately,
Yes.
unnecessarily quickly, that he's not a cat person. But he felt like your storytelling was so solid and the way that you did jokes was so solid. And so I think that will be a good segue into the next bit, which was you had a lot going on when we started the comic, and we have a color department that will do color for most of our daily strips.
Yes.
And so you, because you had all this stuff going on, we suggested that perhaps we could take that part over, and then you would have more time, because at that point, what ended up happening, and I will skip to the end so there's not too much tension, but then we'll talk through it. You made it very clear that like that part of it is really what you like that's like your reward for doing the rest of the stuff. We hadn't realized that, so we'd like taken away this thing that you really like to do, and then we did it in a way that wasn't doing what you would be doing, because you tell stories with color and with everything and every panel, and the way that you lead the eye through the strip. Like, I don't know a lot of people who are thinking about the composition of everything in the way that you do.
Thank you. And when you had offered to take over the coloring, I at the beginning too also was initially on board and thought that this was going to be great, and didn't realize how much of really small details really went into the coloring part and the patterns that I pick. And especially the color red sort of moves the eye. And I have to do a quick shout out thank you to Miss Matasha, my high school art teacher, who I absolutely loved. And she really used to focus on that in different drawings and paintings that I did back then, and really kind of compliment where I was moving the eye around. So I try to have something bright sort of catch like one angle, and then it's hard to kind of explain, but it really is like if someone goes back to the comic now and they sort of look at it, you'll see like a swoop in some of the action and where some of the reds kind of end up, and lot of little actions with Pucky's little arms and moving and sort of like pointing to where the eye should look next. And a lot of the details that I pack into Breaking Cat News are joke oriented, and I'm trying to hit 3 to 5 punchlines a strip if I can, like maybe 2 sometimes, but I'm really trying to hit a lot of different punchlines, just the way I tell stories, the way I tell jokes. And so I want jokes in there that are entirely visual, that there's no verbal cue for, that the eye kind of runs over and then it like hits you really unexpectedly, and like panel 2, there's this random ridiculous thing that Lupin is doing. And so much of that comes in later with the colors and the details. And I think I had said in the beginning of this talk too, that I would be watercoloring at night no matter what. I say it's kind of like my knitting. You know, it's something.
What is it like? What's your process like painting a comic in watercolor? Like,
well,
because most people work digitally, as you said. So
yes.
You know, like you're doing kind of a multi-step process, because For people who are watching who are not that familiar, newspaper comics are put out in black and white as well as in color, because not all papers are running the comics in color. So you have to have 2 different sets of files.
Yes.
Take it away, Georgia.
Yes. So I pencil everything, write everything, and then I ink it. And I scan the inked piece of paper, and I hold on to that scan, put that in the background. And then I watercolor the piece of paper after that. And one reason I scan the inked version is to just have the inks without all the kind of like, you know, paint dappled over it and everything else. So I do the watercolor version. And I love this. This is like a sort of, the cats are cozied up to me. This is my tea time. I'm probably watching junk television or John Carpenter's The Thing for the 1000th time. I think Breaking Cat News has been painted, like 40% of it's been painted to John Carpenter movies, probably. Doesn't match up to the material. And so that's the watercolor part of it, is where I really go hog wild on all the details. That's where a lot of different details come out. Expressions might change a teeny tiny bit. I might go back and add a few little things here and there. And then I scan, once that's all done and dry, I scan that version. And then in Photoshop, I line the 2 scans up together so that you've got the nice dark lines and then the watercolors. Then I put in all the font and I save the color file. And then in Photoshop, I do a grayscale version. I take out some of the eyes to make, that sounds very much more brutal and graphic than I meant.
The John Carpenter thing makes more sense.
There's the John Carpenter come around. But the blue eyes and the yellow eyes all get taken out to white. So there's a little bit more contrast for the black and whites. And then I bring the curves down a little bit, and Tanya, I believe, taught me how to do that. That was another thing. Everyone at Go Comics, what I knew a bit Photoshop wise. I can do a fair amount of Photoshop, but I can't really explain what I'm doing. But my father had me start using Photoshop in I want to say 7th or 8th grade, and I had to help out a lot with. He's a photographer. I helped out with his negatives and such. So I have a working knowledge of it, but I'm not great at certain things. And everyone at Go Comics, when we were getting the strip ready for newspapers, was so supportive and really nice. And my initial emails were very, like, I think kind of timid and kind of like, so how would I make it lighter? You know?
Just to shout out to those people, since that's kind of cool. And also, like, so Go Comics is the website, and then Andrews McNeil Syndication is the syndicate.
Yes.
And we've had a lot of names over the years, so it gets very confusing. But Tanya Steffens is the production person that you've been working with, and Melissa Mallory is the person who works with you on Sundays, because we have different people working on Sundays than dailies.
Tanya and Melissa are amazing. They've been so helpful. The comic would not look, I don't know, half as good as it does in newspapers without them, because they really helped me get the lines very dark and a lot of good contrasts. They sort of walked me through kind of just how to make the colors pop and make the comic not bleed when it prints, which are things that I was really nervous about going into this and feel way better about now.
Cool. Yeah. So one of the things that we worked on when we were in development, when I say we, because you and I work together a lot.
Yes. Gina is my editor, if people don't already know.
Indeed, the editor of Breaking Cat News. All of the different cats have different personalities. They also have different body shapes, so you can tell who they are in profile alone, which was a big thing that we worked on at the very beginning, and something that there were different colors, but then if you go to black and white, then that's not as helpful. So
yeah, in the beginning, I
talk about the personalities of the cats and how you deal with that.
All the different personalities of the cats. Sorry, my laptop shorted a bit. Sorry. Yes, I'm very proud of the fact that all the cats have different personalities. When I was growing up, I always really loved a lot of cat-centric material, and it was kind of hard to find cats that reminded me of the cats that I had, because there were a lot of cats that were sort of universally aloof or kind of mean, or they were antagonistic in cartoons. And yes, cats can be all these things, but they're also so much more. And there are some cats that are really friendly. There are some cats that are sort of shy and nervous. There are some cats that are aloof, but maybe they've got like a little history, and then, you know, they're sort of blossoming. And the cats in the comic are all based on real cats that have either belonged to me over the years, belong to me now, or belong to good friends of mine. And so most of the cats in the comic are based on actual people and cats I know. And that really helps with the personalities, because I here and there I embellish on the personalities a little bit, but it really is either how those cats interact with each other or how I would imagine they'd interact if they did come face to face. Tommy and Elvis have never met in real life. People are kind of disappointed to find out, but I've met Tommy and he's awesome. And the thing no one understands about Tommy is he is gigantic. Like, almost comes up to my knee, definitely has some Maine Coon in him. He is a gigantic cat. And he doesn't really look or move like a cat when you see him come into the apartment. He's like Fizzgig from Dark Crystal. He's very, just really puffy and beautiful, and he's so cool. But Elvis has recently seen Tommy in a video when Tommy was meowing, and Elvis reacted in a very annoyed way, and it was kind of like, oh.
Very on brand for him.
Yeah, so I'm proud that they all have different personalities, and readers have told me that that's something they really like about the strip.
Yeah. Well, you have so many of them, and they're each their own character, so they have to be different. So I know we'd kind of gone over a list of things you wanted to talk about on this panel. Yes. Talk about your, like, how does your real life make its way into the strip? Because it is, I mean, it's not like it's exactly a documentary about your family, but it is kind of about you.
Yeah, it has a lot of us in it. I'm going to take one moment. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a quick sip of water. Sorry. It has us in it in real life. And so there are a lot of things that happen during my day where a funny moment will arise, or the cats will get into something, or the kids will get into something, or the kids and the cats will get into something. And I am quickly either jotting down notes in a notebook or typing them into my phone really fast, just so I remember sort of whatever punchline or headline or joke pops into my head at that moment. And it keeps the comic, for me at least, very easy to write. I don't feel like I have a danger of running out of ideas anytime soon, but as you know, there's a lot of stuff I want to write like all at once, or like things I wish I could get into right now, but I need to wait a couple of years until something sets up. And
one of the things that I will send the audience, Jordan and I often talk about how you can do this Halloween story next Halloween. Like, you don't have to do 3 Halloween stories in 1 year. That's an awful lot of Halloween stories. There's a future, like, just because you have an idea, maybe it fits in better somewhere else. Similarly, I think one of the things that you said, and also possibly in the beginning of one of your books, but like, you try to keep their worlds small but their adventures big, because they are in a limited space. So you are coming at it from the idea that they are cats, and so the things that are happening have to kind of fit that.
I feel like it feels very cozy in that way. People tell me a lot that Breaking Cat News kind of feels like a place that they're visiting, which I love, and I love when people say that. And I try to keep certain things, especially objects in the apartment, and just different things that they interact with. I try to keep them static. And I try to keep kind of the idea that, like, all the lamps are lamps. You know, there's not this never-ending supply of lamps where one Sunday shows, you know, I have a blue lamp, and then like 6 months later there's an orange lamp, which sometimes comics do.
I've been to your house.
There are a lot of lamps. Yes. There's a lot of lamps. There's a lot of throw pillows.
And mirrors.
And mirrors. Tons of mirrors, tons of throw pillows. Tons of fuzzy blankets. Lots of random artwork on the wall. Yes, there is a lot. But I try to keep their world sort of memorable and small, and that they have the resources that they have. You'll see them recycle things. Elvis's Bumblebee costume from Halloween turned into Tommy's wrestling outfit with like a lot of stretching. During holiday sequences, like Thanksgiving, the cats have what I call their holiday uncle attire. So I grew up with three very doting uncles, and so every like holiday, my uncles would show up in like a very nice sweater, like khaki. And so on Thanksgiving, you can see that like it's like a small, tiny detail, but they all have their little dress-up sweaters, but they're still wearing their same little news pants. Like they don't have an unlimited wardrobe. They have pants that they use, and Puck has like a tuxedo that keeps coming out. So yeah, I try, but then within the confines of those stories, I try to have as many little adventures as I can with when they do interact with little parts of the outside world limited to the forest around them, or the house itself is a setting that is kind of expansive. They can go up to the attic, or they can go up to the basement, down to the basement. So
how are you handling kind of the current news cycle in the context of the comic strip, and also perhaps generally, if you
generally ball of anxiety. Like everyone, it's I'm growing out bangs because bangs felt like a really good choice for me like 2 months ago.
I did my best.
You did. Sheena did try to talk me out of it repeated times. This
You
was
wanted
not
me to talk you out of it, and then you did it anyway. And
I did do it anyway.
They looked really good.
I really liked them for like a month and a half, so I got everything I needed from them.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been tough. We recently discovered, and we're not 100% sure, but we're pretty sure that I might be the only nationally syndicated mom solo cartoonist with little kids.
I just want everyone to appreciate the many details that are part of that statement.
It's so precise. But basically, I think I'm going to be the only mom with small children, helping them with distance learning and writing a nationally syndicated newspaper strip.
And drawing. Writing and drawing.
And writing and drawing. That's important. Because there are other moms who do it, but they're on a team. I'm the only like solo one writing and drawing and helping small children with distance learning. There might be
if you're wrong about this, we will find out in the comments of wherever this appears online.
We will find out, and I'm hoping there's at least one other nationally syndicated cartoonist mom with small children, because like, hey, cartoonist mom date, distanced because of everything happening. So yeah, I found that out, and that was kind of strange. Because I was like, how are the other mom cartoonists in newspapers dealing with distance learning? I should reach out to them. And I tried to reach out to them, and I was standing in a figuratively empty room. Just like, hey. So we found that out. That was the first time I've wished that the kids were a little bit older in the comic, because it might be kind of interesting to show distance learning in the comic, and that might be fun. When this airs, it will be September, and I will have been doing it for about 2 weeks. So it was a disaster this spring. So like, we'll see.
Thanks so much. It'll be great.
I tried. Yes, and then also early on to all of this, when this was beginning, I kind of had to decide if I was going to acknowledge what was happening at all, or if I was going to just sort of keep the cartoon in an alternate timeline, which, you know, a lot of, some cartoonists have really brought coronavirus in and made it like a daily thing. Some cartoonists have kind of kept it like a static, like safe place where you don't have to worry about it. And I think that that's important too. I chose to sort of it's not exactly affecting the cats, but they can see what's happening with the people. And so I have the most I've had strips where we are up late at night, or we are trying to work from home and Lupin keeps jumping on the laptop. I've had some strips where we had to wear masks because Trevor's woman and Tommy's woman were interacting through a window. We've had Skype calls with the Nana, who is a character based on my mother, and her effect on Elvis. And yeah, so some of the actual real world news cycle has come into the comic the last few months, just so I can kind of acknowledge to readers, you know, hey, this is really hard. That's kind of, when I did choose to acknowledge it, I wanted to sort of acknowledge it in a way of like, whew, this is a lot, huh? And so that we just, for a moment, all kind of feel it a little bit, that, you know, readers can see the people are going through things that they're going through. And so that, like, I can see in comments when it posts on Go Comics, readers kind of like, yes, this is how I feel seen. Because then that makes me feel less alone. And it's just kind of a nice sort of social circle.
You have a very strong online community. Like, what has that been? Like, it's not something that's a given. Like, there are a lot of people who have comics that are very successful that don't have, you know, 400 comments and people who know each other. And I think a lady brought you dolls of the cats at a show. And, you know, like people cosplay as your characters.
It's amazing. I've been incredibly lucky. I've been very fortunate that somehow Breaking Cat News has managed to sort of draw in some of the nicest people online. I've had people say, like, this feels like the nicest corner of the internet. And I've looked around. I've been on the internet. And they might be right. I've always...
The bar is on the ground, though.
It is. It's like, it's dug. The bar is on the ground and rolled into a ditch. Like, the bar is so low. But the Breaking Cat News readers are so kind and lovely and generally supportive. We have, I think the only time we ever really see kind of like, you know, you'd see like a little bit of sniping, are the Christmas threads. We notice it every year. I know you and I notice it, and my husband Ryan and I notice it. We kind of prepare for it. There is a little bit of sniping around Christmas and the holidays, and I think it's because everyone is stressed out. And so that's one of the only times every year that we see people maybe get a little snarky, but then we kind of see a lot of like kindness even there too. I had two readers who, it wasn't even like an internet fight, not even close to an internet fight, but there was more of like, it was like a small tiny blip of internet unpleasantness on a thread about, I had some limited edition prints coming out. And so one reader was asking about them and another reader kind of answered, and it was, it was so small, I don't even really remember the details of it, but it was a little quick headbutting. The reader who answered her and then they sniped a little bit, she ended up buying an extra print to send to the other woman as like a, hey, I'm sorry. Like, that wasn't cool. I didn't mean that. Like, here, you have a limited edition print too. And those prints are hard to get. I always say, like, if I was trying to get the prints, I don't think I could do it. Like, they're very, very good at like kind of waiting them out and grabbing them up. And she grabbed up two. And we just mailed it. It took a couple of months because I reached out to the other reader, and very wisely, she assumed it was a scam and that I wasn't really me. Which is good. You know, people should be careful of stuff like that on the internet. But it was me, and I was sending her a print from the other reader. And like, that's just so lovely. Like, when it's just so lovely. And a lot of them email on their own now. We've had readers who have met up or have been traveling to a certain city and knew other readers were there, and so they got coffee. It's incredible. It's just wonderful. And I really appreciate it because it feels bigger and outside of me. It doesn't feel, you know, I'm so grateful that they all happen to like the comic so much, but I'm also really grateful that they like each other so much and they're so kind. And
this is how I feel about how you are friends with some of the other cartoonists that I know, and that you all get along and are nice to each other as well. So
the other cartoonists are very nice. They make it very easy. I don't think we don't have any like mean cartoonists that I can think of.
I mean, if we did, I would absolutely not be talking about it on a panel on the internet. Like,
but that's how good it is, though. I can just be so like, everyone's cool.
Everyone is lovely. Everyone is just the nicest.
That's true. But that's how nice they are. I don't even worry about it because I'm like,
So what are you excited about for? Not, you know, like what stuff are you working on? Are there particular storylines you super want to tell? Are there projects that you haven't gotten to do that you want to do? Like what are you excited about?
I'm very excited because I'm about to start a series of strips that when this airs will be like a week or two into, I think. And it's an adventure that is much more surrounding Beatrix, and it brings in a couple of the wild creatures again, and so the cats and the wild creatures interact a tiny bit again, and I'm very excited for that. I'm really excited that the Christmas special this year will be, and it's not a big spoiler because longtime readers know and they've been waiting for it. The comic Breaking Cat News has a comic or a story within a story. It's a soap opera that they all watch. It's a cat soap opera called Our 9 Lives. And when I was a kid, I watched soap operas with my mom and my Nana Dee, and I love them. And what I really loved about soap operas were the ridiculous over-the-top Christmas storylines, which were just bonkers. And so a couple years ago on the original site, I did an R9 Lives Christmas special, and that's going to come to newspapers this year, and I'm very excited for that. And I started setting it up like 2 months ago, because I'm weaving in more elements of the soap opera. Too much. It would have been too much. Now the newspaper readers know Our 9 Lives as well, which was important. Yeah, and I'm excited.
It's just so many characters. Like you have a lot of characters in the strip. You have the core characters, and then you have really solid supporting cast characters, and then you're always adding to those, and they're all distinct. And it was just a thing where it's like, maybe wait to add an entire soap opera's worth of more characters.
I'm being very careful right now not to add anyone in, except there's one character on the horizon, but I'm waiting for like a year, and that's our Roomba. but that'll be in a while. And you know, I'm very excited this year. I don't have a Halloween special, which means I get to do a month of different Halloween stories and gags. And I do also have a pumpkin spice week this year, which is going to feature heavily, you know, because I'm always really topical, like pulling in like 1970s.
It's going to be a new Dune movie, though, so people will think that you were being topical.
That is a pure coincidence, but I'm very excited about that.
I think that we're probably reaching about the end of this, but I would like to briefly touch on the fact that you're an enormous nerd, and I'm not sure that people know that, because you're also like a quirky lady who does a comic about cats, and people will ask me if you do wrestling stuff because I like wrestling, and I say, oh no.
Oh no.
Wrestling stuff because she loves wrestling. That's one of the things that we talk about.
I love wrestling. I'm obsessed with wrestling. I grew up, wrestling was a very feminine-centric thing in my family. My Nana Dee got my mom into it. My mom got me into it. I watched wrestling on Saturday mornings with my mother and my Nana. It was a very much like, one, they like soap operas. 2, it's full of hunks. Three, you don't need another reason. It was just great. And so, yes, I love wrestling. And there is, all the characters have little wrestling personas that come up. And I've gotten emails from readers. I got one negative email on the wrestling once. All the other messages are very excited from other people who like wrestling. But one person was like, I can't believe that you're trying to just trend with WrestleMania, like, you know, and I was like, oh no, I love wrestling. WrestleMania is like my Super Bowl, when I write Halloween strips, I'm celebrating Halloween, and when I write wrestling strips, I'm celebrating WrestleMania, even though, as you know, I'm much more into AEW now.
Yay. But generally, like, you love all sorts of, like, science fiction, the Dune thing, though you've never read it, which is weird.
Yeah, it's, one of the things that's really kind of awesome and that I really appreciate from you and from John and from everyone that we work with is how much I've just been allowed to be myself. And there's been very little reining in, which even friends who know me are like, wow, they let you bring that up in the comic. And the best way to show this is readers initially, when I was getting a newspaper deal, readers were really nervous that the comic was going to get like watered down, or it was going to get changed into like a 3-panel and a punchline shtick. I mean, I think even in the beginning, I kind of, in the development deal, started writing a little bit like that.
Yeah,
and
you have some roughs that are bad. Like they're just like, oh, you took all your special stuff, and then you like said, this is what a comic is, and then you did that, and I think that was the note I gave you, where it's like, don't do that.
Almost immediately, you and John reached out and said, no, we've given you a syndication because we really like the way you write. Just write the way you write. Put the punchlines where you want to put them. Because I was worried because I pack in a lot of jokes, and that was great. And so I just kept doing that. And if anything, I think I've revved it up. I had someone tweet once, and I was incredibly happy reading this. They said Georgia Dunn of Breaking Cat News packs more gags into one panel of a 4-panel strip than some comics do all week. And I was just like, oh, that's so nice. Also, not nice to other comics, though. Other comics are great, too. But I was very, very flattered. I'm very proud of that. And so readers were worried it was going to be watered down. They were worried it was going to change or you know, I guess get more mainstream something. But fast forward 2 or 3 years, and I had one of the biggest jokes that landed last autumn, and there were so many comments on Go Comics. I got emails, I got tweets, I got Facebook stuff. I had people reaching out to write me. People just went wild for this joke. It was a raccoon in a Mad Max setting making a Silmarillion reference from Tolkien. And he made this joke about the Silmarillion, and it's sandwiched in the October 2019 strips, if anyone wants to go back and see that storyline. But I have a Mad Max styled raccoon making a joke about the Silmarillion, and it landed, and people loved it. I got so many comments. That's weird. Like, that's like, I don't think you could get more like me if you know me. And so that, I don't know, that just sounds really great and really exciting. And I'm really happy that I can sort of pull all of these things that I love and put them into the comic for cats in a way that kids might not understand, that the raccoons are all post-apocalyptic. And that's the joke, because they're little trash kings and they make things out of trash, like a Mad Max world. Kids might just think they look cool and they're funny, and then they can find out Mad Max later. But like adults will see that and think it's like really cute, and then all the Tolkien references and all the different things that come in. I throw song lyrics in a lot, and that's like there was a spider on the ceiling, and so the little scroll was saying, "Ooh, what a feeling! There's a spider on the ceiling." Like, and I don't know. I feel very lucky that I can sort of.
I would like to just point out, for copyright reasons, you do modified song lyrics that are not actually song lyrics.
They're all parodies. All parodies, very loose. Very loose parodies. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything we haven't covered that you really want people watching this panel to know, aside from the fact that you look paper white and I am very red because I forgot that there was a red thing behind my we started.
I'm so glad you brought it up, because I look like a vampire immortal, And I have been attracted the entire time to my own image on the screen because I keep thinking, what is that bright light? It's my face. It's my face. So I am already very, very pale, and I am in front of an open window. Well, closed because my neighbor decided to take this exact moment to just chainsaw their house in half from what it sounds like. But a very sunny window, very bright. Lupin has fallen asleep on my phone. And yes, so thank you for at least acknowledging how vampiric.
I'm very red. Like, I think that is the thing I'm focusing on. You're focusing on how pale you are. We all have problems.
I think you look great. We're all our own worst critics. I do.
Yeah. Is there anything aside from that you want to talk about?
I would like to angle the camera up for a moment to my Nana Didi's portrait of her giant fat cat quilt. And then I'm out. And then I'm good. I just, hey.
Patrick, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Lynn. Great seeing you.
When Jason asked me to do this, I thought, wow, this is going to be really fun because you and I have known each other for 15 years. We have seen each other across crowded rooms, sat next to each other at meetings and all kinds of things, and we have never had a really long conversation. It's been, hi, how are you doing? How's it going? And we get pulled in different directions. So when it was evident that I was going to be speaking to you one-on-one, I started to read up on you, and holy smokes, you're one amazing guy. I mean, author, playwright, you've illustrated for the New York Times, you have 3 musicals you've been working on and you've done, and you've comic strip for Parents Magazine, Sports Illustrated, you've done artwork for Reader's Digest, you've done commercials, you've co-authored books, you're on so many different organizations, you've won so many awards. I mean, where did you begin? And
I was really looking forward to this too, and I was so excited when Jason said that you took interest in doing the interview. And I did
oh my goodness,
I did a lot of studying on you too, and I'm very impressed.
Oh well, this is great. This is great. So the next time we see each other, it's a beer for sure and breakfast. Well, the National Cartoonists Society group breakfast. That's what we're talking about. Not, we don't even know each other that well. So, and I'm 10 years older, I think, in every way. Okay, so here we go. I had my list of questions, but like everybody else, we ask cartoonists always ask each other the same questions. When did you know? Is one of them, right? When did you know that this was going to be cartoons were going to suck you away off the planet into your bedroom with your your pencils and your pens and all of your stuff? I know that I hid away in my room and it saved my bacon. Did you start as a real little kid?
I was there was like 12 of us once at an NCS Reuben event, and we did some interview on the internet, and the first question was, when did you want to know you wanted to be a cartoonist? And I think there was 12 of us, and I think all 12 of us said when they were like 4 years old, 5 years old, something you're born into, and I'm definitely that. My first memory, one of my first memories as a baby is, I was lucky. My mom and dad met at Cooper Union Art School in New York City, so art was promoted in my house. And they had a lot of art books, but the ones I remember as a kid was Walt Kelly's Pogo paperback and Jules Pfeiffer's paperbacks.
I knew Jules Pfeiffer. I knew it. Me too. I love Jules Pfeiffer. This is going around in circles, but part of what we do involves everything. Writing, reading, visuals. You're on record all the time. And anybody who's doing what you love to do, you gravitate towards it. So what were your favorite comic books? You went out and bought the 10-cent comic books, the Dell comics. What did you get? What did you buy? With your church money.
I tell you what, as a real young toddler looking at the Jules Pfeiffer and Pogo, I was just amazed, and to this day I'm still amazed just how alive those little black and white drawings looked on the page. And to me, that's the magic of cartooning, that these little simple sketches just have so much life energy to them. So, so it was Jules Pfeiffer and Pogo as a real young child. And then I grew up in the 60s, so it was Peanuts.
Right.
I just fell in love with Snoopy and Peanuts. It meant everything to me. That was my Bible. I read it every night before I went to bed in those little great collections. And man, what an influence on my life. And that cinched it that, I wanted to try to do that magic, as a kid.
Yeah. Peanuts drew me in as well because Sparky talked to children as if we were adults. I remember reading the Peanuts cartoons with my grandfather, and he said, well, children don't talk like that. No, but they think like that. That's exactly the way we thought. And so it was an advocate for us as people, Peanuts was.
Well, and for me too, what an influence on my life, because I just loved dogs and I wanted a dog so bad. And my parents, we had cats, but we never got a dog. They didn't think my siblings and I were attentive enough, and they were probably right. But Snoopy was my dog. So
when did you get your first dog?
Believe it or not, when I was 30 something, and it was Earl. It was Earl. Wow. Jack Russell named Earl, that inspired the comic strip. And actually, Sparky was, I got to, before I did Mutts, I joined the NCS as an illustrator. Carolyn and Arnie Roth at a Sports Illustrated party. I was an illustrator for Sports Illustrated, and they told me that I could join the NCS. And I thought you had to be a daily comic strip artist to do that. But he said, no, you could be an illustrator. So I was so excited to join the NCS, and I got to meet Sparky. And actually, I asked him what I should name the dog. I was having a really hard time coming up with names. And he said, name them after your own dog. And I said, that guy might.
Some friends of Sparky's had a dog that they couldn't think of a name for. And she said, I've thought of 19 names. So he said, call the dog 19. So he did. So 19 would come when he was called. And that was kind of fun. He played a huge role in our lives, Sparky did. So we could just go starting right there as the catalyst that pulled us both into the comics, really. And then to actually meet him and get to know him years later was just absolutely overwhelming. I asked my wonderful colorist, Kevin, who does all of my electronic guru stuff, to put together Earl and Farley. So there we are. That's kind of an opening slide right there.
Yeah, I love that picture. He did a great job. You know, it's nice. These are two cartoon dogs that were based on real dogs, you know, that touched our lives.
Absolutely, they were. And what I see here is the love that you and I both have for pen and ink and the touch on paper. If you can draw something in pencil, but to bring it alive with the ink, with the touch, I could never, I mean, I'm saying that now at my age because I'm used to using pen and paper, but I love the classic feel of the quill nib and the ink right on the paper. And again, that was something I talked about with Sparky, and I tried his nibs, he tried mine, and we both hated each other's stuff. You know, we all like to look in each other's studios and see what we use. But I can see that you and I both have this absolute love for pen and ink and pen and watercolor and brush and just the touch relationship.
I'm still dipping the pen into the inkwell. It's just, you know, it's a fluid medium. It's like playing with water. You know, it's like, I just love the way lines flow, and it's like you're surfing with a pen.
I think of it as bringing the characters to life. If you have a pencil sketch, that to me is like the ghost of the character. But once you touch it with the pen and you bring it out and bring it to life, that really turns it into something that's real. I know that you have to be the character in order to draw the character. And so you feel as though you're bringing yourself to life almost, and able to say the words that you create in the strip.
Yeah, that's the fun part of cartooning. It's addictive. Is to watch little things in front of your face come alive. It's like magic.
Well, I used to watch Sparky work, and he would doodle on a yellow legal pad, and he would just doodle until he found a funny picture. I have to write. I have to sit down and write the words. How do you work?
Well, that's funny. I guess I'm a little more like Sparky. I think visually.
Do you?
I have a notebook. I go to a park near my house. I sit on a bench, and I just start doodling, and I try not to get up until I have at least 2 or 3 weeks worth of strips.
So you're outside on a park bench. That's where it happens.
When the weather's good.
Well, now that brings some visuals to mind right there. So I find that I have to be on a couch with a cup of coffee and my bag of papers and pens sitting next to me, and I have a calendar there. I had, very weird to be retired now, because this is so much part of your life. So, and what I felt, and I need to know from you too, and it's there's a magic that happens, sort of a supernatural thing that often happens, where there are days when you can't think of a thing, and then suddenly 3 in a row. Where does it come from?
Yeah, I think about all that time. You have to have a lot of faith in the muse. And where does it all come from? Like, you did it for 30 years. I did it for 25. Sparky did it for 50 years. And I always say, a daily cartoonist, we're not allowed to have writer's block. It's just, you can't think like that. So
once you've been doing this for maybe 3 to 5 years, you start to feel as though you have some confidence in yourself.
Yeah,
and so you know it will come back.
Yeah, I think it's like an athlete. You work on that creative muscle.
Yeah.
And it's knock on wood, it's there for you.
Yeah. So how else do you work as a classic illustrator? Do you draw the boxes on the panels in pencil and then fill them in, or do you have them printed in ink already? Or
Oh, no. I cut the paper. I'm old school. I cut the paper. I think that's all part of the process. It's like those Japanese tea ceremonies.
Right.
You know, cutting the paper is part of it, penciling the panels, penciling the characters, you know, laying it out is it's like a religious Japanese ceremony for me.
Really, that's right. No, everybody works differently. You go into everybody's studio and they all work differently, and everybody's brushes and pens are there, but everybody has a different method of working. I recently went into Ed Steckley's studio virtually to have a look and see what he had there, and I think part of what's in your studio that says you is your surroundings and the artwork that you have on your walls. What artwork do you have on the walls in your studio? Whose artwork is up there?
Actually, one of the slides is we're talking about Sparky, but the slide with the Peanuts cartoon.
Right.
I don't know if Jason could put that up. But
maybe we'll just go in order right from the beginning. Should we just start to go through the art?
Okay. Yeah, we can. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we go. Well, this is fabulous. I mean, again, we started with Sparky and our mutual, you know, getting to know him from the song. And here you are with, he's actually put Mutts in Peanuts, and I think there can't be a more wonderful salute to your talent than that. That's just, I don't know if anybody else has ever had that kind of a compliment. That's wonderful.
Well, you were saying about art, so the original of this hangs over my drawing table. So I look at this every day and I pinch myself that
I know, yeah,
you know, that he was so generous, and you know, I just think about how great Peanuts is, how great Charles Schulz is, and how small and beautiful the world is. That
I know.
Yeah, that he put Earl, you know, in a frame in a museum with Rerun looking at him. Is just, yeah. I was at the he surprised me with this. I was waiting for him at the Warm Puppy Cafe at his ice skating rink, and he had it behind his back, and he said, "Patrick, I have something that's going to knock your socks off."
And it did.
Oh my God, my socks flew right off.
Well, you know, one of the things that we all share is this ability to go into this incredible fantasy world, which is three-dimensional and 100% real. I mean, it is an alter ego in many ways. And I remember sitting with Sparky in that skating rink, watching Snoopy skate around. Judy Sladkey is Snoopy, right? Mm-hmm. And she's been Snoopy forever, Snoopy on Ice. And we were sitting there watching, and I'm thinking about Judy in the costume and how wonderfully she manages to manipulate the character. And he turned to me and he said, you know, there was a time when there was no Snoopy. Because he wasn't looking at Judy in the costume. He was looking at Snoopy himself, moving and gesturing and being magical on the ice. And he really did live 100% in the work that he did. So when he said, if you want to get to know me, read my work, it's true. I guess for all of us, right?
Yeah, and you know, I think the nicest thing about Spark, when you think of all the fame and all the money, but boy, bottom line, he was just a cartoonist. You know?
Drawing funny pictures.
That's all that mattered, and he just was putting the pen to the paper. And yeah, well, he ended every phone call with keep drawing those funny pictures.
I know. I talked to him often on the phone, and I remember one time he called up and he said, I can't think of one thing. I can't think of anything. And he said, I'm depressed, I'm excited, I'm morose, I can't sleep, I'm up and down. He said, like I'm on the bungee cord of life. So I said, there's a daily for you right there. And he actually did bungee cord of life, but he had to make sure it was his idea. Couldn't take anybody else's idea.
You know what he used to do with me was I was notorious for being right on the deadline. I mean, you know, the strips that were due that week got handed in on Friday that week, and Sparky was, I don't know, 10 months ahead. So he would call me in June, and I was working on July strips, and he would say, oh, Patrick, isn't it hard to think of these Christmas holiday gifts this time of year? Because he was 6 months ahead.
I was 6 weeks ahead.
Oh, good.
And 8 weeks on the Sundays. And I never knew that I was one of the rare ones that actually was well ahead of the deadline. But the deadlines,
I have to say,
you live by deadlines.
The only thing good with this crazy quarantine pandemic is I'm actually like 7 weeks ahead for the first time in my life.
Wow. Isn't that a good feeling?
Oh my God, I realized my whole life would have been different if I was 7 weeks ahead.
Oh, wow. It's like
I would have had a life.
It's like dragging yourself through the worst camping trip of your life and then getting home and having a shower, climbing into your own bed. It's like, that's what ahead of your deadlines feels like. You know, just, freedom for as long as it takes to, you know, have to get back into the,
I used to, when I was really late, I would literally take my stuff and drive to the FedEx and, you know, I'd send a package out. And it was the drive back home where I had that moment of release. And then I was back at the drawing table, so it only lasted about a half hour.
And with that, you're fitting in the committees that you're on and the charitable work that you do and the place that you're working on and the music. You're a drummer.
Yeah.
I found that out. That's exciting.
You know, going back to the deadline, I was thinking that Oh, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, we can talk about it.
Sorry. No. Well, in order to do this, you have to be in so many different worlds at a time. I mean, you're on record. You really have to be a literary person. You have to know your language and be able to use it well. You have to know puns and wordplay and Old English and any kind of repartee that you can come up with. It's really literary. You have to, and music is part of it. And you have to be damn smart to do this. You know, I mean, none of us really thinks about how smart you have to be. You know, I mean, I can't imagine doing Doonesbury unless I was a real political nut, you know, and thick skin too.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a unique art form. You know,
it is.
Words and pictures and the drumming and the music of it. I always feel like there's a rhythm to tell a joke and there's timing.
Exactly.
So I always feel like my drumming skills comes through in the art and just trying to figure out how do you even lay out a page, you know, how do you do the panels and how they, you know, there's definitely rhythm and timing to comedy and doing a comic strip.
I took a series of pictures out of your books. Here we go. And this is out of the last book that you've just done. And tell me the name of it. It should be written right down in front of me. Well, I'm nervous as heck talking to you. I don't know why. Crazy. The Art of Nothing.
Yeah, the Art of Nothing. It's the 25th anniversary book, and I was done with Abrams with the great Charlie Kochman, who was such a joy to work with. And I wanted the book to be about the process. So there's a lot of sketches and just how comic strips are made. And The Art of Nothing was a play off. I did a children's book called The Gift of Nothing. So it was kind of, Charlie made that as a joke. Let's call it The Art of Nothing. But I kind of liked it because what's comic strips? You start with a blank piece of paper and white panels, and then something happens. So it's like the art.
Well, it's a wonderful book. It's a wonderful look inside, and it's a wonderful selection of the work that you do. This one knocked my socks off, talking about socks. You said you memorized in the entire color chart for the American color system. And years ago, before I hired a colorist, I would color my copies of my Sundays with pencil crayon, number everything exactly the way I wanted it, and I would send it in. But you're doing this with watercolor, and the color combinations are insane here. Tell me what happens. I mean, you're not still doing it this way, are you?
Believe it or not, I am.
Whoa!
You know, okay. the only difference is I used to do this and send it to King, who would send it to American Color. And
now you send it direct.
Now I'm sending it to my brother, who breaks down the colors for me. And what's nice about that is, you know, unlike in the past, I would just keep my fingers crossed and hope it looked good in the paper. But now he does it for me, sends it back to me, and I can see whether I did choose the right colors. So I get a little more flexibility now. But I'm sure the people at American Color hated me. I mean, there's probably 100 instructions on this thing.
My guess is, I mean, these colorists are dynamite. And my guess is that they would look at your watercolor, which is exquisite, and just know what to do. They would use your color suggestions probably, but I think they're really talented people. And my colorist is absolutely wonderful. I just love his work, and I love working with him. And what we have to choose from now is endless. But you've actually memorized this color chart. And for people who have not seen it, it's like a maze of squares, and there must be 200 or more choices, and everything in between. So when I looked at this, I was just, my jaw dropped.
It took a while. It took a while to get used. I mean, I'm a big fan of the old comic strips, and when you look at Little Nemos and Crazy Cats, I mean, the colors are unbelievable. You know, they looked like fine art prints. And I tried to copy that. And you would think with modern technology, we could make it look even better, but those old comics still look better than what we could come up with. But I tried my best to get like the title panel on that. I mean, that's a lot of gradations and little tricks to try to get the feeling of an oil painting.
Well, here you have the first panel here on the left, which is taken from a famous painting. You've done the gray scales in there, and then the rest is just the solid color. So another thing that really surprised me was your knowledge of these masters' paintings and how you've incorporated so many of them in your work, along with imagery that is almost like Crazy Cat. I mean, this is like art from the 40s, which had that freedom and movement and joy of expression, the elastic quality of the characters. And
I was a big fan of all that stuff. The early comic strips, I feel like, just had a more sketchiness, a more loose feel to it that always appealed to me, which brings us back to Jules Pfeiffer. I mean, about Jules Pfeiffer was just the sketchiness of it, and the fluid line, and it's just very playful. I like art that looks playful, not thought out.
I copied him when I was in high school. I did posters and things based on Jules Pfeiffer's work. I'm so embarrassed, but I think it's okay to copy as long as you learn from it and create your own unique work in the end. Sure. But I loved his writing and I loved his art, and I loved the fact that he used his work to make a statement, which is what you and I both tried to do. And I think I wrote down what I thought how I could describe your work, and I call it gentle intellect, because it's gentle, but it's brilliant and smart and impactful. And it's hard to do that unless it comes naturally. It's just there for you. Well, and it's there for it was there for Sparky.
Yeah, well, my goal was to give back some of the comfort and joy I got from Sparky and Crazy Cat, the cartoonist I loved. And there is a gentleness to it, a kindness that speaks to people. But then, I started thinking, I was doing the dog and cat, and I started thinking about, how tough it is for so many animals on this planet. And that slowly became part of the strip, to try to speak for them. To speak for this, speechless. That
well, you've done that in spades. I mean, it's difficult to use what we do as a platform for something else. It has to come absolutely naturally. And for you, it went towards animals and caring for animals and loving animals. For me, it meant more towards family values and that type of thing. But once you start to show, say, a disabled person or something, for example, which is something I did in the strip, is that all of a sudden everybody wants you to use your work as a platform for something else, which you can't do. And so you've mixed the work that you do for advocate for pets and animals, but you've also mixed it with this intellectual side. And every so often it comes out like this image we have in front of us here, this classic wave, which I actually have on my iPad here as a it's just part of everyday living. And you've taken this and incorporated it and used it in this beautiful illustration, which, by the way, it looks like you have watercolored. So did American Color watercolor this for you?
No, that's actually the watercolor before I added the numbers to it. That's how I was doing it back then.
Holy cow.
Yes, that's not the way it was printed. But as far as the activist stuff goes, you're right. It's a fine line we walk. You want to be entertaining, you don't want to be preachy.
Yeah.
But what's nice about comic strips is I feel like we can do those things once in a while, because it's an interesting art form. People live with us every day, and we become part of their family. Especially your strip. I mean, people related to them the way they relate to their own family. And just like families could bring up stuff at the dinner table or the breakfast table, I feel like it's nice for the cartoonist to bring up stuff. And I think people accept it easier. It doesn't come across as preachy. It comes across as a beloved family member talking about a subject.
Well, I used to be in trouble for doing serious things, and people would say, well, I turn to the comics page for, to be uplifted and to be cheered up, and I don't need to see a sad story. And I don't think you have had too many sad stories. You've had some serious, introspective ideas without writing a sequential sad story particularly. Isn't that right?
Well, I do these 2 weeks out of the year. I do shelter stories about animals in the shelters. And some of those get pretty sad, and I get letters for those. But the nice letters are that I inspired someone to get a new dog or a new cat.
Right, the shelter stories. That's that I have that here at the end.
I also have a character, guard dog, who's a dog who lives on a chain. And boy, I get letters all the time from people saying, get that dog off the chain. And I promise that I will, and someday soon I am going to do that.
No, people are very, very dedicated to the comics, which is surprising. And you don't really hear from them until you do something that upsets them. You know, the people who are happy with your work don't let you know, but when they're angry, they sure do.
Yeah, you
so
sure know.
Tell me what kind of letters you get.
I'll tell you a funny one just now, looking at the strip that's up here. You know, the crab does that little comic cursing. You could see it on the fourth.
Right. Yeah.
Which has been around forever. I mean, Popeye talked like that. And, but boy, even to this day, on occasion, when he appears in the paper, people, I get letters saying, how dare he say that in a family newspaper?
Well, Bill Watterson and I both got a butt crack in the comic strip. It was absolutely verboten. You're not allowed to. So you tell a cartoonist you can't do something, and suddenly you're in there trying to do it. So
I feel
rocking the boat. Yeah.
I feel left out. I've never done a butt crack. I might have to throw in a butt crack soon.
Be careful, they'll find it. Can we move on to the next visual? Okay, so this again is allows you to mix your love of the old sort of Steamboat Willie ideas, the ropey, wonderful, crazy cat imagery, and you've mixed it. I mean, I love the way that you mix stuff up. And with fine art and comic art and fantasy, and here we go. And I love the way you've divided the Sunday page up. So this, I mean, most Sunday pages can be reconfigured, but this would have to have run exactly the way you see it here in this space, with the everything all divided up this way. With the comics pages being reduced, how did this show up in most papers?
You know, it came out okay. I agree. I mean, the comics get smaller and smaller, but I think this looked good. This was actually a tribute to Robert Crumb. He did an album cover for Janis Joplin and the Big Brother and the Holding Company, and this was my takeoff on that because he was another major influence. I mean, he came out when I was a teenager, and his influences were all the people I learned later to love, like Seagar and Barney Google and Crazy Cat. So this was a tribute to him because he was important in my illustration career for sure.
Well, a lot of our influences were wonderfully the same. I have a note here to say that you took a class with Will Eisner.
Yeah. I did the School of Visual Arts. I had Will Eisner as a teacher, and boy, he was great. He was old school. He was the only teacher I had that came to class in a suit and tie. And what was really nice about Will, he had a great idea. He, at the end of the class, he would literally produce a comic book with all the students' work, and it was called SVA Gallery. And you know, it was like one of my earliest published pieces. To do a strip and actually see it printed in a comic, and he would draw the spirit for the cover. And you know, you felt like you were almost a professional when that happened.
He was such a kind and generous man, and he could draw a street scene without any reference at all, with all the perspective perfectly. And didn't he work with a brush?
He was one of the masters. I'll tell you a funny story. One year, I was up for the Reubens for like 4 or 5 years. And one of the years, Will was one of the other people up for the Reubens. And of course, Will Eisner won. But afterwards, I told him I blamed him that he didn't teach me well enough, or I would.
Well, I mean, you and I probably had the same influences in Mad magazine. I was addicted to Mad. We weren't allowed to have it in the house because my mother considered it subversive and evil. And so I could get 4 Archies for 1 Mad, and I would trade them and keep them in brown covers because I would never have done that. But then somebody said, oh, yes, the dirty books in brown covers. Well, I had my brown wrappers and I would read Mad under the stairs. But to actually be able to meet our heroes like Will and Al Jaffe, who's in his 90s now, and Mort Drucker, who I just saw just last year, and to be able to know these people and to be with them, and the joy of the connection, I never thought would be so sincere. I imagined when I got into this business that it would be maybe a little Hollywood. Welcome, we hope you fail. But it's not like that. I mean, everybody will, obviously, if you were a student of his, he would have been glad to give you as much as he could. And I think everybody who loves this industry and was born into it wants to see the next generation come into it and succeed.
Yeah,
Really.
what a wonderful group of people. I mean, the cartoonists are the kindest, sweetest, funniest people. I feel really blessed. With my life with Mutts, I hang around cartoonists and people that take care of animals. And those are like the two nicest groups of people on the planet, probably.
Well, I've known a number of stand-up comedians, and when you get together with them, they're always cranky. They never pay me enough, and I was up 4 o'clock in the morning until I got on the stage, you know, and they're always growling. But cartoonists, because they're funny out there in the newspaper and they're hidden at home, they can be funny. And I can think of nothing better than to be with a bunch of cartoonists around a table. I mean, I remember going out to dinner with Jim Davis and a whole bunch of cartoonists, and we had a thing called after dinner jokes. We wouldn't order dessert or any more drinks until one of the waiters or somebody told us one joke, and then the whole table would do after dinner jokes. And it was spectacularly funny and fun. And there's no bigger joy than being with a group of people who share a talent, but also love to laugh as well. So we have been blessed. We really have. Yeah. I want to go to another one of these visuals here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I went from the last one there to this one to talk about how you break up a panel. And this, I think, is just genius. The arc of the cat and the way you've divided everything, and congratulations. This is one of your best, in my opinion. I just think it's wonderful fun to be able to divide it up and to do this, you know.
It's such an interesting art form that, you know, trying to capture movement, you know, with static drawings is, you know, part of it. And you know what? And I read one of your books that your father used to show you Charlie Chaplin movies and right. Actually wanted to explain how the jokes worked. And I found that fascinating because I love Charlie Chaplin. And it really is, how do you tell a gag? How do you show movement? How do you tell?
Well, he talked about timing. My dad was a very good storyteller, and he was a clown. He was funny. He should have been in vaudeville. But I got a lot of this timing and gag writing and joke telling from him. And he taught us a lot of these movements, you know, the pratfalls and things like that, from the Keystone Cops and from the Charlie Chaplin movies. And you have to have that. In this illustration, you can see that you have that acting ability, that animation ability to be able to use the joy of illustration and act through it, which is wonderfully visible right here. And not only the fluid line of the cat, but you've got this wonderful division of the panel, which it's hard to be unique and it's hard to have something that's just yours, but you've done it many times over.
Thanks. And you know, the other thing too, I feel like I always try to, you know, I'm from the less is more school, so it's always, you know, trying to get as little words as possible to tell a joke. And I remember talking to Sparky about it, and he told me he was most proud of the pantomime strips that, you know, for how great he wrote. He was the most proud when he just told the joke visually.
Well, that is a joy, and it's probably the hardest thing to do. And my hat's off to Sergio Aragonis for being able to do this for many, many, many years. Yeah, and of course, it's cool that you don't need a translator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he was the master of that. I used to study those little margin drawings all the time.
Now, when talking about translation, your work is probably worldwide. And you probably don't have a whole lot of translation problems, do you? Or do you? Because you don't use a whole lot of puns and wordplay.
Well, you know, lately I've been doing more puns. I hadn't thought about that. I find it interesting. You know, cats in Germany, instead of purring, schnurr. So Mooch schnurrs in Germany, which I think is a great word. And I'm really popular in Finland and Holland, so I think I have a very good translator there.
So geez, I'm going down my list of questions, and I think we're getting right into them. This, oh, I love this illustration here, and the reason I love it is that it's done with one of those fine, I believe, bamboo brushes, and you've ground your own ink on an ink stone. Have you not?
Yeah, no, it was so much like it was, that's exactly how I did it. And I think there again, it's the, you know, that our line is fluid. It is a water medium.
Yeah.
And you really, with those brushes, you really get that feeling of it, you know, the playfulness of it. And yeah, for a while there, I was playing, I never did the strip with it, but I did a children's book called South Mooch. And I did that entire book with the bamboo brushes. And it was really, I mean, one of the reasons I like doing outside projects like children's books, you know, one thing with comic strips, especially when you're doing it for 25 years, you know, everything's kind of the same size, the same layouts, the same pens and inks. And, you know, you don't get to play. I mean, you get to play with the characters and the stories, but the art, you don't change that much. So I really enjoy doing the children's books because I can do it in any medium and any kind of paper that I feel like playing with at that time. So there was a point where I was really having fun with those bamboo brushes.
Well, I took a course on this type of painting, and there's nothing that really connects you to the paper or to the art like having ground your own ink, use the little ink stone, dipping that wonderful brush into it and forming imagery with the water seeping into the paper, and then you pull it out and you pull it down the page, and it's a real skill, but it's something every cartoonist should probably do. Every cartoonist should probably try that.
Yeah, I agree. And doesn't that ink smell great?
It does. It does. And I went to China and I bought myself a beautiful inkstone. And the thing about it is that it's a treasure. Each one is a treasure. And each one forms part of you. It's an offshoot of you along with the brushes. And those brushes, if you lift it up and you stop it, it pools. So to do bamboo, you pull and you stop the brush and then you pull again, and it makes the perfect bamboo shapes. So to be able to draw your characters with that, I think it's an essential skill.
I always feel that doing art is a meditation, and when you do it with those things, it's even more so. It just feels like the whole process is like a Japanese tea ceremony again, just
exactly
a religious experience, a spiritual experience.
What type of ink do you use?
Right now, I'm using. Oh my God, I forgot the name. I've been playing around with different inks recently.
They're changing their formulas.
Yeah, that's why. And I can't, off the top of my head, I've been playing with two. Not that I want to keep it a secret or anything, but right now I can't even remember. For the longest time, I was using Higgins, but I gave up on that. And now I think one's called number 5.
Because some of these inks that are made in China for this type of painting are really opaque and really good, and they don't clog your pens, and but you got to play around to find them. Winsor Newton changed the darn formula, and they said they didn't, and I sent them an old strip piece and a new strip piece, and they had to admit that they had changed the formula for Winsor Newton ink. So finding something really opaque is difficult, because I think people planned on working on computer forever. They look at the computer as being the way to draw, but I love an original piece, and you do. And I think a lot of, I can't imagine, there's a lot of people I know that I can't imagine working on computer completely.
Well, I guess one of the pluses of computers, because I agree with you, sometimes the ink doesn't work well, and sometimes even, I've been using Strathmore paper forever, but sometimes you get a bad batch of Strathmore paper, and I guess on the computer you never have that problem.
But you can lose the whole thing in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
It's gone. Yeah. Anyways, so I stopped on this piece because I just loved the gentleness of it, but I also loved the fact that transparent, that slightly transparent quality of that type of brushwork. Let me say it again. If you're a cartoonist, try it out. I think it will really connect you to the art form.
Yeah, what's nice about this, again, going back to Jules Pfeiffer, I just love the spontaneity and sketches, and with those pens, you don't really pencil, it just happens. So
it's right, yeah, and you have to have the right paper that absorbs the ink a certain way. Yeah. So can we let's go back to the strips. this, oh, let me just point this out. I think Sparky's used Letratone or Zipatone here, this grayscale that you can see and the dots there. Now I read somewhere where you still use Zipatone, don't you? Or Letrafilm?
You know, I was up until maybe a year or two ago, but now, like I said, I'm actually, for the first time ever, I'm having help. And my brother colors the strips, and now I tell him where to put the Zipatone, and he's doing it electronically.
Bless these wonderful, helpful people. Yes. I really appreciated having help with my work. And I still have my Zipatone, but I don't have sweaters with bits of Zipatone on the elbows anymore, or little bits around the house, right? Just from...
I still have a few sheets left. And actually, I try more and more not to use, I try to make the strip black and white as much as I possibly can. So I'm trying not to use as much gray tones.
But it's a wonderful help in the background. And
I remember when Sparky first did it, it was a shock because he probably went 40 years without using any Zipatone.
I think he might have had some help. I don't know. I don't think we should find out. I know that he never had anybody help write, and he never had anybody help draw. And I find that when I had help with the drawing and the coloring, I started to mess around more with the art. And for me, it got stiffer and more precise. And I would draw every leaf on a tree. And I really perfected my stuff to the point where it wasn't good anymore. It lost the elastic quality. This illustration you're seeing right here was one of the very first Sunday comics I did. And in the very bottom right-hand panel, you can see it's very simple and there's a lot of fluid movement in the characters. But later, and I think the next Sunday page that is mine, if we could flip to the next one, that was quite a recent one. And you can see that once you give characters lips, like trying to make it, if you only have a few characters, that's great. They don't change. But my characters grew and new characters came in. And once I added lips and detail to the characters and made them more real, they became more like Archie comics, which are very realistic. And I lost that rubbery cartoon quality to it. So I perfected myself out of a good space. And became very stiff and very, I don't know, it wasn't funny anymore. It became more about the writing than about the art. And it has to be both together. And you haven't lost it. And
no, actually, I feel like I have to a certain extent. It's funny. I mean, when you look at cartoons, they evolve, and it's not like you plan it. It's just life. You just grow somehow, and things become different. But when I look at my early stuff, I don't know if I can draw like that anymore, which is really strange. I mean, when you look at your early stuff, do you think you could go back to that and make it look exactly the same like it did 30 years ago?
I have tried. In fact, we've been doing books and some of the strips are missing. And I've had to redraw the old strips, and it's really, really hard.
I would feel the same way. If I had to draw what it looked like in the first year, I would be no different than any artist trying to copy me. I'd be looking at it and trying to figure out what I did, which is so strange that it evolves and you really can't go back. And I noticed it would also, and for some reason, I feel like all strips characters get, I guess it's like real life, you get fatter, but they become more round and more solid. I mean, Crazy Cat, you look at the early Crazy Cats, they were so loose and free, and the character was like kind of thin and really sketchy looking. And then the later years, they become more solid. And it's the same with Peanuts. You look at the first few years of Peanuts compared to his last years, everyone gets bigger and more solid. I don't know why that happens, and I see it happening in Mutts. I'm not doing it on purpose.
I see you working more in color and space than in trying to perfect the characters to the point where they are no longer alive, which is what I did. And this illustration here, what I love about the simplicity of it is that Earl looks like he's flying. It's a three-dimensional image. The audience feels like you're floating above the characters, which is the way it should be. And the size of the snowflakes makes it look like they're right in your face. You're floating up and over the characters, and it's something that, again, that is a unique skill that I don't think too many people have. I think most of us want to, I don't know, poke away at things and make changes to the point where you ruin the gentle spontaneity of this. So you haven't lost that. I admire everything you do. I'm quite a fan. This remarkable page here.
Oh, thanks. Like I said, I really believe in just that initial sketch where you don't know where it's coming from and it appears.
So is this, again, you say you start with a sketch. Sparky, I watched him sketch and get prepared for a daily cartoon, and he would just draw little circles and try to draw a funny expression on a legal pad. Is that what you do as well?
Yeah, I have a sketchbooks that I do. And in this new book that just came out, The Art of Nothing, you can see a lot of my sketchbooks. But and those, even though they're so loose and not solid at all, I feel like those have so much energy to them. But I feel that way about everybody's sketches.
I love seeing people's sketchbooks, and I don't keep one. Partly because I've always hated someone looking over my shoulder and saying, "Are you trying to draw a tree? My kid could draw better than that," And I find that it's a very private process. I like to do it alone at home on a drafting table. So I love people's sketchbooks. I love to see people.
It's funny. I'm not one of those people that carry a sketchbook and sketch all the time. I literally only use it when it's time to write mutts, and I sit down and sketch those 3 weeks. But I'm not one of those people that sketches all the time. And I never sketch from real life, which I never try to sketch somebody or sketch a tree. It's all fantasy stuff in my head.
Yeah. Well, when I first started, I was terrified, like everybody. And my editor, Lee Salem, gave me Kathy Geiswhite's home phone number. And I called her, and she was wonderful. And her process was that she would write as if she was writing a script. And because I did little stories, I wrote as though I wrote everything first, and then I would sit down and draw everything. So do you write out scripts when you're doing dialogue?
No, not really. It's the last thing I do, to tell you the truth. I work visually, so it's always the drawings that get me excited.
Really?
And then I in some dialogue joke or whatever. But the drawings are I pretty much know what I'm going to draw, but the dialogue, that's the last thing I do. Sometimes the strip's totally inked and I'm still trying to figure out what's the proper way to say something. So the dialogue usually last.
That would terrify me. I'd be absolutely terrified. I want the words first.
When I first started, I used to do whole Sunday page and didn't know what the last panel was. And then would just live with it. And early on, I would literally wake up in the middle of the night with the punchline. I was dreaming about them.
Well, what I see here is your ability to be a cat. I mean, for you to do a whole Sunday page about a little pink sock is somebody who really is cool with cats, somebody who really does understand them. And you're speaking to other people who really are cat people. And
well, it's funny. I had Mooch fall in love with a little pink sock, and I do pink sock strips all the time. And it's amazing how many photographs I've gotten of people's cats with pink socks. I don't even know what to say. But I guess it's a thing.
Well, this again is something entirely charming. And I mean, I have to connect you with the fellow who does my coloring. His name is Kevin Strang, and his trajectory in life was going to be a professional hockey player. And he's a big guy with a handsome face and, big shoulder guy. And he ended up coloring comics and for me, and he's a graphic artist. And he said, well, it was just easiest for me. And you don't look like somebody who would do something so gentle and like Kevin, that inside this pretty easygoing guy is this gentle, well, I have to go back to say that gentle intellect, which most men do have somewhere, but they're not willing to show it as comfortably and as generously as you are. So was there ever another career that your family might have steered you towards that was not comic art?
Well, before I did Mutts, I was in a punk rock band, which was about,
right.
about as far away from gentleness as you could get.
Tell me about that.
Boy, it was crazy times, but so much fun. I played CBGBs in Max's, Kansas City. We played with the Ramones and Blondie. And
you played with Blondie?
Yeah. We'd be on the same bill. I didn't play in the band, but second to Blondie at CBGBs in Max's, Kansas City. And it was just, New York City was just totally crazy, and it was such a creative time. And just to be part of that was so much fun. And then I had a day job illustrating for magazines, cute little gentle things. I had a mixed life there.
Well, music and art, usually your parents are saying, well, that's fine, dear, but get a day job, right?
I was pretty lucky. Both of my mom and dad went to art school, and even though they didn't become professional artists, I think they took a lot of pride that I became a professional artist. So they were very encouraging, which I think is half the battle. I grew up with all my friends had artistic sensibilities and played in bands, and most of them didn't go on to do that for a living. I think mainly because probably at home their parents were saying get a real job. My mom, I was
like Baez, and I played the guitar and went to the coffee houses and opened for Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee in Vancouver.
Wow,
and I was so terrified. My lip was going like this, and I actually cried afterwards and said, no, this is not for me. But music is part of it, isn't it? I think music has to be in your soul, as well as the ability to record little things like A Little Pink Sock, right?
Yeah,
all of that soul stuff.
If I wasn't a cartoonist, I would love to be a composer. I just love it. Not that I play drums. I don't know how to read music or anything, but I just think music gets, the way a good comic can get right to your heart. I think music does that naturally. It just gets right to your heart. Do you listen to music when you draw?
When I draw, but not when I write. When I write, it has to be.
I'm the same way. Yeah, you can't have any distraction.
Yeah, my kids would come up eating a piece of cake saying, can I have a piece of cake before dinner? And I'd say, absolutely not. And they'd be standing next to me at the drafting table with their face covered with icing, right? But my partner, Paul, is a jazz guitarist. Mm-hmm. And he's written a number of books about guitar. And he said that jazz comes from part of your mind where conversation comes from. That when one person speaks, then the next person answers. And you don't know how you're going to answer until you hear the next person speak, right? Wow. And so I think what we do is very much like jazz. It comes naturally. It evolves.
I've always said I feel like it's like jazz. I feel like, just the way jazz has songs and themes, and then the soloist riffs on those songs and themes, and every day they do a different version of a solo. And I feel like that's what comics are. We have our themes, I have my little pink sock, and every day I do a solo, it's the same theme, but, like Sparky, you think of all the years, it's the themes stay the same, but then the solo is how you change it up. So I feel like we are like jazz players. We're constantly doing solos and playing themes that are familiar, but playing with them, having fun with them, having a conversation with yourself.
I find some jazz is inaccessible to the audience. Mm-hmm. And as cartoonists, we have to always be aware that someone is reading our work out there and they might not understand it, or it might not sit with them well. Entertainment medium, as well as it is a unique art form as well, right? And I find that the people that I appeal to are a specific bunch. It's a family bunch of, anytime I did a book tour, the people that lined up in front of me were totally different from the people that lined up in front of Jim Unger, or the people that lined up in front of Jim Davis, who did, And so who are the people who line up for your books?
Lynn, I don't know if you remember, but we actually sat next to each other at a New York City book festival. And I was so impressed. Your line was so long and your fans love you to death. I was just so impressed with, because of that magic of them living with your family every day. They treated you like you were, a favorite relative. And it was really nice to see how into your strip your fans were, but it would make total sense. You were part of their lives. It was nice. It was really nice to see.
it was nice, and it is nice, and I guess it's fulfilling to be liked. And I don't know about you, but I was on the outside looking in a lot as a little kid. I just didn't feel that I had friends. I thought about suicide. I was a loner a lot of the times. And you talk to people, Mike Peters, who does Grimmy, Mother Goose and Grimm. Jim Davis was sick a lot as a kid, and he was at home alone with his cat on his chest while he was in bed. And were you gregarious? Were you outgoing? Did you have lots of friends as a little kid?
Yeah, well, I think because of the music, I was in bands, so, but at the same time, I felt who I really was the kid at the kitchen table doing the drawing, and that little private moments. Yeah.
So when you got Earl, he was a Jack Russell Terrier, which is a really bouncy, lively little dog, right? And did you live in an apartment?
No. Actually, when I got Earl, we were living in Hoboken in an apartment. And one of the reasons we moved back to the suburbs is I wanted a yard. I wanted a dog, and then I wanted the dog to have a yard. So those two things coincided. And we got Earl because before I did Mutts, I was doing magazine illustrations, and I used to put what I thought was a generic cartoon dog in all my illustrations, a little white dog with a circle around his eye. And then an art director told me I was drawing a Jack Russell. This was before Frasier, so I'd never heard of a Jack Russell. And this was before Google, so I went to the library and looked up Jack Russells, and I was like, oh my God, it's my cartoon dog come to life. So we got Earl, and he was everything I wanted. I mean, I dreamed of Snoopy my whole life, and this dog was Snoopy. He was the smartest, most fun, happiest dog in the world. And that was inspired Mutts. I wanted to capture his happiness in the comic strip.
Well, putting a dog in my comic strip really made a big difference. It made a huge difference. And I did not have a dog at the time. I had an old English sheepdog years and years ago, and I used that character. And once I put the dog in the strip, that just added so much. It just expanded everything I did. And when I eventually bought a little dog, I had a little black spaniel. Owning a dog makes all the difference again. I mean, as a cartoonist, you have a pretty good imagination. You can make one up, but you really need to have a dog in your home, on your lap, drinking out of the water bowl next to you at the table. I mean, you really need to have a dog right there. So
well, I agree. And what I love about, this strip in particular, with Farley, that unlike most comic strip dogs, when I started Mutts, I was really trying to keep them as animal-like as possible because people love their dogs and cats, and they know their dogs and cats are funny. So I was trying my best to keep them as real dogs and cats, which, you've done with Farley here, and that's why Farley's so great. People can relate to that dog as their own dog, and they're still funny. They don't need to do human things to be funny. They do funny dogs things. Because I've been doing it for 25 years, slowly they became more and more cartoony and talked and did little funny things. But I love that Farley is just a real dog that's really funny.
Well, two of the things that kept my work from being used for commercials or any kind of advertising was that the dog did not talk. People would say, oh, we'd love to animate Farley, make him talk, or we'd love to use Farley on a dog food dish, but, make him talk. And the characters grew up. But your characters do have the ability to think and talk. And so you have been able to work to go beyond the strip and to work in advertising and to do some animation and to see your characters come to life on a television screen. Tell me about that.
Well, it really hasn't happened yet. I did 3 shelter story commercials to promote shelters, but Mutts has been it's been a long trip, as you know, with animation. I sold it to Fox Movies, I don't know, probably like 8 years ago, maybe longer. And but I insisted that I write the first script. It was like a year of negotiating with the lawyers that I could write the script. And then after many years, I finally did the 4th draft of a script that got approved, and it looked like it was going to happen. And then Disney started negotiating with Fox to buy Fox. And then Disney did buy Fox, and everything was put on hold. And just recently, it looked like now that Disney owned it, they were going to do a Mutts movie for Disney Plus, and then COVID happened, and I'm back. It's been like 10 years of being on hold. So someday there might be a Mutts movie. I'm still having my fingers crossed that it's going to happen.
Well, when I saw that you had done some commercial work, I wondered. But it's just with the shelter stories that you're doing.
Yeah, and I also did a children's book based on Jane Goodall's life as a child, and we did a little 10-minute animation of that, which came out really nice. And now there's a great animation company in Ireland called Cartoon Saloon, and they're putting together a Me Jane TV show that hopefully will be bought and be on the air sometime soon. And that looks wonderful too.
Well, the crazy thing is that the people at the top are usually the ones that want to take it away from the author and provide their own writers and their own directors, and they don't want you involved. But I think the artist should be involved myself. And
I had the experience. Before I did Mutts, I did a monthly cartoon for Parents Magazine called Bad Baby, and that was many years ago. And it was actually bought as a cartoon, and they actually made the cartoon. But like you said, that was my first experience with Hollywood, and by the time it was done, it had nothing to do with my comic. It was a whole different thing, and the last thing I did was try to get my name off of it. That was the last thing I collaborated with them on.
I've had the same experience. Just, like the artists were great, the writers were great, the musicians, the camera people, everybody on the, the ground floor, the Foley people were wonderful. It was the guys at the top that drove everybody crazy and made the shows terrible. So I stopped the animated series we were doing. I never wanted it to be a series or go to the States or anything. I was that unhappy with it.
Yeah, and that's why I fought for being the person to write the script. But so far, I mean, Fox and Disney have been really, really nice. We just haven't gotten it off the ground. But I think when it does get off the ground, I'm hoping it's going to. So far, it has been a really good experience.
Yeah,
it's going to stay that way.
I don't know if I had a suggestion, I would go for a feature film, and if that is something that made you happy, then let a series happen after that. But just one big project just to get it off the ground might be a way to do it and still have some control and be proud of what the results are. So it's difficult.
Well, where I did have success and really enjoyed was doing Mutts as a musical for children, a children's play. And, my theory is that the theater's more suited for comic strips. Movies are good for comic books because comic books are big adventure stories. But comic strips are quiet and personal, and there's not too many quiet, personal movies, but theater is quiet and personal. I really found it was much easier to adapt my strip as a play. And also, what's nice about plays, it's kind of one set and it just happens in front of you. In comic strips, we pretty much have a few sets that our characters, are in, unlike comic books, which are all over the world and out in outer space, but comic strips are more like theater, where it's like like Peanuts when you think about it, just, the little grass and the characters there talking, and that's the theater. So I really found it very rewarding to make Mutts into a play.
I sat next to Sparky while we watched Your Good Man, Charlie Brown on the local stage in Santa Rosa, California.
Wow.
And that was a hoot. It was an absolute hoot, but because it was a community theater production and it was excellent. But to be able to sit with him plus the cast of characters, it was so much fun.
I'll tell you a funny story. When they revived Good Man Charlie Brown in the 1990s, Sparky couldn't go to the opening, so he literally asked me if I wanted to go. He would give me my ticket, but he gave me one stipulation. He said, "When the play's over, you must stand up and scream, 'Author, author.'"
Or awful, awful.
So I did. I did scream, "Author, author" at the end of the play.
So was he sick at that time? Was he
yeah.
Yeah,
I think he was a little under the weather and didn't want to come out.
Yeah. I sat with him shortly before he died, and we talked. I brought him a bag of all sorts. Licorice all sorts was his favorite. And to sit there in his hospital room and talk to him about his work and the, just, he was going back and looking at the life that he'd had and talking about how wonderful it had been. And we are so lucky. Yeah. We are so lucky. And the piece that I can see right in front of me here with the looping leash for the dog reminds me of Hirschfeld illustration. And I wanted to ask you how influenced you were by the Hirschfeld work.
Yeah, no, Al Hirschfeld was just amazing. And there's a video of his work that was called, I think, Walking the Line or Walking with the Line. That's what it is. You take a line for a walk, and this strip in particular. I'll tell you something funny about Al Hirschfeld. We were at a Reuben's in New York City, and they were giving an award to Al Hirschfeld, and I was with Sparky, and Sparky, being Sparky, never met Al Hirschfeld and was too embarrassed to go up to him. And I didn't know Al Hirschfeld, but I figured, wow, what an opportunity. So I literally introduced Charles Schultz to Al Hirschfeld at a Reuben, and they got to talk.
Wow, wow. Well, I remember when I first joined the NCS, standing in a corridor with Jim Davis and I think Mike Peters and Jimmy Unger and Kathy might have well been there at the same time. And a group of fellows, New Yorker cartoonists came by, and I think, just name a few. And Gahan Wilson was one of the people that went by as well. I think he did Playboy, and they sort of bypassed us and didn't even make eye contact. And Jim Davis turned around and he said, "That'll be us someday. We'll be the old guard. We'll be walking by all the new people, not know what the hell they do and not wanting to make eye contact," right? Well, that's happening now. It's so embarrassing because there's so much wonderful work out there. I mean, the comics in the newspapers are shrinking, but the comics in the world are getting, I think, bigger and better. And I think it's because of the graphic novels that are happening now and the work that's being poured into those. It's exceptional work. There's some fabulous work coming out now.
Yeah, no, I think people are always going to want pictures and words. I mean, I just think it's in our DNA to tell stories, and comics are a great way to tell stories, and graphic novels are really exciting. And one of the exciting things about being 2 months ahead for the final time, I've been talking about doing a graphic novel for a long time, and I'm just starting to play with 2 ideas because I actually have a little more time to do that. So knock on wood, maybe I'll knock one out soon.
I'd like to know a lot more about the work that you're doing with the animal shelters. And have you been asked to be a spokesperson, or do you allow your characters to be used liberally by the association?
Yeah, I started Shelter Stories in, I think, 3 years after the strip started. I was doing Earl and Mooch and thinking that they had nice homes and great owners. And I was thinking about all the cats and dogs and shelters that were waiting for that life. So I figured I was starting to sketch them in my sketchbooks. And then the Humane Society of the United States got a hold of me, and they said November is Shelter Appreciation Week. And then I thought that was a good place to do these shelter stories every year. And that got me into contact with a lot of the shelters around the country. So actually, I was asked to be on the board of the Humane Society of the United States and the board for the Fund for Animals. So I started participating in that way also. But I have a good connection with all the shelters, and our website, mutts.com. Any shelter that wants to get a print for auctions, for charities, we supply that to anyone who wants it. And on our site, all the merchandise we sell, some of the money goes to the Humane Society.
Great. Do you find, I mean, you're pretty close to this now. You're going to be, what's going on when it comes to all of these rescue dogs are now being adopted by people who want companionship through the pandemic. Are you connected to the shelters in this respect?
Yeah, no, I tell you, probably the only good thing coming out of this is, dogs and cats are, people are fostering, people are adopting. Some of the shelters are, getting rid of, finding homes for every animal they have in the shelter, which never happened before. And there's always more to bring back. but it's been a plus for fostering and adoption, and even just people walking their dogs. I walk my dog every day, and I have been for my whole life, and I've never seen so many people out with their dogs. I think a lot of dogs are getting walks that used to not get walks.
We have something called the Farley Foundation, and sadly it's only in Ontario, Canada. It's only in one province, but all of the participating veterinarians work together every year to do walkathons and bikeathons and triathlons, and they raise money for the foundation, and it allows veterinarians to provide free veterinary service to different clients who would be otherwise unable to afford to have their pet looked after, so that maybe a senior citizen or somebody on a very restricted income would not have to put their pet down if the pet was ill, and they would not have to allow their pet to suffer, that they would be able to get veterinary help. But unfortunately, it's only in one province because it's a foundation, and foundations are difficult to manage. So, but it's very successful, and we've applied the character Farley, and they use the character for all kinds of souvenirs and tchotchkes and things, and they sell those to augment the foundation. But that is wonderfully comforting. I love knowing that we've been able to do that.
That's fantastic. What a tribute to you and to Farley. That's
yeah.
wonderful. It's really nice, the opportunities that come along, that you do this strip that touches people, and then you can help also. It's just one of the nice things about being a cartoonist.
It is, and so many cartoonists are involved in things that affect their heart and soul. And I see that when I was reading through your book, to see that you had worked with Daniel Ladinsky with some of his writing, and I'm thinking, what a fabulous opportunity. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I've had some wonderful opportunities being a cartoonist. One, I did a book with Eckhart Tolle, who was a spiritual teacher that wrote The Power of Now, which was really influential for me. And there was a poet named Daniel Ladinsky who writes spiritual poems, but they definitely have a sense of humor to them. And he talks about animals a lot. So I was a big fan. And I feel like I've always felt like comic strips and poetry are linked. I feel like it's, saying as much as you can with as little as possible, like especially haikus, and he did haikus, that you really try to get to the heart of matters, and you only have a little space to do it in. So I really connected to his work. So I took the liberty of illustrating some of his poems and sent it to him. And a year went by, and I thought, oh my God, I insulted the guy. He does these beautiful poems. I'm adding little dopey cartoons to them. But it just happened that he was out of the country for a year, and he wrote back to me and said he loved them. And I was just planning on maybe doing a book of illustrating his old poems, but he said, I'm going to write poems about the Mutts characters and send them to you. And man, I had the pleasure for like 4 months. Every day I'd wake up and I'd have a new email with one of his new poems. So that's what this book is. And the drawing on the right is one of my sketches I did for him. And boy, that's just a little doodle, but I love that little doodle. It's one of my favorite pages. That little scribble to me sums up, what we were talking about, just the fluidness of a line and playing with the line. And that little drawing, even though it probably doesn't mean anything to anybody, I just love that drawing.
Well, it's a great story. It's a great story. Having connection with other talented people is it's an honor and a privilege. And Lynda Barry is one of my favorite cartoonists. I think she's so smart and so irreverent and so open, and she bears her soul. And the two of you have had a unique writing relationship. Tell me about that.
Well, Lynda is a genius. I mean, hey, boy, we'll go back to the bamboo brushes. I mean, Lynda does all her work in those bamboo brushes now. And I think it's that spirituality aspect again, too, because her work is definitely that. So Charlie, my editor, Charlie Kochman, we were trying to think maybe it would be nice to have someone interview me for this book. And we came up with Lynda Barry as a top choice, and we approached her. And boy, being the genius she is, she had the most unique idea. She said, I was thinking we'd talk on the phone and record it and then transcribe it. But she came up with the idea to let's be pen pals for a month or two. And we would do something with the letters that we wrote back and forth to each other, which was just an incredible idea. And Lynda's a teacher, so it started out with, she gave me assignments. to get a piece of paper and like I forget what the time limit was, but it might have been like 3 minutes, and come up with a topic like music, and then just sketch out ideas on music. And when the 3 minutes were up, you were done. So I did that for the first. She gave me different topics, and I did that for the first few letters, and then we just started writing back and forth to each other. And I thought at the end of the day she was going to have her letters and my letters, but she ended up pretty much just editing my letters and collaging them with some notes. But someday I have to print her letters, because I have the most amazing letters that are illustrated from Linda, where they're just beautiful. I mean, as you can see with this here, I'm so loosey-goosey and, just little hand lettering writing, but her letters are like, her hand lettering is like monks, doing Bibles. They're just her lettering is gorgeous. And then there's these beautiful little illustrations. She actually drew the Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz for me, and it's just an amazing drawing.
Well, I know that Jason Chatfield is listening in, our honorable president, sir. I would love to, at some point when we are able to get together at the Reubens again, please let's have Patrick and Linda Barry do a thing for us all on stage and let us see some of this wonderful exchange, because you can't read it here. It's too small.
That would be amazing.
The two of you would be just such a great show. Count me in.
I know Linda would. I don't know if I could keep up with her, but I know Linda would.
Well, these letters would be keepsakes forever. What a fabulous idea. Okay, here we go. You and I have talked about what we are doing painter-wise outside of the comics, and I find it terribly hard not to be a cartoonist, and this is one of my efforts to do something that's sort of abstract in acrylic. And I tend not to do any painting until I have a wall that needs a painting, and I just can't go by the wall until it's filled. So this painting was done for a little alcove I had where there was a green couch and a white wall. And it was done actually from a photograph I saw in a magazine, and I just turned it into an abstract. So this is my style.
I love this painting. What's the size?
It's about 4 feet by 4 feet, I guess.
So it's big.
It is big, yeah.
Don't you love painting? I'd love. I mean, you get lost when you do a comic strip and time just goes by. But with painting, man, you really get lost when you paint.
That's true, and I'll find that I feel uncomfortable, but I've been standing for 4 hours and I haven't eaten anything.
Yep.
And that, I love that. It's like, well, it's literally like going to bed and falling asleep and dreaming for 4 hours, right? And that's the process.
That's a really nice way to put it. Your ego disappears. You don't, it just becomes, again, I feel like it's spiritual. You just become, it's a meditation, and you're just in the now, and you're not thinking about the past or the future. You're just thinking about paint on canvas. It's a really
and how to make it right. How to make it right. I have a friend, I don't know if you've ever heard of Robert Bateman, but he's probably one of the world's most well-known wildlife painters.
Oh my God, my brother loves him. My brother's a birder. He works with hawks, and God, Robert Bateman's his favorite artist.
Well, he lives on Salt Spring Island here. Mm-hmm. And I visited him a number of times and stayed at his house, and his wife and I are good friends, and she's a wonderful photographer, and she can photograph rust running down the side of an old tugboat, and it looks like the most fabulous painting. Wow. Anyways, these two wonderful people I'm so lucky to have them in my life. And I was saying to Bob one time, how do you know when a painting is finished? And he looked at me with this blank look and he said, when you can't do another thing to it. But that's the kiss of death for me, because being a cartoonist, I'm forever picking and changing. And you can see in the leaves here that I've actually put a line around each doggone leaf. Each leaf on those trees has a circle around it. I am that tight ass. I gotta loosen up. And
well, let's finish the meal. It's great.
So there's a couple more here that
let's see.
Yeah, these are tiny little doodly sketches that I do. They're about 4 inches by 4 inches, and I just do these up for fun for friends. A birthday comes up, or Christmas gift or something. I just do these just for fun.
Are these acrylic too?
Yeah, they're acrylic on wood. And you know, because they're small, they sort of fit in a corner. If somebody hates it, they're still gracious enough to accept it and put it on a bookshelf somewhere. But these are my little Christmas gifty items.
Now, do you do sketches for these, or do you just, you know?
I just draw right on the just freehand right on the little wood panel there, and then it's acrylic again. But I'm so used to doing these, I can do them in my sleep, but I still enjoy them. They're fun.
Yeah, they're great.
Did you photograph some of the work you're doing now?
Yeah, I think the next 2 slides.
Okay.
Oh,
now, I don't remember asking for this one, so tell me why this one is here, because this is cool.
Well, I mostly do big abstract paintings, and on occasion I'll do Mutts characters.
This is a big painting?
This is 4 feet by 4 feet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So what, you know, I like doing collages on my paintings. So Charlie was nice enough to save some of the strike-off sheets of the book, the 25th anniversary book. So they're like huge sheets of, you know, unbound artwork. So I kind of ripped them up and glued it on, and then I did you can see it on the bottom left corner that it's based on a title panel from a Gauguin painting, which is at the Met in New York City, which was, you know, one of my favorite museums and one of my favorite, no, at the Modern in New York. So this is a painting I've known since I was a kid, and it was fun to do the Mutts version of it.
Wow. Oh, you put me to shame, me dear. The knowledge that you have, the fine art that you enjoy, and the way you incorporate it in your work. I just think that's great fun. Love it.
And then there's one more slide, I think. Oh, here we go. So this is a more recent painting that I started out doing big abstract paintings as far away from Mutts as possible, just because they're so big. I work so small. As you know, my originals are only like 3 inches by 9 inches for dailies, or no, 3 by 11. And so it was fun just to do big sloppy abstract paintings. And then I started adding comic characters to these big sloppy paintings. And this is a recent one. I've started doing painting. This is my 2020 series. This is what life is like living in 2020 for me.
It looks like a mix of the Chinese watercolors, because of the red gloves on each side look like the stamp on the watercolor, and then the big solid black. So that's a really interesting mix of the two ideas.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Those are big influences for me. So, and then that's a combination of. It would be a good quiz to guess who all the comic influences there, but those are.
Mort Walker, number
Very
one.
Good. Mort Walker is the tornado, that little curly kid next to the sink.
Yeah.
The characters Milt Gross.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
The stars on the bottom left and that little curly Q on the bottom right is Sparky. Those were over Snoopy's head. And the stars on the top right are from Popeye.
Huh.
And the hands are from Jack Kirby. It's Captain America on the left and Iron Man on the right. So
all these people we have to thank for what we do today, really.
Without it, we figure
you can't go to school for this. So these are all your teachers.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, all this stuff floating in your head.
I know. Wow. Well, I really enjoyed Mort Walker's book, Backstage at the Strips. I had that was kind of a Bible for me when I first started. I really enjoyed that.
That's funny, and it must be because that's exactly where I got that from.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, I went to Mort Walker's house one time, and he was living in the house that was built by the same fellow that designed and built Mount Rushmore, carved Mount Rushmore. So it was a very interesting, unique house. It's the only house I've ever been in where the main bathroom downstairs was all mirrors, the whole thing, a bathroom. You can imagine sitting there and seeing yourself from all angles. And I remember thinking, this is a cartoonist's house. It was meant for a cartoonist. So, yeah, and in his area where he has a bar. On the bar is Mount Rushmore in resin, only Beetle Bailey is one of the heads.
That's funny.
Going to other cartoonists' houses has been an absolute thrill to visit people at home, because the magic is out there on the comics page, but the people themselves are people, and to go into their home where they have all their stuff, and their kitchen is, you know, the coffee maker and the dishes in the sink, and that to me has been one of the most wonderful privileges.
Have you ever seen, I can't think of the photographer's name, and I'm sorry about that, but there's a wonderful book. I think it's called The Artist Within or The Studio Within, but it's a book of this photographer photographed like 200 famous cartoonist studios, and it's just an amazing book to look at how everybody worked.
Yeah. Well, I remember one time going to visit Sparky and Jeannie, and they had quite a bit of property up on this hillside in Santa Rosa, and he said, "Oh, you've got to walk around the property with me. It's a really beautiful view, and there's a little pond. You got to see it." And I said, "Well, Sparky, I got high heel shoes on." And he said, "You've got small feet. Here, take a pair of my sneakers." And he stuffed Kleenex in the toe of the sneakers, and the two of us walked around the property. And he had a big staff with a fork on it. Didn't tell me it was for rattlesnakes. Wow. Anyways, we walked around and had a good visit. When we came back, I said to him, "You know what? I've just walked a mile in your shoes." So.
Did you use that joke? Wow, I don't know who did that. That's a picture of my old studio in my first house.
Well, I've seen a picture of your studio, and there's lots of windows, and it looks like a wonderful, charming, relaxing place to work.
Well, you know, it's funny, when you look at the book, there was only a handful of cartoonists that actually had windows that looked at nature. Everybody was like in little dark spots filled with little toys and stuff all over. I'm one of the unique ones that actually had windows. I like looking at nature when I draw.
Well, go visit Disney. All the artists there work in tiny little cubicles.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that the seats don't have flushing equipment on them so that they never have to leave. You know, I mean, talk about repressed and surrounded by toys and imagery. You know,
I remember a story about the cartoonist George McManus, and when Bringing Up Father made him a lot of money, he bought a beautiful studio in New York City. It was giant with big windows. And after working there for a week, the story is that he built a little cubicle in the dark corner and put his drawing in it. That was the only way it could work.
Well, it's comforting. It's the womb, right? It's back to the womb. This has been so much fun. It has been so much fun. I've so enjoyed talking to you, and I know that the next time we see each other, we won't be waving from across the room. We'll be able to sit down and.
Glenn, I can't wait till the next Reubens where we're actually in a room together.
That'll be so much fun. That'll be great.
Boy, how long did we go? It felt very fast, but I bet you it's been a long time.
I don't know. I think let me see, an hour and a half.
Wow. Well, hey, we're right on time.
Right on time. Well, this has been great.
Amazing.
I'm such a fan of your work. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
The nominees for comic books. Gideon Kendall for Mega Ghost. Stan Sakai, Usagi Yojimbo. And Matt Smith, Folklore. And the winner is Stan Sakai for Usagi Yojimbo.
This is Stan Sakai. Now, to be nominated for an NCS award is an honor, but to actually receive it is just incredible. I have been doing the Usagi Yojimbo comic books for more than 35 years now, and I still love it. Thank you, NCS.
Nominees for graphic novels are Harmony Becker, They Called Us Enemy. Colleen Duran, Snow, Glass, Apples. Marek Bennett, The Civil War Diary of Freeman Colby, Volume 2. And the winner is Harmony Becker. They called us
Thank you so much for this award. I am so honored and so grateful to be able to receive it. I want to thank, first and foremost, George Takei for entrusting me with your story, to Lee Walton for taking a chance on me, a totally unknown artist with zero work experience, to our great writers, Justin Eisinger and Stephen Scott. Thank you so much for your words. And I want to thank my family, especially Gracie and Cowrie, for always being there to pick up the phone. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Nominees for feature animation are Simon Bernanke and Marcin Jaborski for production design in Klaus. Chris Butler, character design, Missing Link. And Nelson Lowry, Santiago Montiel, and Trevor Dalma for Missing Link. And the winner is Nelson Lowry, Santiago Montiel, and Trevor Dalma. Missing Link. The nominees for television animation are Cecilia Aronovich, director, Harley Quinn, So You Need a Crew. Paul Ruddish and Eddie Trigueros, writers, directors, Disney Mickey Mouse, Carried Away. Gendy Tartakovsky, creator, writer, director, Primal. And the winner is Gendy Tartakovsky, creator, writer, director.
Okay. Welcome everyone to a virtual NCS Fest. I'm T. Fugner. I am the editorial director for Comics Kingdom and King Features. And I'm here today with the Six Chix to talk about the 20th anniversary of the Six Chix. So today we have our Monday chick, Isabella Bannerman. Unfortunately, Tuesday chick, Bianca Eunice, could not be with us. She's feeling a little bit under the weather. So hi, Bianca, we miss you. We have our Wednesday chick, Susan Camilleri Konar. Our Thursday chick, Mary Lawton. Our Friday chick, Maritza Petrinos. And our Saturday chick, Stephanie Pirro. So everyone, just to get started, congratulations. It's a big anniversary for Six Chix. It's 20 years. For those of you who don't know Six Chix, you can read Six Chix every day on comicskingdom.com. And I would love for each of you to introduce yourselves to everybody listening and tell everybody a little bit about how long you've been with Six Chix. So Isabella.
Hi everybody, my name's Isabella Bannerman and I've been with Six Chix since it started in 2000. And that's where I first met Stephanie, and we met at the World Trade Center at the Reubens when it was there at the World Trade Center.
Wonderful. And as I said, Bianca Eunice, our Tuesday chick, could not be with us tonight. So we're gonna talk to Susan next.
Hi, I'm Sue Camilleri Konar. I cover Wednesdays. Brendan brought me on probably at the end of 2016 when Rena left for Orange Pastures, and I have been with you guys since then.
Wonderful. And Mary.
Hi everybody, I'm Mary Lawton. I jumped on board with Six Chix in 2017 when Ann Gibbons retired. I was asked by all the Six Chix if I would join, and I was delighted because I've known about them for pretty much since their inception. And back in the 80s, I remember being alongside Stephanie, possibly Isabella, in the funny times. So I've known about several of the cartoonists since I was starting out myself in the 1980s. So happy to be with y'all.
Fantastic. Maritza.
Hi, I'm Maritza. I do Fridays, and I'm by far the newest member of this team who's here personally, besides Bianca, because I started at the beginning of 2019.
Welcome, Maritza.
Thanks.
Is this your first time seeing everybody's faces?
We had a call, I think, right after I was hired, but I don't think we've talked since that, really.
Wow. And last but not least, Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Pirro. I am one of the original Six Chix along with Isabella. I remember Jay calling me up and asking me if I wanted to be one of the chicks. I had previously been syndicated with Chronicle Features and then Universal with a single panel. And when Universal dropped my panel, Jay seemed to know everything that was going on, and he called me right up and he said, "Oh, I see you were renewed. Would you like to be part of a new concept?" And so I've been part of the whole ride.
Wonderful. It's fantastic to have all of you here with us today, and it's just so cool to see so many folks who've joined at different periods in the Six Chix inception. So I would love to know a little bit about, I know each of you joined very differently and under different circumstances. Love to know a little bit about why you wanted to join, when you first heard about Six Chix, what was it that really spoke to you, and what does it mean to you to be a part of the Six Chix now?
Well, for me, one of the things that was really exciting about it was that I knew that Jay Kennedy's mission was to increase the diversity of the comics pages, and I knew that he made it his business to find underground cartoonists, and he had a great love of underground and independent cartoonists, and that was a world that I sort of considered myself part of, and still do, because my other work is for a political comic book called World War III Illustrated. So just knowing that he had that interest and that enthusiasm made me happy about it. And the other reason I was excited is that some of us had already been approached and already been published by the humor writer Roz Warren, and she would put together comic cartoon collection paperback books, and they were always heavily female cartoonists. And so I had an idea that there were a lot of us out there, and that we could have a lot of fun together. So it was a great opportunity, and I still feel that way.
Yes, if I can jump in. Yes, it was so exciting to know that Isabella was going to be part of the group, and I think Rena, a bunch of us had been in Roz's books, and this was before the internet or anything. So all of a sudden in Roz's books, you realize how many women were out there doing humor, you know, both written humor and a lot of cartoonists like Alison Bechdel, just so many people who have gone on to bigger careers, thanks to Roz, a little plug for Roz there. But yeah, you know, being asked by Jay, he said to me at the time when he was talking about the concept that it immediately doubled the amount of women who were syndicated at that time. And I think King went on to have the most women, you know, syndicated.
I was just going to say, when the opportunity came for me to join Six Chix, I was pretty excited because, of course, I admired all of you guys and the previous cartoonists that were on this strip, and so I was kind of like, oh, this is pretty exciting, and plus I've always wanted to be syndicated. So, but I have to be honest, I've always been a little bit uncomfortable with the term a female cartoonist or a woman cartoonist, because I'm a cartoonist, you know, no matter what my sex is. However, I appreciate that Jay did create the strip for the reason of bringing more women into, you know, the comic pages, especially at the time. So I completely understand that. And now with Bianca joining the team, the diversity of voices are expanding. So it's just getting better.
I'd like to say that I've never been syndicated before 2017. I've been a cartoonist, let's see, I'm 62 now. I probably started when I was about 20 years old. So never, I guess I tried 50 million times to become syndicated with no bites. I was self-syndicated for a while. Anyhow, when the opportunity came along in 2017, I jumped on board. I was literally thrilled to be part of a group of women cartoonists. I've known a lot of women cartoonists over the years, but as we all know, we don't get as much, you know, paper time, whatever you want to call it, airtime, as the male-dominated field. So it was really, it feels great to just be part of a group of really cool women that I admire.
Yeah. Growing up, I read a lot of newspaper comics, and it's always been a thing that I've loved and enjoyed. And when I was younger and I loved doing art, I had no idea what jobs there were out there for people who liked making art. Basically, newspaper comics was the only thing that was visible to me. So when I had the opportunity to do this, it was amazing, and I really wanted to do it because it felt like it was coming full circle to do the thing that I watched other people do, and I had no idea that jobs like this existed. I was very excited to be here, especially for a strip with a vision like this. And I agree with Susan about, I like to consider myself a cartoonist first and a woman somewhere else down the line, because in terms of priority. But if you read our comics, I think we can all agree, like, it's not about being women specifically. It's just more important to have the platform for women to have a voice.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Thanks, everybody. So one of the things that's really unique about Six Chix is that, you know, that really, we talked about a little bit about Jay Kennedy's mission, that he really wanted to double the number of syndicated women at the time, which is 20 years ago. And, you know, and I think he was successful in that, you know, for what he was trying to do in 2000. But, you know, in doing that, one of the really unique things that we don't talk about with Six Chix as much is that it really created a collective. It's a comic where, you know, for all intents and purposes, everybody is writing and drawing under the same title, but that title is really, it's a different voice every single day. We're seeing a different voice, we're seeing a different perspective. And so I wanted to know a little bit about whether that influences any of you in terms of the kinds of cartoons you draw, or if it helps you, think about the place that you have within if it helps you to think about the place you have within Six Chix when you're drawing.
I definitely feel like it's kind of like a conversation. It's kind of like having a conversation with your friends. And as I was looking at, getting ready for this, I was flipping through cartoons over the years, and I definitely started to see certain themes coming up. We do a lot of cartoons about witches and alien spacecraft and references to pop culture, and it's hard to put your finger on it, but there's definitely a Six Chix vibe, and it's a little bit rebellious, and it's a little bit, and it's hard to put my finger on it, but I know it when I see it, and I think the bottom line for me is that we all have the freedom to express ourselves. We have the freedom to be editorial if we feel something strongly. We have the freedom to just be silly or sarcastic or use a word play. And to me, that's really valuable, just to have the freedom.
Yeah, I agree. And as for subject for myself, I know that we've targeted certain subjects for things like International Women's Day and bullying and the mental health awareness week. So those sorts of things working as a collective are pretty exciting. But then, as you were saying, Izzy, the sort of the freedom to be able to go off on this kind of a tangent where, you're playing with themes from everything from business to literature to education to just general life experiences. So that kind of freedom I completely appreciate. And being able to have these kind of collective moments where we are all working on one particular subject is, just kind of adds that little extra special something to the strip. So, but the fact that we do have the freedom and being able to see the variety of styles, and I find it really inspiring.
I'll go next. This is Mary. Yeah, I just want to say that I draw political cartoons every day for the other publications that I send out to. So my mind's always on the pulse of what's the last thing that happened last night that I can draw about this morning. And with Six Chix, it's so, I do it once a week, but we have to think way far ahead. Like right now I'm drawing for October. So I really can't do anything that's happening right now. So I'm either thinking of just a gag a day to make somebody laugh, or something about, pop culture, or anything really that's happening in my life. Like if my kids are doing something, I'll immediately put it into a cartoon. So it's just kind of nice to have these different categories of cartoons to draw. There's the Six Chix, there's the political, there's the whatever's, all the other things floating around. So I enjoy that.
And what I do is kind of social commentary, I guess you would say, but I play around a lot with pop culture. But it was very hard to ignore what's going on. I thought originally, when we first had the stay-at-home orders, what do I do? Do I comment on this? We work so far ahead. But I've continued to do a lot of things about masks or isolation or Zoom meetings. And, I try to do them in not a confrontational way, but in a way that is kind of, poking fun at things, but, also commenting on what is going on. And, it's hard not to, I think. So that's personally me.
Agreed.
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please. Please go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to say that I really like the fact that we are each sharing the week together. It's a nice challenge because we don't really have the opportunity to develop storylines or narratives or characters or that kind of thing. But it's also kind of liberating because you don't need to adhere to a style guide or anything like that. Every week, every day that you do can exist in its own little bubble, which feels really nice. And you can kind of tackle some subject for a while and then abandon it later, or you can allow yourself to be influenced by the other women that you're making comics with. It feels very malleable and flexible. I would say that a lot of my comics are about, it's really hard to think about. It feels weirdly self-conscious to suddenly think about what subjects you actually write about. I would say that I do some stuff on mental health and American health insurance and work and capitalism, just like everyday moments of irony and hypocrisy, but hopefully not too depressing in a way. But there's also nothing beats a good comic about pets.
I also love everybody's style. I feel like everybody has such a unique style, and Maritza and Bianca brought in, you know, just such beautiful artwork and so different. So I really love their work. It's a really good team, I think.
Yeah, I concur. I think it's having such a variety of styles, it makes it that much more interesting, certainly. And yeah, agree.
Do you ever look at one of the other comics that one of the other Six Chix cartoonists has created and say, you know, do you ever feel like you're learning something from looking at your colleagues' cartoons? You know, is there ever a moment where like, oh, I love how that person drew this, or, you know, oh, I never thought of doing that. If you can think of some, I think it would be great to hear some of those stories.
That's definitely happened. I feel like I've been influenced over the years, so in so many ways, consciously and unconsciously. And you know, one of my favorite ones of Rena's, this was like easily 10 years ago, but it showed a group of co-workers in an office, and they were all playing solitaire, and the caption was, oh, you know, the computers are down, so we have to do everything by hand. And just in a topic, like as soon as one of the Six Chicks breaks ground on a new topic that I had never seen somebody do before, like, you know, even if it's depression or bullying or some kind of topic that I might have self-censored myself with, and then somebody does a cartoon about that, and then your horizons have expanded, you know? And I think that's something that we all do for each other, whether we do it consciously or not.
I think that's true. Susan's cartoon made me really laugh, though, the one, Beware of God. I just thought that was so simple and so clever and beautifully drawn. It's one of my all-time favorite cartoons. I just love it. And of course, Isabella is like a master, you know, draftsperson. Your work is just so exquisite. So I think everybody brings something different.
Yeah, Mary, I was just going to actually compliment your line work.
Well, thank you.
I love your art. I've always admired it. So just talking about line work, you know, I think just bringing you and Steph's lines, your these organic, wonderful, crazy lines just make me laugh all the time. And then we have that, you know, the exquisite art of Maritza that is just beautiful. I don't even know how to explain her brushwork and line work too. And then of course Bianca now with her creative, wonderful characters, and just her style is very different. And you know, Isabella's, as you said, her beautiful draft work. It's just that variety to me is a real bonus with this strip. And I'm excited to read each one each day just to sort of see, oh, what's coming to the table. So back to you, Mary.
I feel the same way. I was going to say the same things. And going back to what Isabella said about all of us sort of paving the way, or when we see what somebody else has done, it's like, oh, like when Bianca did that cartoon that got so much controversy a week or two ago, I was like, woohoo! I was so happy to see that cartoon, and I was like, how many times have I wanted to draw something like that? And I thought, you know, I would get, I don't know, I draw stuff like that in my other life, you know, my other cartoon life, but I thought it was really cool that it was on Six Chix, and I thought it was awesome the way that King supported her, and we were all just like behind her cheerleading. It was a really great moment. And I'm a Luddite in terms of like, I'm not on Facebook, I'm only on Instagram. So I don't get to see the daily stuff on Facebook, which I think probably has a lot of viewers and whatnot. But I always look on the Comics Kingdom website every day to see what everybody's cartoon is each day. And then I'll often email somebody, there's the cartoon. I'll often email whoever it is to say, you know, cool cartoon today, awesome, whatever. So yeah, I love looking at everybody else's work. It feels wonderful.
Great, thank you. So, so we talked a little bit, Mary, you've talked a couple times about some of the other work you do in your political cartoons. And I was just wondering, you know, obviously everybody who draws for Six Chix, you're just doing one cartoon a week. I'd love to hear a little bit more about the other types of work you do. Everybody here is a very accomplished cartoonist outside of Six Chix and does some really cool stuff. And, you know, and I think hearing about what you do either in cartooning or other creative work that you're working on, I think would be pretty exciting to the audience.
So I'll go first. And the one long-term project that I still am hoping to develop further, I've had 2 chapters of it published, is that when Donald Trump was first elected, my mom kind of freaked out. She's still alive because she remembered Mussolini, and all the stories of growing up under Mussolini came out of her, stories that I'd never heard before, and I started illustrating them. And you know, I'm still working on transcribing and illustrating some of the stories as they're coming out, but they were published in a political cartoon comic book called World War III Illustrated, and they've been kind of a voice of resistance since the Reagan era, and it's been really interesting to be a part of them. And you know, and I have felt the same kind of divide between like what you would do for a family comic strip like Six Chix and what I would do in that realm of like activism. But it's really exciting now to see that boundary go away, and that's really wonderful. Like I don't have to compartmentalize those 2 parts of my life anymore, and mostly with you know, with the recent with Maritza and with Bianca and Mary as well, because I follow you on Instagram, Mary, and I see your great political work, which is very free. You don't censor yourself at all. Yeah.
Right.
Susan, tell us a little bit about what you're up to.
Well, I still do my freelance work. That's kind of where I started off with my cartooning. I used to sell a lot of work to all the magazines that were buying at the time, like Harvard Business Review and Barron's and Wall Street Journal and Alta and Chronicle of Higher Education and Business Law Today and all those wonderful markets that were there. So I still kind of, when I could find those, I still sell to them. And you know, I've done some guest work for Hillary on Rhymes with Orange, and I've written gags for other syndicated cartoonists. And recently I just jumped into the greeting card market. So I'm hoping that will give me some other opportunities there. And then there's always that side of illustration work. So I've done illustration for advertising, editorial, and educational clients. And a couple of children's books. One is kind of sort of this, not self-published by myself, but by the author. And one through Scholastic Education, I believe. So I'm kind of interested in maybe veering off into that world at some point too, a little bit more so. But yeah, so outside of that, you know, I'm still doing the cartooning, and then I'm hoping to get back into painting more too, which I used to like to do. So,
wow,
only so many hours in a day.
That's a tremendous lot of stuff. That's amazing. Mary, so tell us where we can find your political cartoons and anything else that you're working on.
I'm on Instagram. You can just look up my name and then you'll find my little handle, whatever, hashtag, and you'll see my page there. And I tend to keep the page pretty thin. I just, when it starts to get too many cartoons, I shave a bunch off, but I stay pretty topical. So all the stuff that's up there is pretty recent. And I publish in the Funny Times, in Narrative, the New Yorker occasionally. Ever since Emma Allen became the editor at the New Yorker in 2017, she ushered in a huge gaggle of women cartoonists for the first time in like 100 years. So I was one of them. I was lucky to get in there. And it's a wonderful new face on that magazine, I'll tell you, and all these new young cartoonists and cartoonists of color, which we really never saw before in the history of that magazine. So that was another thing that happened in 2017, along with getting syndicated with the Chicks. But I've always cartooned, as I say, since the 80s, illustrated a bunch of books. I was in those Roz Warren books also, the, what were they called? I forgot what they were called. Somebody jump in. What were they called?
Women's Glibber.
Women's Glibber books and calendars and all that stuff. Yeah, I was in those for years. And yeah, and anything that came along, basically I would just do anything freelance. Yeah, anybody wants anything. You want to pit family portraits, whatever, I did all that. And then I started painting again when I had little children running around. Cartooning got a little hard, so I just started painting again. And I do that almost as much as I cartoon. I love to paint. So yeah, I'm not really a computer savvy cartoonist. I do everything by hand. I send everything, well, I send emails out with my cartoons. That's about as sophisticated as it gets. But yeah, I draw every day. I send daily cartoons to the New Yorker almost every day. They've got the daily political cartoons. So that's really fun because I get to think about every night before I go to bed, so to think about that. And, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at.
Great. Maritza, what are you up to when you're not doing Six Chix?
Good question. I've been like a career illustrator for 10 years, which is probably like a baby in comparison to these Goliaths of cartooning, but I've jumped around a lot. So I've done design, I've done illustration and animation. I kind of jumped around to started at Marvel, and then I went to MTV for a while, and I worked at BuzzFeed for a number of years doing primarily comics. And as of the beginning of quarantine, I'm a full-time designer at an app called TikTok, working in their marketing division. I think I probably, like so many other people, have had to pivot a little bit since the beginning of COVID. So I feel like I'm doing everything that's unprecedented for me, but it's been really great to have this still here as a constant.
So did they make you dance in the marketing department?
Thankfully, no, nobody wants that. I don't want that.
And finally, again, last but not least, Stephanie, tell us a little bit about what you're doing when you're not doing Six Chix.
I do, well, you know, I work in a library. I've worked in libraries for, let's see, since 2002. My daughter went to college, and I used to go into the library to get magazines for research. And one day I went into the library, the one in my town, and they said, oh, we have an exhibit. Maybe you'd like to go see the exhibit. And I thought, oh, sure, I'll go see the exhibit. And they said, oh, wait, we're interviewing. And then they looked at me and they said, how would you like a job? So all of a sudden I became a librarian, and I loved it. And I still love it. Now I work 20 hours a week. That's why I do so many literary and cartoons about reading, cartoons that make fun of certain kinds of literary tropes. So, I do that. I write actually 2 columns. I write the town column and I write a library column. So I don't have a lot of spare time. I never say no to anything that comes my way art-wise. So I've recently illustrated 2 books for, she's an award-winning cat writer. And her books are about a Scotty and a cat. So I'm gonna be doing a whole series for her. I did 2 so far. And, anything that comes my way. I had started in 2014 and actually finished a children's book that has to do with some owls. But I just hate coloring on Adobe so much. Anything that gets in the way, I still haven't colored those last 6 pages. And once I get that colored, I'll be sending it out. But basically, I just never say no, any kind of art that comes my way. I started out, before I was ever published as a cartoonist, doing t-shirts. So I started doing t-shirts and putting my cartoons on them because I couldn't get published back then. They just weren't publishing women's humor. But when I started going around to craft shows, women would come around the table and laugh, and it was like humor that spoke to them. And so I kind of came into cartooning through the back door. I started to win design awards for the humor categories in the textile industry, and then I started getting licensed to calendar and card companies, and I think I sold my first cartoon to Glamour. So these days, I sold to Chicken Soup for a long time too before they dropped the cartoons. So these days, I think there are less markets, and at this point, I'm not like sending out a lot of things to Funny Times or places. I love Six Chix, so I'm happy to be doing that, and then illustrating or whatever.
Wow. We just have it's so amazing. We have such a tremendous number of incredibly accomplished people drawing for Six Chix. And obviously Bianca's not here. I don't want to leave her out. Bianca, I discovered Bianca's work on the Nib. She's done a number of really brilliant essays for the Nib and other cartoons for the Nib. But but you can also find Bianca on her social media. She's frequently doing. She's always drawing, and she does some really phenomenal cartoons as well. So if you want to look up Bianca's work, her Twitter and Instagram handles are both Bianca Eunice. That's BIANCA XUNISE. Definitely look up her work while you're looking up all these fabulous ladies' work as well. It's so amazing to see this much talent spread across all of these different interests and art categories. It's just phenomenal, really phenomenal. So it's been 20 years, and first of all, I feel like we owe a hearty congratulations to Stephanie and Isabella, who've been here since the beginning. It's just such a tremendous accomplishment. But I think, I think we've seen an incredible change in what cartooning looks like and what comics look like in the past 20 years. And I wanted to sort of, as we move toward wrapping up, I wanted to ask all of you, as we move into the future, where would you like to see Six Chix go in order to really fulfill Jay Kennedy's mission? Does that mission change now? What does Six Chix have yet to accomplish, and what do you feel like publishers, syndicates, and organizations like the NCS can do to elevate the voices of women and other marginalized people? Because that was really what Jay Kennedy set out to do, and I think 20 years in, it's time for us to look at what we can be doing better and what we can be doing more of.
I think thank you for, first of all, thank you for asking that question. And I have to realize just in the last moment of you speaking, T, when you were mentioning that you discovered Bianca Eunice by looking at the Nib, to me, it's almost coming full circle to Jay Kennedy's attitude of seeking out the underground cartoonist and the less well-known cartoonists. And so I think you're definitely in that attitude of seeking out lesser known voices. You are definitely fulfilling that his original mission just by doing that. And yeah, and I think that's the direction it should keep going, where you know the opportunities and the platforms continue to expand. One of the other things that I mean, I came to cartooning from reading, you know, the underground comics, so that I keep going back to that. That's why, but my frame of reference. But what you see in Bianca's work and some of Maritz's work and all of our work, you see that some of it is really autobiographical, right? And it's so direct. There's no filter between the artist and what they're writing about. And to me, that's if that's something that can be supported, where people feel that they can be truly themselves in their work, that's what I like to look for.
Well, I guess that's me.
It's you, Susan.
Yeah, obviously I'd love to see our audience expand. I know we're limited in our sort of formats with the whole industry changing, but I think with this such a, you know, so many styles and diverse voices and everything, there's a lot more opportunities for the strip to fit into different categories and different possible fields, and that includes working with organizations like we have with specific, you know, goals in mind, or even, you know, in a commercial capacity of some sort, where the strip is, you know, being used in a sort of an ethical way, but you know, if there are any other possible commercial capacities with the strip that we could work towards, including merchandising the strip. And I you know, I beg to say even small animated possibilities that I know takes us off in a completely different tangent, but you know, I think Isabel spoke well to sort of the direction of Jay's vision, and unfortunately I never had the pleasure of meeting him, but I think with, yeah, exactly what Isabella said about, you know, bringing beautiful young voices that are diverse and sort of moving on from what the script originated with Maritza and Bianca, I think it's certainly going in a great direction. So, but yeah, I you know, there's lots of new possibilities out there. So I think we just got to keep our finger on the pulse, so to speak.
Hi, this is Mary. I totally agree with everybody's comments. I'm so proud to be part of King Features because of the way, I mean, when I made my healthy living at cartooning for many years, and then all of a sudden everything just started folding. Newspapers started closing down and syndicates started shaving off everything. And pretty soon, you know, I mean, I publish in a few different things, whereas it used to be lots and lots and lots. So, King Features seems to be on the pulse, like Susan said, of taking this to the future in terms of technology. Like even the fact that we're having this meeting on Zoom is pretty cool. I just want to keep stay a part of this whole thing that keeps moving into the future and changing with the times. I don't know how else to better put it, but I think that we have a lot to look forward to. Comedians never stop making jokes. Cartoonists have been around for thousands and thousands of years. You know, you never stop drawing if you're a cartoonist, and people never want to stop seeing them. So anyway, onward. Woohoo!
And I agree with what everybody has said. I think it's interesting. One of the platforms I guess we have now is MSNBC. Does it like stream or something? Because somebody contacted me, or actually a couple of people have contacted me and asked me for, you know, a copy of the cartoon, or that had seen them there. So I was like, oh, okay. So that's new.
Yeah, Six Chix is on the MSN network every single day now. So
Yeah, so
yeah,
people
it's
are
pretty
paying
exciting.
attention.
Yeah, yeah. Maritza.
Hi, yeah. I pretty much agree with everything that was being said. I mean, I think part of it is definitely the technological aspect and finding the platform and distribution method for our work to reach the kind of people that I think would really like it. Because I know they're out there and maybe they not necessarily have seen it yet. I also, you know, it's clearly a very different era, but I also come from an indie comics, underground comics scene, and that's usually where you find the best talent. Finding like young, scrappy, angry people who, you know, really want their voices to be heard is usually where the best art comes from. One thing that I was thinking, you know, thinking about Isabella's project that she's working on with her mother, and you know, finding Bianca on the nib. I think all 6 of us would definitely love the opportunity to write something longer to put more of our voice into it. Hi, Kat.
It's pigeon.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I think that I think that it's been like a tremendous 20 years. I've, you know, certainly I've been around for a little more than half of it, and it's been amazing to watch Six Chix over the last decade. I do think that, you know, I you know, in my position now, I ask myself a lot, well, okay, you know, if Jay Kennedy were doing this today, what would he be doing? Would he be looking at trying to expand opportunities for cartoonists of color? Would he be trying to expand opportunities for trans and non-binary cartoonists? Would he be looking at, you know, okay, would he be looking at the way that women were and frankly still are marginalized in cartooning? There's not a lot of space in papers. There's not a lot of space for women's voices in papers. And, you know, would he be asking, okay, who else is marginalized? Who else do we need to hear more from? And, you know, and I think that's one of the things that I would hope to see from, you know, certainly not just Six Chix, but from everyone in comics in the future, is really looking to identify those voices and find ways for all marginalized cartoonists to have a place where, you know, where they can be heard, you know, even if it's once a week, and really bring those voices and messages and experiences to everyone. So, you know, thank you all so much for being part of this today. I think it's been a really fascinating conversation. I learned a lot. And I just, before we go, I'd love for each of you to tell the audience where they can find you on social media, and about any other Six Chix projects that you'd like, so, you know, and other non-Six Chix projects that you'd like support from. I'll tell everybody where they can find Six Chix at the end. But, you know, if you've got a book or a Patreon or anything like that that you'd like to plug, this is the time to do it.
Well, you know, I just I have to say, it's just very inspiring to hear you and to hear what you care about, and I'm totally in agreement. So if we need to do some brainstorming off camera, I'm up for it. And then, but what I wanted to say is the publisher that's been publishing these World War III Illustrated, the longer version of the story, the name of the publisher is AK Press. And my social media stuff is usually just my name, either Bannerman or Isabella Bannerman.
Great. And then, as I said before, if you want to find Bianca, she is on Twitter and Instagram at Bianca Eunice. That's BIANCAXUNISE. I really encourage you all to check out her social media and give her a follow. And Susan.
Well, I haven't quite come into the world of Instagram and Twitter yet, simply because I am upgrading my systems, and I'm hoping when it's a little more user-friendly, I will move into those markets. But I do have a susancam.ca website. You can check out some stuff, and I'm on Facebook, either with Six Chix or under my name, Susan Camilleri Konar. I've also got a lot of my cartoons that I've done freelance now with cartoon collections, that bank that Bob Mankoff has started and has moved with the British cartoon bank. Anyway, a lot of them are there, and they're under my name too, Susan Camilleri Konar. So yeah, that's it for me right now, but I'm soon to be on definitely Instagram.
Great. Mary.
Okay, so I forgot a couple of things. You can find me on the Nib also. They ran a cartoon of mine, I think in 2016 or 2017 when Trump was being elected or was elected. And also in the Cartoon Bank, you can look me up and find me there. And I'm on Instagram, as I say, just look up Mary Lawton and you'll find me. And I want to say how much fun this was to meet you, T, to see Maritza, and to, like, you know, I don't know, I'm not going to draw cartoons about like kill all fascists, but it really makes me feel like I can be a little more myself. I don't know why. I always feel like I have a little bit of a holding back, you know, in the little box. But so much can happen in a little box, and it's just a great feeling to meet all of you. And thanks very much.
Thank you. Maritza, where can people find you?
I guess the big one for me is Instagram. If you look up Maritza Petrinos, I'm the only one that exists, so it will be very easy. I have a small illustrated humor book that came out last year with Chronicle Books, if you would like to purchase something that I'm proud of. And same thing with Patreon, if you feel like giving me a tip every month.
What's the name of your book?
It's called Common Blessings, Common Curses, and it's a reversible book you can flip upside down.
Great. And Stephanie?
I have a website which is under my name, but I actually don't do too much with it anymore. I mostly, I have a book review blog called The Militant Recommender. So I do an illustration per book review. Then I also have a cartoon blog. So those are both on Blogger under my name. So you can find them that way. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, Twitter sometimes. Twitter is kind of hard to do for me somehow. And Six Chix, Comics Kingdom, and Six Chix Facebook.
Great, thank you. And for all of you who've tuned in today and would like to read Six Chix, you can find Six Chix at comicskingdom.com. You can also find Six Chix in your local paper. And if you can't find Six Chix in your local paper, you can write to your local paper and tell them that you want to find Six Chix in your local paper. So you can also check out Comics Kingdom on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Comics Kingdom. Very easy to find. Thank you all so much for being here today. It's been great chatting with all of you, and thanks to the NCS for hosting us. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
So I've been in this space here for over 20 years. It's hard to believe. One of the challenges in writing for Beetle Bailey is the strip has been around for so long. And there are times when it just feels like there's just nothing that we haven't done before. There's nothing new. I mean, we've mined every little grain of sand in Camp Swampy for humor. It requires a lot of concentration. You almost have to put yourself in another place. It's kind of almost like daydreaming. It's like there's a closet, a dark closet, and you're reaching in with your hand, and you're groping around to try to find something to grab onto, and you pull it out and you go, oh, there's an idea. And you go in there again, and there's another object in the dark closet, and you pull it out, and there's another idea. But there's this fear, I think a lot of cartoonists have, that maybe someday that closet's going to be empty. There's nothing in it anymore.
He's a military hero of the nation, though he doesn't always follow regulations. At the sound of Reveille.
I'm a morning person, usually 7:30 or 8. Have a cup of coffee, I read the New York Times, and then I start writing in the pad. A lot of people think a cartoonist sits down, he writes an idea in the morning, and he draws it up at night. He does one strip a day or something. I don't know too many cartoonists that do that. You kind of work in batches. I find the best thing to do is just start writing, scribbling away, and not looking for that perfect gag. Going back and looking at the characters and what they were doing, in the past and other situations we put them in before, oftentimes will get me started in the right direction. So I'm looking in here and I'm seeing Sarge and Beetle playing ping pong, which is something that I don't think we've done that in quite a long time. I know my father and his assistant, Jerry Dumas, used to always play ping pong at lunch, so there used to be some great ping pong gags. Sarge is a very competitive guy, so I'm thinking about how can Beetle outwit Sarge at the ping pong table. So the two of them are at the ping pong table, and Beetle's just about to serve, and he says, "Here comes my patented sleeper shot." When you have characters like Beetle and Sarge, they've been around for so long, they have really sort of strong character traits. Of course, Beetle is famous for falling asleep, but even more so, he can put things to sleep just by touching them. He almost has superpowers. And so Beetle hits the ball over the net, and the ball doesn't bounce. It just stops and sits there. And Sarge is mad now. He says, "That's not fair." The long evolution of a strip day after day allows you to do that kind of character development where your readers, if they're reading it every day, really feel like they know these people. To me, growing up, I know these characters so well. I think of Beetle as my older brother. He went off to join the army when I was little, and the strip in some ways is like a letter home from Beetle every day. What's going on at Camp Swampy today, Beetle? So you kind of create this world that I think after a while the readers really think is real. thought that was one of the better ones.
Yeah, this one has some problems. This is a pure reject. I didn't get it. Boy, look at that line of minuses on this one. This got everything, every rejection. I don't think people are going to understand this.
Yeah, that was
oh, that's a plus. Yes. I thought it was a minus. You don't make good pluses.
Yeah, you got to work on your pluses, Greg.
Boy, it's a minus for your pluses. I think you need up here that you say he's already lost weight, but you know he's eating. I think the first panel, I just can't seem to lose weight. Beetle says, "Are you trying?" And he goes through all the things he's trying, and then this is why he doesn't lose weight. I like that one.
You know, I was noticing that back in the days when you used to play ping pong every day after lunch, there were lots of really great ping pong gags, particularly Sunday pages with a lot of action. I said, we haven't done a ping pong table in a long time.
Okay, so that represents our ping pong game today.
Yeah.
They go to sleep.
Right, the game is short. It's over quickly.
I want to know where are the bologna sandwiches. You got to have bologna sandwiches if you're playing ping pong, right?
We've already eaten them.
And another good one. There's two good ones stuck together. We write over 125 gags a month, which is at least 4 times as much as we need. I'm going to sit down here and start the finished drawings. I do all the finished drawings in pencil, and then my son Greg does the ink work. And we've got quite a great system. It seems to be working. I put the lettering in first. You can be a good cartoonist and a bad writer, you'll never make it. But a good writer and a bad cartoonist often comes out on top. The good thing about cartooning is that nobody says what's good or bad. It's just a style of drawing that each one of us has. The greatest thing about my career is that I don't consider it work. It's fun. People say, well, you're 90 years old. Why don't you retire? I say, retire to what? I'm having a good time. On our lunch hour, we would always take a whole hour off, even though it only took us 15 minutes to eat a bologna sandwich, you know. Then we'd go down in the basement and play ping pong. And I'd come up afterwards, and they were so energetic, the way we played. Jerry sometimes would have to go home and take a shower afterwards. I fell in love with comic strips as a little boy, about 3 or 4 years old. My father used to read them to me. He'd say on Sunday morning, he'd say, go down and get the paper, Mort. I'll read you the comics. We'd get in bed, he'd put his arm around me. He started reading me the comics, and his favorite was Moon Mullins. And he'd laugh so hard that tears would come down his cheeks. And I'd sit there looking at him and thinking, what a nice thing to do for people. And I started selling cartoons when I was about 10 years old. Dropped out of school. They couldn't get me to go back. And there it is, all ready for Greg to ink.
You all done?
I am all done.
It's all in a day's work.
I'll take the artwork, line it up. I rule lines for the lettering, and the angles. 8, 4 is the middle. Get the lettering pen, still dipping pens in ink the old-fashioned way. This is very exciting. Maybe we'll be lucky and I'll splatter all over this and start swearing. I've got a circle template to get a perfect circle, like for a ball. Don't do that for the noses. Make sure the swoop is nice and swoopy. Growing up with Mort Walker as your father, he worked at home, had a home studio, so you're there with him a lot, and you just sort of pick that up. There's unspoken things, there's things you don't have to worry about, and we just sort of know about a lot of the things and things we want to do and where we want to take the strip. In Beetle, we've kind of established this style. One of the things that most people probably wouldn't think about are the balloons, and we like to have them nicely shaped and rounded. Dip the pen, some ink on it. And even as I'm doing this, I'll make some changes to the lines. Because as you do it in the starker black and white, you start to see things a little differently. The sound of the pen against the paper makes a little bit of a scratching sound. That's a sound that I remember so much from my childhood, and it was just like Dad's working, you know, I don't know, it was a comforting sound somehow. It's the sound of cartooning to me. Freckles. It's Beetle. People get familiar with the characters. They're easily identifiable. You know, Beetle's the lazy one. Sarge is the big tough guy. Anybody who follows the strip at all knows that. I think the familiarity is really important. I think that is one reason why it's lasted as long as it has. People come to know the characters and think of them as friends, as my father would say. Beetle is so, every line is sort of important. It's spare. Ink dries within a minute or two. Okay, a few little touches here to make sure the lines are connected. Ta-da, one finished strip.
welcome to Desert Island Comics, where great comic practitioners get to choose their 5 favorite comics to take to a desert island, along with one luxury item and their favorite flavor of crisps and a biscuit. Now, today, one of, if not the most celebrated artists ever to emerge from the UK, the winner of countless awards and the only Briton, I think I'm right in saying, to be inducted into the Harvey Awards Hall of Fame. He's worked with writers like Mark Millar, Stan Lee, Frank Miller, and of course, Alan Moore, with whom he created Watchmen, about which the poor guy has had to give interviews constantly for the last 34 years. But today, he gets to talk about something else. It is Dave Gibbons, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you very much, Peter. Pleasure to be here and hopefully to talk about something other than Watchmen.
Yes, well, we may touch on it briefly, but what is the first comic that you're going to take with you to the desert island?
Well, the first comic comes from my very early days of reading British comics, because we were quite lucky in my generation that we got British comics and American comics as well. Amongst them, a series of books under the title War Picture Library. Now, these were digest-sized 64-page comic books, only 2 pictures to a page, that basically told tales of heroism and tales of shame and tales of redemption and tales of great emotional tone. I think the best of them are characterized by really quite a powerful human story, outside of the fact that the characters are blowing up tanks or shooting down Stukas or doing something like that.
But it's interesting you should say that. Hang on a second, because isn't the general perception of these War Picture Library stories that they tend to be just sort of Germans as baddies shouting "Gott in Himmel, die Engländer," and the British going "Take that, Jerry"? Are you saying there's something deeper to them?
The best of them were much more than that. They were, as I say, tales of redemption and tales with a really rich masculine human aspect to them. And the other thing worth noting is that a lot of the writers had actually served in World War II and were ex-commandos or ex-sailors or ex-pilots. So there was a great feeling of authenticity to them. And as far as I can tell, all the weapons, all the machinery, everything you'd expect to be authentic is authentic. But really the attraction of them is the wonderful emotional tone. Now, there have been thousands of issues, but I've chosen one which is called Crash Call, which is about rescue ships, rescue boats in the North Sea, picking up pilots whose planes had crashed in the sea, people whose boats had been blown up under them. And so they would roam from the coast of Scotland up to the coast of Scandinavia, under fire from the Luftwaffe and from the German Navy. But they were there just to pick up survivors of battle. And it's drawn by the very best of the War Picture Library artists, in my view, an Italian called Gino D'Antonio, who had quite a wonderful way of drawing realistic machinery, but drawing very, very evocative characters. And in this particular issue, it's all set at sea. So it's endless vistas of waves and crashing rocks and boats skimming across the water and airplanes attacking, all delineated in the most wonderfully impressionistic way that actually brings the whole thing alive and makes it very much a felt experience. I would also say that not all the characters are heroes. They're all very fallible. The stories are very compassionate. It's people who crumble under the pressures of the situation they find themselves in. People who let their comrades down and have to redeem themselves. So they're not just kind of hero comics. They're really quite deep and sometimes quite troubling kind of human stories.
Okay, so you've got Crash Call, and bear in mind, you're going to have to read it over and over again for years to come, you know.
Well, you know, I've been reading it over and over again for years past, and I still get something from it, and I still marvel at the draftsmanship and the wonderful depiction of the stormy North Sea. It's quite incredible.
Okay, choice number 2.
That would be Race for the Moon comics, issue 3, and Race for the Moon. Shall I tell you a little bit about the background?
You better tell us what this is, Race for the Moon.
Well, I think probably most of the people watching this have heard of an American artist called Jack Kirby, primarily known as a superhero artist. But in between the superhero boom of the 40s and the superhero boom of the 60s onwards, there was a really interesting period of American comics where comics were westerns, romance comics, crime comics, humor comics. And Kirby, being a very practiced and very adaptable artist, also worked on a very, very few science fiction comics. But the particular title that I was interested in was called Race for the Moon. And these stories were all penciled by Jack Kirby, but were actually inked by some other quite illustrious artists, such as Al Williamson, who found great fame and fortune at EC Comics. And these people gave Kirby's very energetic, dynamic style a veneer, a wonderful texture, a wonderful richness that his work didn't always show when it was inked by somebody who was slightly less concerned with the aesthetics of the job. And there's one particular story in Race for the Moon, which the whole thing only ran for 3 issues, and it's called Space Garbage. And it opens with a very striking picture. My memory of this is very briefly of being at school, and the art teacher said to us, "You can draw anything you like today."
When you were at school, how old were you when you came across this?
Well, I figured it out. I must have been about 9 or 10. I thought I was younger, but I must have been about 9 or 10 years old. And I remember the teacher coming over to me and her saying, "Oh, what's this, David? This looks interesting." And I said, "Oh, please, miss, it's a man who's been manacled to an asteroid and left to die." She said, that's interesting. And what this was my swipe, my recreation of this wonderful splash page by Jack Kirby for a story called Space Garbage, which was indeed a man in a spacesuit manacled to an asteroid. Because these stories were unlike a lot of other science fiction stories that tended to have very clean-cut heroes and very clean-cut spaceships and adventures. These were really rough. They were about bank robbers and prospectors out on the wild frontier of space. And so I was so struck by this image. Fast forward a bit, or quite a lot actually, to about maybe, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago when I was considerably older. And I found out that Titan Books were reprinting all this Jack Kirby science fiction stuff. So I asked their owner, Nick Landau, who I know very well, "Can I write the introduction to this collection?" And he said, "Sure." And when they printed the book, the editor phoned me up and said, "Oh, Dave, you do know that now that we've scanned and printed this artwork, the original artwork is going to be put up on auction if you're interested in buying it." And I thought, I've got to have it. I've got to have that original piece of artwork. And mine was the successful bid. So I now have the original artwork as penciled by Jack Kirby and inked by Al Williamson hanging on the wall of my studio.
You've got to show
So
this.
if you like, I will pick up this machinery and I will go over to that and you can have a look at it hanging on my wall.
We'll risk losing the connection for that.
Okay, here we go. Hold tight, everybody. Hope this doesn't make you feel too nauseous. Hopefully you can see it.
That's gorgeous.
And I should also point out that I got the whole job, not just that splash page, but I've got the other 4 pages of the story as well. And I regularly get it out of the drawer and feast my eyes on it because it's exceptional.
Can you give us an idea of how much you paid for it?
As you could probably imagine, it was several £1,000s. And I'm not a great collector of original art, but that particular piece is so pivotal and so it gives me such a personal feeling that I really, knowing it was for sale, I couldn't resist it at all.
I'm just very interested in the fact that this image in particular of the astronaut manacled to the asteroid was the image that attracted you. And you just said before that it was something about the realness of it, that it wasn't all like sort of smart, beautiful machines and things. You've referred to this idea of authenticity, you know, in both of your choices so far. I just think it's very interesting from the perspective of, you know, because there are, let's face it, there are artists and comic creators out there for whom authenticity is couldn't be further away from what they're trying to achieve.
No, but I mean, if I was to choose which direction I preferred, I actually don't like what you might call photorealistic artwork. I don't like artwork that's clearly being drawn from photographs quite clearly, or artwork that's rendered so much that it actually just slows you down and you have to stop and look around. To me, some of the most effective comic book artists are the ones who can distill reality in a very telling and economical way, like Kirby, for instance. I mean, Kirby had a long career. Towards the end of his career, things were stylized to the point that I think they might actually put some people off. But there was a sweet spot for Kirby, as there is for many artists, where his stylized version of reality was actually more compelling than reality itself, you know?
For me, the master of that style was actually the original Harvey
Kurtzman.
Harvey Kurtzman.
Yeah.
When I look at his EC work, especially his war picture, his war stories, they stand apart from the art of everybody else who was working at the time, because they managed to be somehow cartoony at the same time as totally believable and driving you through the story. You know, he's quite happy to draw, you know, somebody's limbs in a way that limbs could never be, like completely sort of curved arms or something.
Yes.
In the interest of conveying an impression and telling a story.
I was lucky enough to work with Harvey Kurtzman on one single job, and he was a really hard taskmaster.
What was the book?
It's called Harvey Kurtzman's Strange Adventures, and it was essentially mad comic. So I did a character called the Super Surfer, who was a very thinly disguised version of the Silver Surfer. And it was such a joy to do because there was such energy in his layouts and in the way that he set everything up. But again, Kurtzman was one of those people that Alan Moore and I referenced a great deal when we were doing Watchmen, because he had figured out so many of the basic grammatical points of comics and ways of expressing things. So he was a master, I think, of the true art of comics, which is the bit between the writing and the drawing. It's that no man's land that he excelled in.
Fascinating. All right, choice number 3, please.
Choice number 3. Well, we'll come a little bit nearer up to date. This is my favourite Batman comic, and this is Batman Year One, written by Frank Miller and drawn by David Mazzucchelli. It was a mini-series from DC. It came out shortly after Frank had huge success with The Dark Knight Returns, which was his completely iconoclastic smashing of the Batman legend, where he focused on an older, retired Batman in a much more harsh world. And in a way, Batman Year One sort of bookended with Dark Knight Returns. Dark Knight Returns was at the very end of Batman's career, and Batman Year One was at the very beginning of Batman's career. It was drawn, as I say, by David Mazzucchelli, who added a wonderful, again, authenticity, naturalness to it. Although it was a superhero story or a costumed hero story, it didn't really feel like it. It felt more like a crime comic. And it was as much the story of Commissioner Gordon as it was the story of Bruce Wayne becoming Batman.
Why have you chosen this in particular? Why is it so important to you?
Well, again, because the storytelling is sublime. There's a couple of times in there. You know, what Frank is an expert at is turning the word track on or the picture track on and playing them against each other. So he shows what you don't have to have words for, and he tells what you have to have words for. There's one particular scene, and I would have to flip through the comic to get this precisely right, but it's Commissioner Gordon who's been assigned to Gotham City, and he's sat on the edge of the bed with his pregnant wife, so he's got all this family responsibility just about to come upon him. He realizes what a cesspit Gotham City is, and he's sat on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands, and he says something about a city without hope. And the next picture is a small picture, a horizontal sliver, and it's the Gotham skyline with the tiny silhouette of someone in a bat costume. No words, nothing. And the fact that it's a small picture and not a splash picture, it just has a sublime effect. It has an effect that's hard to put into words, but it's an effect which you can only really do in comics, because you can control the size of the image and the order of the images. It's the juxtaposition, and that is the art of comics. It's the juxtaposition between the words and the pictures that's so fascinating.
Why did Frank Miller, who's obviously a sort of a great artist of renown, why did he choose not to draw that particular comic himself?
He had just been working with David Mazzucchelli on Daredevil over at Marvel, where they had a very acclaimed run, where again it was very much grounded in the reality of the real New York Hell's Kitchen, with all the crime and all the griminess. So they had a feel for how each other could work. and again, as I say, Frank is a very perceptive writer, and he would look at, I imagine, at what David had done and think he'd be the guy to do the Batman origin I've got in mind. And of course, it's also worth noting that that Batman Year One has now effectively become canon. It is what Christopher Nolan's Batman movies were. It's that same story. It's Bruce Wayne going from just a rich guy to becoming a creature of the night. And many of the same beats are hit in the movies as Frank and David hit in the comic.
Which brings us to your fourth choice.
My fourth choice, yes. Now I'm going to attempt a French accent. It's called Nez Cassé, which is Broken Nose by Charlier and Jean Giraud. It's a Western. It's set in the 19th century. It's about a cavalry officer called Blueberry and his adventures across the Wild West of America. But I've particularly chosen this one because of Jean Giraud. Now, Jean Giraud does these wonderfully convincing, again, authentic Western stories. But he had an alter ego, a secret identity, which was Mobius. And Mobius, the Mobius side of Jean Giraud's personality, drew these wonderfully imaginative, hallucinatory, dreamlike, larger than life, poetic stories of strange worlds, strange people, strange aesthetics, at the same time as he was doing the very realistic, very gritty Blueberry stories. Now, I couldn't really choose between those artists, and it is the same guy, so I've chosen Broken Nose because of all the books that he's done. It's the one that comes closest to integrating his Mobius personality with his Jean Giraud personality, in that it's got all the authenticity of the Blueberry stories. And it's set in a very convincing Wild West, but it's drawn with the kind of linear style and the attention to detail and the hyper focus that his Mobius stuff has got. So by choosing that, I've got a really good cowboy story. I've got some absolutely wonderfully convincing Western art. And I've also got the wonderfully detailed visionary art of Mobius.
And did you ever meet the great man? You sound like you've met virtually everybody in comics.
One particular evening I can recall was at a convention in London where Dark Horse Comics took a whole lot of us out to dinner. And I found myself sitting next to Jean Giraud. And we were in one of these sort of rather kind of modern restaurants where you had a paper tablecloth and they had wax crayons in a glass in the middle of it. I don't know whether there'd just been a kid's birthday party up there or something. Anyway, so Giraud had his sketchbook with him, his little pocket sketchbook. And he said, oh, we should do something together. I said, that would be great. So I thought he was going to draw something for me to add to or to finish off. But what he did was he got one of these wax crayons and held it in the flame of the candle on the table and dribbled it onto a page in his notebook and then passed the notebook to me with a pen and said, finish it off. So I added some little bits and rubbish to this gestural thing he'd done. And then it was my turn to get a wax crayon and do that. And of course, he finished it off absolutely wonderfully. So it was great to spend some time with him and to do such an interesting artistic experiment.
Something that seems to interest him time and again is the pursuit of being able to write a story without any preparation, be able to draw a story without any preparation of any kind, and trusting himself as an artist to just allow the story to go wherever it wants to go. Something I'm not aware of anybody else doing.
No, it's almost like the words and the pictures truly do become one, that he's thinking and expressing himself simultaneously, not writing a script and then drawing it, or drawing something and then having to add words to it. Another heartening thing actually that happened to me with Jean Giraud was, I remember going to the exhibition in Lucca. They have a huge comics festival there, and he was a featured artist, and they had a lot of his original artwork on view, kind of on glass top desks, so you could lean on it and look at the artwork very closely. And of course, his work in print always looks immaculate. But one of these pages, he'd drawn this wonderful sort of castle and woods and characters flying through the air and everything. And it was all reflected in a lake, but he changed his mind. He'd drawn everything in reflection in the lake, but then he got some whiteout paint and painted over all those reflections. And it was still a lovely, lovely drawing, but I thought, yes, Mobius makes mistakes, which really, in my mind, elevated him even more, that he wasn't a god, that he could still take a wrong step and I would just get rid of it and move on. So yeah, I mean, a tremendously inspirational character. And I think Mobius is at that very top level of world-class comic artists.
As indeed may well be your final choice.
My fifth book is The Ultimates, which was a Marvel comic series written by Mark Millar and drawn by Brian Hitch. Hitch's work is the first thing that strikes you, because he's got this wonderfully sort of cinematic, widescreen, spectacular style. It's as if you're watching or you're looking at a drawn version of a Marvel movie, which is interesting because in fact that is so, but it's the other way around. It's the look of the Ultimates that the Marvel Universe movies have very much been built on.
Stop me if I'm wrong, but even the look of some of the characters that they kind of reinvented, like for example the appearance of Nick Fury, didn't they, for the Ultimates? Yes. And he actually looks almost exactly like Samuel L. Jackson, years before Samuel L. Jackson never took on the role.
Well, of course, it is Samuel L. Jackson, because I think, and knowing them a little bit, I could almost say I know that Mark and Brian wanted to do something with the kind of traditional Nick Fury, and thought, wouldn't it be great if he was a cool dude like Samuel L. Jackson? So Brian actually used reference, as I understand it, of Samuel L. Jackson as his model for Nick Fury.
Oh my God.
And of course,
and then it was so
Samuel L. Jackson.
He actually became Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson is a huge comic book fan. He's been in so many comic book and science fiction movies that he, of course, was just flattered rather than offended that they used his likeness.
Thank you.
But the whole way that they reimagined superheroes as kind of secret agents or scientifically gifted people, you know, meant that it became a much more believable universe than the traditional Marvel universe. And, you know, when you look at a Marvel movie, you're really looking at what Mark and Brian did with the Ultimates. Not only is the artwork spectacular, but Mark's stories are brilliant as well. They almost read like movies. Mark is the master of the moment, of the telling picture. You know, there's the one where this alien expects Captain America to surrender, and Captain America points at the A on his helmet and says, "What do you think this stands for? France?" Which, you know, is a kind of slightly xenophobic thing to say, but it's the perfect Captain America thing to say. It's a perfect marriage of a wonderful image and a telling word balloon. So I just find it a wonderfully satisfying thing. And because it is about 1,500 pages, it's going to take me weeks to get through it. So it's a really good choice for the desert island.
By the way, it didn't escape my notice that once again, when you were talking about the Ultimates, you said that the thing that appealed to you about it was the fact that it had authenticity.
Yes.
So this is clearly a golden thread running through your life, and something that is great interest and concern to you.
Yes, and it's authentic. Yes, authenticity is important. And I've always found that same when I've drawn a script that somebody has written for me to draw, that there has to be something about it that makes me think that they paid attention to the real world, that they haven't just sloughed it off as, oh, it's a superhero comic or it's a science fiction thing. It's just, we'll just write the usual explosive garbage, you know. It always inspires me as an artist when I'm working with a writer who's clearly, you know, tried to make it believable and has tried to make the human emotions and actions authentic.
Okay, and that now brings us to, well, the final bits of business for your trip to the desert island. You're entitled to take one luxury item. What is that going to be?
Because hardly a day has gone by in my life when I haven't had a pen in my hands or haven't had a brush or a pencil or typed on a keyboard. And that's meant I've needed paper. So I think that really what I would take is a big stack of paper. It just has to be typing paper. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. And a stock of pencils or pens so that I can make marks on the paper, so that I can write down my ideas. And I think that, you know, pencil and paper would give me the greatest satisfaction. And actually, going right back to the beginning again, the thing that I always loved about comics was it was a way of telling stories where all you needed was a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen. And the only thing that stopped you from doing professional comics was your own talent, which you had the ability to work on. Whereas if you wanted to be a musician, you had to learn a musical instrument. You wanted to be a filmmaker, you had to have cameras, actors, sets. So it goes back really to the beginning. What attracted me to comics was that with a very economical use of materials, you could have a huge impact.
Well, I'll tell you what then, as well as the pencil and paper, we will even throw in some sharpness. How's that?
Well, that is above and beyond anything I could expect. Okay, sharpness, done. Thank you.
Okay, and you do also get to take with you some food stuff. So we want to know, what is your favourite flavour of crisps that you could take with you?
Well, I'm very old school. I'm very old, first of all, and I'm very old school. And I know they brought in all these barbecue chicken and all these chili and something. I can't be doing this. They're not a proper crisp to me. A proper crisp to me is ready salted. But the only concession I would make to modernity is crinkle cut. They're a nicer crunch. You get slightly more for your money. There's a bit more surface for the horrible oil and salt to cling to.
Definitely masses of surface area there, yeah.
Not particularly worried what make they are, but crinkle cut, it has to be.
Fair enough, crinkle cut it is. And you get to choose a type of biscuit to take with you on your old-fashioned sort of attitude to desert islands.
Well, I do love a biscuit. I have got a sweet tooth, but the ones that I always gravitate towards are the plain chocolate digestives. There's something about a plain chocolate digestive of the biscuit, the slight saltiness of the biscuit, the intensity of the dark chocolate, that to me, it is a really, really satisfying biscuit.
It's the ready salted crisp of the biscuit world.
It is really, and yes, it's classic. It's like me. It's classic. It's stood the test of time, and who wouldn't like it? And it's authentic. Exactly. It's not a Johnny come lately pretending to be a biscuit. It's a proper biscuit.
Okay. Well, listen, Dave. I'm incredibly grateful you've been so open during this interview. In fact, you've been completely authentic.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for the authentic questions, even if your backdrop certainly is not authentic.
Don't tell them that. Although they probably guessed from the fact that my shoulder keeps disappearing anyway.
We've had some technical issues with it, haven't we?
Yeah. Okay, well, listen, that's all for now. So thank you very much indeed. And if I could just turn to our virtual audience and say, could you please show your appreciation one more time for Mr. Dave Gibbons.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you. Cheers. And goodbye.
The nominees for greeting cards are Susan Camilleri Konar, Scott Nickel. And Rick Stromoski. And the winner is Scott Nickel. Where's the nickel? Maybe it's nickel.
Well, it did it. Broke the Reubens. Was nominated twice before, didn't win. No problem. This year, nominated, win, go into lockdown. I'm sorry. Moral of the story is, don't ever vote for me again. Save the Reubens.
The nominees for book illustration are Lincoln Pierce for Max and the Midnights, Keith Bendis, The Devil's Dictionary, Stacy Curtis, Karate Kakapo, and the winner is Stacy Curtis for Karate Kakapo.
Oh, hi. If you're seeing this video, that means I've won the NCS Reuben Division Award for book illustration. In that case, I want to thank Lincoln Pierce and Keith Bendis for letting me win. I also want to thank Laura Donna Conti for writing the book. I'd also like to thank our publisher, Kids Can Press, and my agent, Justin Rucker at Shannon Associates. I also want to thank the National Cartoonists Society and its voters who made this all possible. And a big thank you to my amazing wife, Jan, our daughter, Raina, for putting up with my crap day after day. And remember to wear a mask, wash your hands, and vote for Joe Biden.
The nominees for Variety Entertainment are Luke McGarry for Kid Town, Laurie Trufelt for World of Wonder, and Joe Was for Maze Tunes. And the winner is Joe Was for Maze Tunes.
Thank you everyone so much. This means so much to me. I couldn't think of a better 50th birthday present. My birthday's actually in just a couple days, and this is just tremendous. I want to thank my family, my kids especially, and my parents who always encouraged me. I want to thank Jeannie Schultz and everyone at the Charles M. Schultz Museum who have been like a second home and second family to me, and it's truly a religious pilgrimage for me to every time I visit the Schultz Museum. I want to thank Creator Syndicate for taking a chance on my silly mazes, and most of all, I want to thank each and every one of you, the members of the National Cartoonists Society. You know, they say there's no greater award than one presented and voted on by your peers. And I disagree. There's one thing that's even cooler, and that is being given an award by your heroes. And you are truly all my heroes, whether I grew up reading your work in Mad Magazine as a kid or you're a new member of NCS. I respect you all for your dedication, your creativity, and your inspiration. And thank you. You truly are my heroes. Thanks, everybody.
The nominees for newspaper strips are Brian Crane, Pickles. Paul Gilligan, Pooch Cafe. And Jeff Parker and Steve Kelly for Dustin. And the winner is Brian Crane for Pickles.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much for this wonderful honor. I appreciate all those who voted for me, and for those who didn't vote for me, I don't blame you a bit. Steve Kelly and Jeff Parker of Dustin and Paul Gilligan of Pooch Cafe are more than deserving of this honor, and my hat's off to them. Thank you to my wife Diana and to the Washington Post Writers Group for all their support and encouragement all these years. Thank you very much.
Well, hello, everybody. Had your funnies today? I'll wager you have. You know, the newspaper comic strip has become a national habit.
Selected by secret ballot of all the members of the National Cartoonists Society. The motion picture has its Oscar, the theater has its Tony, and now cartooning has its Billy. Tonight, our first Billy, called the annual Billy DeBeck Memorial Award, will be presented to Milton Caniff, creator of Steve Canyon.
I won't pretend that I'm not greatly thrilled by this. Thrilled indeed. The cartooning profession is a strange one in that we live behind our drawings, so to speak. But once in a while we have a chance to break out of our cocoon as we've done this evening. We're the stepchildren of the art world, perhaps, but tonight we step out. It's wonderful to know that we have a sort of brotherhood in this business in the sense that the names on the drawings don't matter because the idea of the cartoon goes on forever. I'm highly honored, and I'll never forget tonight, believe me.
The recipient of the Silver T-Square, demonstrating outstanding dedication or service to the society or profession, is John Glenn. Thank you so much for all you've done, John. We'll be awarding John his Silver T-Square at a later date. Stay tuned. The winner of the Gold T-Square for 50 years as a professional cartoonist is awarded to Gary Trudeau. Congratulations, Gary. We'll be awarding Gary his Golden T-Square at a later date. Stay tuned. presenting the National Cartoonists Society's 74th Annual Reuben Award for Outstanding Cartoonist of the Year. And the nominees are Hilary B. Price, Linda Barry, Terry Levinson, Mark Tatua, and Raina Telgemeier. And the Reuben Award for 2019 Cartoonist of the Year goes to Linda Barry. Congratulations, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oops. Thank you. Sincerely, thank you. You know, one of the most beautiful things about being human is that we're born into a world full of characters. And in my case, I was born into a world full of comics that already existed. And I could travel in that world every single day if I wanted to. I could go from Alley Oop's world to Brenda Starr's world to Dick Tracy's world. And what I love is that whatever may be missing in your own life, you might be able to find it somewhere in comics. And that's what happened to me. I grew up in a troubled house. I think I might be the first recipient who can say, Matigas ang ulo ni Linda, naku po. That's Tagalog. It means hard is the head of Linda, oh my. I grew up with people from the Philippines. And one of the things that's so beautiful about comics is that whatever may be missing in your world, you might be able to find it in comics. And my favorite comic was Family Circus. I loved this comic when I was growing up, and I would look through that little circle and feel completely welcomed into the world that Bill Keane made. And he's somebody I really want to thank. He had a direct influence on me as a cartoonist and me as a human being, because I felt that world loved me and welcomed me, and there was something about love in that comic that really stuck with me. He's also influenced me as a teacher, because I feel like he taught me to really listen to how kids talk and how people talk. And so I want to thank him and his family for that world. And I also want to thank my teacher, Marilyn Frasca, who gave me the other side of how to look at images and writing. And I'd like to thank my students very, very much, because the other beautiful thing about comics right now is they're really opening up. They're opening up to other people and the other worlds that people bring with them. So, for example, one of my students, Casey Counselor, who's a trans man, and now we can go into Casey's world and see what that world is like. The cartoonist Ebony Flowers, who I worked with at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, is bringing another world to us, a whole other world. And even comics in medicine, I'm super excited about the graphic medicine movement. Here's a book of comics about menopause. Here's M.K. Sirwick, a cartoonist who also worked as a nurse and teaches comics and medicine. So it's exciting to be part of this world. It means everything to me to be included. And These are the names of my students. We're about to start our semester together, and I am looking forward to finding out what's in their world too. So thank you, 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 thank you.
This concludes our programming for the 2020 Online NCS Fest. Thank you so much to everybody who contributed, especially to all of our panelists today, and congratulations to all of our winners. A big thank you again to all of our sponsors and supporters, including Go Comics, Andrews McMill Syndication, and a big happy 50th anniversary to you. Also King Features, Comics Kingdom, Creators Syndicate, the Lakes International Comic Arts Festival, and the NCS Foundation. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without you, and we're very, very grateful for your support. Keep in touch, and we'll see you next time.
Hi, I've come to answer your questions about the National Cartoonists Society. So, who has a question?
I do. What exactly is the National Cartoonists Society?
Good question. The National Cartoonists Society, or NCS, is a group of career cartoonists formed in the 1940s. Ever since then, cartoonists of all kinds have gathered in the NCS.
That's for me. All I need to know is how to apply.
Just email membership@nationalcartoonist.com and ask for the forms. Easy as that.
How much does it cost?
There are several tiers of membership, which are spelled out on the application. Regular members pay $185 a year. Some tiers are more, some less. Our Young 27 Club members only pay $27 for the year.
What should I include in my application?
You'll email the membership committee your completed application form, along with URLs of published work, as well as a short biography. Easy as that.
What happens after I join?
You'll receive your PIN and card, and your access to the members-only areas of the website, including updating newsletter articles. You will also be eligible to attend the Reuben Awards weekend with all the seminars and parties and hobnobbing with the cartooning greats. You will have primary access to all other NCS-related events, such as the NCS Fest, chapter events and meetings, visits to children's hospitals with cartooning for kids, and voting rights in the annual Reuben Awards. In addition, you can gain entrance into some affiliated cartoonist organizations in other countries and get discounts from various sponsor companies.
I'm not ready to apply yet. What should I do?
You can contact the NCS chapter closest to you and attend their events open to the public. They can help you become an NCS caliber cartoonist.
My fourth grader draws real good. Can she draw in the NCS?
Someday. Maybe not today.